property back in his days of private practice. "Did my daddy ever come out here with you?" James asked. "Not really. He wasn't much of a fisherman." "Did my granddaddy?" "Oh, yeah. He and my dad fished here all the time." James sighed. "I miss Granddaddy." "I miss my dad, too." Grant tugged at his line. "They're in heaven, right?" "That's exactly where they are." He didn't like to think about it. "Do people die like that all the time?" Grant asked. "Every day, son." "How is it you're chosen to die?" This was getting heavy. "Hard to say. The only thing certain is everybody's time comes. Some sooner than others, though." "Your daddy's time came here on the lake, didn't it?" James asked. He looked at the boy. "How did you know that?" "Grandma told us." "It wasn't out here on the lake. Happened that way, up in one of the creeks." He pointed toward the northeast. "How did he die?" "Nobody's sure. He was fishing alone and had an accident." "Could we see where?" James said. "Why would you want to?" "I don't know. I just do." It was an innocent request, like children sometimes made, but it bothered him. After Paula died, he'd always avoided that stretch of local highway, never wanting to see that power pole again. Likewise, since 2 summers ago when his father's body had been found floating face down, his boat stuck among the thickets, he hadn't thought of ever returning to Brooks Creek. Why was he like that? Reality many times was far less frightening than what the imagination envisioned. The concrete pole, Brooks Creek, places where something awful had occurred. Or were they barriers that needed breaching? What had his mother said earlier? Life goes on. That it did. Maybe a visit would do them all some good. Okay, let's take a look. He reeled in the line. The boys did the same. He cranked the outboard and they chugged north. Thanks to high scattered clouds, the hot mid-afternoon sun shone more peekaboo than direct. The lake lulled at almost a dead calm, so the flat-bottomed skiff slipped easily across, a ribbon of dirty brown foam unfolding behind them. He studied the wooded shoreline. The trees seemed thicker with homes, cabins, and trailers than he remembered. 3 years had passed since he'd last traveled across Eagle Lake, that day with his father for an afternoon of fishing. Their last ever together. Up ahead, he spotted the familiar break in the shoreline. He released the throttle and slowed the skiff. "Where is it?" Grant looked ahead. "Through that opening." Both boys stared at the impenetrable shoreline dense with trees and bushes. Almost directly off the bow was a narrow break where the water disappeared inland. It could be missed if you didn't know where to look. But he did. The skiff inched toward it, and he said, "This is Brooks Creek." He clicked off the outboard, knowing what waited. Almost immediately he saw the limbs, the sight forming a knot in the pit of his stomach. He'd earlier dodged James's question about how his father died. But he knew what happened. According to the police report, his dad apparently misjudged the limb's height. Blood and tissue samples found on the bark matched a corresponding contusion on his father's forehead. He remembered the autopsy report and pictures and would never forget the comment at the end of the report. Death accidental. But his father's demise had always puzzled him. Brian Walker knew every inch of Eagle Lake, particularly the limbs that guarded Brooks Creek. It was one of his favorite spots. His skiff, the same one they were now using, came specially equipped with an electric trolling motor to allow maneuvering inside the tight confines. He and Paula had given him the motor for Christmas. The skiff eased to the limbs, the oak 6 to 8 inches in diameter, even thicker than he remembered. The branches still spanned the creek's entire expanse. Grant reached out and grabbed hold. He thought he should be honest, particularly since he didn't know how much their grandmother had told them. My dad's head hit those branches. James looked at them in awe. They're big. The clearance from the bottom edge to the top of the water was about 4 feet, just enough for the skiff to squeeze beneath. He glanced at the outboard. It should make it too. Grant, lie down in front. You too, James. Both boys did as they were told, and he paddled under the limbs, ducking as they passed overhead. They came out the other side into a pool. This was one of my daddy's favorite spots. Are there lots of fish here? Grant asked. Not this time of day. The water's too hot. So the fish head out to the open lake. Mornings and evenings are the best time to fish here. He only knew that because his father taught him. Was your daddy here in the morning time? Just after dawn. He liked to fish then. He glanced around the pool, its quiet shoreline still blanketed in dense forest, the water forming a narrow canyon between stands of tall vegetation. A tiny beach eased down to the water on the far side of the pool. The place was hot and eerie. A shudder shot down his spine. Let's fish here, Grant said. No, son. And not just because the fish were in cooler water. Something else about Brooks Creek bothered him. Hard to describe. A strange feeling. We'll go back out in the lake. Like I said, the fish are all out there this time of day anyway. He turned the skiff around and paddled back toward the gate of limbs. On the other side, before cranking the outboard, he glanced back past the limbs toward the pool. And never wanted to see that place again. 6:15 p.m. Hank sped north on Georgia 16A. The stretch of highway had been funded by the state as a way to provide 4-lane efficiency to commercial traffic in rural outlying areas. The route from Savannah to Augusta through Woods County, into Screven, then Burke, and finally Richmond County, a much-welcomed addition. He vividly recalled its opening, how 18-wheelers that once regularly roared through downtown Concord started bypassing it, taking with them their noise and pollution. Woods County was a near-perfect rectangle of 300 square miles and carried the distinction of being the smallest county of Georgia's 159. Down the entire length of its western boundary ran the muddy Ogeechee River. The more majestic Savannah River formed the eastern boundary of both the county and Georgia. Its northern and southern extremes were nondescript straight lines that, on maps, connected the two rivers and divided Woods from Effingham to the south and Screven to the north. Highway 16A bisected north to south, and County Road 30 spanned east to west, dividing the land into 4 distinct quarters. The southwest portion was dominated by farms and Eagle Lake, the northwest by Solomon Swamp. The southeast held Concord, the mill, the bag plant, and a majority of the population, and the northeast was almost totally owned by Southern Republic. The acreage gradually transformed over the past 30 years into a sprawling pine tree expanse. Interspersed among the huge company forests were private tracts, land owned by families who'd possessed title for over a century, perennially refusing to sell. Toward the extreme northeast corner, spilling over into southeast Screven County, lay a tract of old-growth timber that Southern Republic had intentionally saved from harvesting. Hickory Row. Hank knew all about the 3,000 lush acres. They were originally bought for the hardwood and christened after the bushy trees that dominated the site. Ultimately, they were turned into a corporate playground. Stables housed thoroughbreds for breeding and riding. A quail farm produced birds by the thousands, and manicured fields among the trees comfortably accommodated their slaughter. 4 massive lakes dug into the sandy clay helped with drainage and were stocked for fishing, around which wound 9 holes of golf. 2 lodges and many individual cottages quartered guests. 3 impressive houses provided a residence for each of Southern Republic's owners. A staff of 150 kept everything gorgeous and catered to both owners and guests. The entire acreage was fenced on 3 sides, the 4th protected by the Savannah River. To ensure both privacy and a perpetual view, the company bought all the adjoining acreage on the South Carolina side and left it dense forest. Hickory Row, though, was more than a private refuge. It also served a corporate function, its lodges and cottages routinely filled with customers wowed with luxury, then lured by the sales department into lucrative paper deals while quail hunting, fishing, playing golf, or riding the trails. Hank slowed his pickup and approached the main gate. He provided the uniformed guard his name and was waved through. He declined a road map as he knew his way around. He'd made the call to Atlanta just after returning from consoling Paul Zimmerman's widow. The private phone number stayed safely stored in his address book, used only at negotiation time when he knew the call was expected. The man on the other end was cordial and agreed to be at his house in the Row by 6 p.m. A series of asphalt roads spiderwebbed through the manicured forests and carried familiar names. Lee Trail, Hughes Drive, Bosin Way, along with the more descriptive Quail Run, Deer Park, and Hickory Boulevard, the widest leading in from the main entrance. Mill electricians routinely worked at the Row, though the facility employed a private staff of 3 electricians on a separate payroll. Consequently, Hank was kept informed as to its daily happenings. He followed Hickory Boulevard to the first intersection and turned left. Half a mile later, he found the concrete drive lined with a knee-high stretch of trimmed hedges. The house beyond was an odd structure, specially designed to reflect the unique personality of its owner. There were no outside walls, and at first glance it appeared all roof. The few walls that did exist, along with the roof, were sheathed in cedar shingles stained a dark green. Brick piers supported all sides, forming a cloister at the main entrance. Strategically placed windows were trimmed in dark green and blended indiscriminately with the roofline. It was every bit of 5,000 square feet, the architecture severe, dark, and restrained, long shadows from the surrounding hickories and pines adding to its somberness. He knew the sense of drama had been intentional, and accounted both for the house's notoriety and nickname the employees gave it, Dracula's Place. 6:30 p.m. Frank Barnard wore a pair of maroon running shorts, a white Georgia Bulldogs t-shirt, and a pair of dingy Reeboks. He slowly jogged down the street, a block over from where Hank Reed lived. For more effect, he sported earbuds and a phone strapped to his arm. He casually checked his watch. Reed was now 20 miles away at the north end of the county. DeFlorio had called 2 hours ago and told him when and what needed to be done. His boss had also briefed him on the layout of Reed's house, describing the list of numbers to be found and instructing him, while there, to place listening devices in the outside office and on the phones. A fairly simple operation, and given Reed's preoccupation and the fact that he lived alone, He should have a couple of uninterrupted hours to accomplish the task. He rounded the corner, jogged to the next block, and passed directly in front of Reed's house. It was a split-level, wood-sided, painted white with charcoal shutters and a walnut-stained front door. A thick brush of grass covered the front yard under a shady canopy of oaks and pines, the scattered beds full of ivy and summer flowers. No cars filled the drive, the double-seater gate leading to the rear of the house and the carport closed. But DeFlorio had said that wasn't unusual. Reed and most of his visitors used a rear entrance. He jogged over to the next block and turned west, following the curb until he found the narrow right-of-way that ran back south between two wooded lots. DeFlorio explained how Reed had paved the alley while mayor, claiming a municipal need for a rear entrance to his property. He trotted down the shady lane. Another cedar gate waited open at the end. He stopped and spied the rear of the house. Reed's truck was gone, his mill car nestled in the carport. Only part of the house could be seen, the oversized carport and attached office blocking the majority of first-floor windows. Just the top of the screened pool enclosure peeked up from behind the carport. No sounds emanated anywhere. The second story likewise appeared quiet. He knew there were no external cameras. He looked around. No one was in sight, though he heard and smelled what apparently was a barbecue a few backyards over. Quickly, he scampered through the back gate and headed straight for Reed's outside office. He approached the half-glass door and removed the pick from his pocket. 15 seconds and the lock tripped. He gripped the knob through his t-shirt, opened the door, and slipped inside. DeFlorio had also told him that there was no burglary alarm wired for the office. The space was quiet and smelled of chlorine and coffee. A makeshift Formica counter spanned one wall. 2 filing cabinets abutted another. Open cardboard boxes resting on the linoleum overflowed with magazines. Paper was everywhere. Some bound to clipboards, some fastened in binders, most stacked loosely. This was going to take a while. A shrill ring pierced the silence. His eyes shot to the phone on the counter. He froze and waited. After 2 rings, it stopped. Strange. Suddenly, from inside the pool enclosure, a door opened, then closed. What? The house was supposed to be empty. Footsteps approached across the pool's concrete deck. He remembered what DeFlorio had said about the layout and knew the person could only be headed his way. DeFlorio also made clear that detection in any manner was unacceptable. He needed to leave the office fast. He spun toward the door he'd just come through, a view of the driveway and subsequent alley clear through the open slats of the mini-blinds covering the door's glassed half. He was just about to leave when a red Chevy rolled through the back gate. Can't go that way. He turned and stared across the narrow office toward the door at the other end. It, too, was half glass, the cobalt blue of the pool just outside. Inside, directly next to the outer door, was a tiny bathroom. He shot straight for it and pushed the wooden door nearly shut as the outside door opened and someone stepped into the office. He peered through the cracked open door. The visitor was a woman, mid-30s, blonde, cute. He remembered what DeFlorio told him about Reed and assumed she was his daughter. What was she doing here? She shuffled through the paper on the counter, then lifted the handset for the phone. Sir, according to the court's scheduled amount, that bond will be $385. The bondsman's not here right now, but I can get in touch with him and have him stop by the jail tonight. Reed had a sideline business as a local bail bondsman. DeFlorio had briefed him on that, too. The woman stood silent, listening, while the party on the other end spoke. Then she said, "That's fine. He'll be in touch." She hung up and immediately opened the outside door leading to the driveway. 2 car doors opened, then closed. "I'm in here," she called out. "Was Lorianne any trouble?" "Not at all. She and Shelby had a good time," another woman said. "Is Granddaddy here?" a little girl asked. "Not right now, but he'll be back soon." The 2 women started talking away from the doorway. A car engine idling made it difficult to hear anything specific, but he heard when the little girl announced, "I have to go to the bathroom." A second later, Flip-Flops entered the office. He tensed. The child couldn't be allowed to see him. If she entered the bathroom, he'd have no choice but to snap her neck, then slip out the pool door before the women decided to check on her. He could escape through the front of the house and resume his jog. The footsteps came closer. No time to pull on latex gloves. He'd just have to be careful what he touched. The door inched inward. "Lorianne?" The child stood just outside, a mere few inches of white pine separating them. Reed's daughter was still outside at the open doorway to the drive. He hoped she didn't enter the office, too. The situation could then gestate rapidly out of control. "Not out here," the woman said. "That's Granddaddy's room." "I have to go." "In the house. Then change and go swimming." The child pushed the door further inward. He prepared himself to grab her the second she was inside, one hand on her mouth, the other snapping her neck before she could make a sound. "Lorianne, I said not out here. But I'm not going to say it again." Okay. Flip-Flops receded. The door leading out to the driveway closed, its mini blinds clanging. A few seconds later, he heard the car leave through the back gate and a door for the house open and shut. He listened. No one seemed to be in the office. He slowly inched the door open. The room was empty. He realized the pool area was about to be occupied, and he'd taken enough chances. So he left. 6:50 p.m. Hamilton Lee stood outside and watched the pickup drive in and park in front of his house. He knew what the staff and employees called it, Dracula's place, a reference to both its stark architecture and his abrasive personality. But he didn't mind. A little fear from those who worked for you was not a bad thing. "Good to see you, Hank," he said as Reed climbed out. "Seems like we only talk to each other at negotiation time. You waiting for me?" "Actually, I came out to see if the deer had left any of the summer buds. We have a terrible time with them out here. They eat everything. My wife's coming down next week, and she loves the flowers. Let's go inside." He led Reed into the house and back to a spacious den. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "No, thanks. I had dinner before coming over. We're alone here. Only one of the staff back in the kitchen. Bosun is in Atlanta for the weekend, I'm told." "I appreciate you coming down." "Negotiations start Monday, and I've been wondering when we'd talk. It's one of our rituals I so look forward to every few years. Luckily, the company plane was available when you called. I should have called sooner, but I've been fairly busy getting ready and haven't had time till now." Lee doubted that observation. More likely, Reed waited to the last minute intentionally, thinking his aloofness could be used as a bargaining chip, particularly after he read the planted memos. They both sat. "I assume you're going to want 5 years again?" Reed asked. They never small-talked or beat around the bush, probably because they really weren't friends, more necessary acquaintances. But he decided to keep up the pretense a little while longer. That's right. Just like last time. We need those extra 2 years to keep things stable. I was afraid of that. So what are you willing to give to get 'em? Reed wanted to know. Set the hook. The more critical question is, can you deliver 5 years? I've talked to the other 2 union presidents. I can get 'em to give you 5, but it'll cost. And what if we're not interested in paying those costs for 5 years? Maybe I can get you interested. He shook his head. You amaze me, Hank. Last time it was like pulling teeth to get those additional 2 years on the contract. I had to pay extra on wages and help build that union hall of yours. Now you're saying you'll get them for me? You know I can't take my people and walk. A strike would serve no purpose. You'd love those couple of years. You just don't want to pay through the nose for 'em. I can get 'em. Cheap. The plan was working. Not only had Reed found the memo, he'd believed every single word. But he decided to stall a bit more. Why didn't you negotiate this with Chris Boson? He's the one down here this time. Reed shrugged. I prefer to deal with you. He paused and started to reel him in. So what will those extra 2 years cost? Assuming, for the moment, I'm even interested. No takebacks on anything we have. Some adjustment on the medical deductible, particularly for retirees, and at least a modest assurance on overtime. What do you mean by modest? Enough that I can tell the membership we won the point. If you want it to fade into oblivion a year from now, you won't get any flack from me. All the internal memos he'd read lately warned against guaranteeing any overtime hours, so he liked that concession. I think that would work. Now to the meat of the coconut. What about wage increases? 4% spread over 5 years. 2%, and you guarantee the other unions will join. 3% up front, and I'll deliver the other 2 unions. Deal. But he wanted to know, how are you going to explain a 5-year contract to the other unions? None of them were wild about that last time. I won't have to, Reed said. As soon as you see our first offer, your people are going to automatically revise their offer down to 3. Probably claim too much expense. The unions have asked for too much, anything just to blame us. When that happens, we'll be out of gas. Everybody knows there's not going to be a strike. What'll we have to bargain with? Those added 2 years are our only negotiating tool, and they know it. What makes you think we're going to revise our offer down? We've never done that before. We like 5 years. Changing from 5 to 3 has been your plan from the start. He told himself to play along. The fish was out of the water and in the boat, with the hook firmly in its mouth. Let the fool think he won. And how did you know that? I have my sources. Care to tell me who? Reed only smiled. No, I don't suppose you'd fess up to that. Lee shook his head and finished the performance. Not bad, Hank. Good work as always. It's pretty hard to pull one over on you. 9 p.m. Chris drove himself downtown, parked in the underground garage, and slowly made his way up into the Blue Tower. He'd returned to Atlanta from Concord last evening and spent a quiet day at home, mainly enjoying the splendor of his summer garden while waiting for darkness. The building's mezzanine cast a ghostly quiet. The only person in sight was a lone security guard manning the ground floor information desk. All visitors on weekends were required to sign in and out. But that rule didn't apply to one of the owners. So he ignored the guard and continued a slow, determined stride to the elevator bank, the pain in his abdomen mounting. On the 29th floor, he walked directly to his office. He didn't switch on any lights, preferring not to announce his presence. Though he already possessed some information, more thoughts had occurred to him over the past few days. It took half an hour to extract the remaining data from his computer and make sense of it in the narrative. Finally, he transferred everything to the same flash drive used a few days ago. He switched off the terminal and ambled toward the door. He did not bother to check his mail or phone messages. Neither mattered anymore. The pain was becoming unbearable, and he was glad for the solitude. He gazed across the darkened room at his desk, hand-carved oak, topped with Italian leather, imported from London. An assortment of Victorian chairs, a small Chesterfield sofa, bookcases, and a mahogany library table rounded out the English decor. He'd come a long way from making loans and agonizing over $1,000 deals. His accomplishments were legendary, his companies profitable. His reputation was one of a savvy businessman, the Silver Fox, who'd supposedly made a fortune through brains and hard work. But he could no longer ignore the ghosts of those sacrificed along the way. Their voices screamed at him through the night, and only in the twilight of his life had he come to regret what he'd done. His soul was beyond saving, his eternal fate sealed. Yet there were others whom he could save, people who would grow old and die naturally, priorities who'd never make it onto future lists. And at the same time, he could deny Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes any measure of satisfaction. He savored one last look around his office, knowing he would never see it again. Day 14, Monday, June 19th, 10 a.m. Brent walked into the Comfort Inn, the first time he'd visited the local motel in years. The two-story structure occupied a highly visible tract just east of Highway 16A on County Road 26, the spur into Concord, and was the largest of the county's 3 motels. 14 years ago, he'd handled the divorce that forced the husband, a Howard Johnson's franchisee, to close the doors. A year later, the county foreclosed and took the property back for taxes. A year after that, another franchisee bought the building, changed the name, and upgraded. Now it comprised 40 rooms, a pool, plenty of cabbage palms, a nice restaurant, and 2 spacious meeting rooms, used regularly by the Concord Kiwanis Club and the Woods County Lions Club, as a placard out front announced. Off-plant sites for collective bargaining sessions became the norm years ago. A site away from the mill diffused any charge of overreaching and allowed the parties to comfortably sit at the table on an equal footing. He'd been told that the Comfort Inn had played host to the last 2 bargaining sessions. The site provided free of charge, the hope being that most of the participants would eat lunch in the dining room. He entered the meeting room just as Christopher Boson stepped to the front and said, "Gentlemen, how about we get started?" It was a safe salutation, since a quick survey revealed no women were present. Boson gave everyone a moment to quiet down. Brent found a chair just inside the door at the back of the room. "I want to welcome you to the 9th set of negotiations between Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company and its 3 chartered unions. The company is here. We're ready to negotiate an agreement, and we hope it'll be done in record time." Light applause followed. Bosun beamed a broad, congenial smile. Though Brent was attending his first set of negotiations, he felt he'd been there before, thanks to Hank's graphic daily descriptions. About 25 men were present, each union sending a negotiations committee that varied from 3 to 5 people, along with a representative from their respective internationals. The company had assigned 2-man teams to bargain with each local, all from industrial relations. Brent and his boss would float among the 3 sets of talks, offering legal help where needed. All the blue-collar hourly men seemed unaccustomed to being strapped into shirts, ties, and jackets. A white or white-striped short-sleeved shirt with polyester tie and no coat seemed the most prevalent ensemble, though a few sported what must have been their Sunday suits. As usual, Hank stood out among the crowd with a French-cuffed white shirt, silk tie, and pleated navy blue trousers supported by his trademark cordovan leather belt. The cufflinks and tie tack were obviously supplied by the union since, even from a distance, the colors and shape of the IBEW International emblem were easily recognizable. Everything was shined, pressed, and tastefully coordinated, so much that it would be easy to mistake him for one of the owners, rather than an hourly paid senior day electrician. Bosun finished his introductory remarks, and everyone began to collate into their respective groups. Brent headed toward Hank, knowing that, as Ricky Ricardo would say, he had some splaining to do. "For a guy who's not in the loop, you're sure right here in the middle of things," his old friend said. "Me being here is as much a surprise to me as it is to you. How'd it happen?" He motioned toward Bosun. "I received a special invite from him. I guess they figure you can't help with me unless you see the show for yourself. Sound familiar?" Hank smiled. Tough being a double agent, huh? "I don't like it." And he hoped Hank got the message. "You going to be here for the whole thing?" Hank asked. Brent nodded. "I like it." He shook his head. "You don't hear a word I'm saying, do you?" "I try not to." Arguing was pointless, so he whispered, "Have you had your usual chat yet with Hamilton Lee?" "Saturday night." He knew how things happened. "So this is all a dog and pony show?" Hank nodded. "It's a done deal. These folks just don't know it yet." 10:20 a.m. John casually entered the crowded negotiations room dressed in his usual business suit. His public appearances at company functions were rare, but he needed to survey the situation and speak with Bosun. The older man immediately noticed his presence and walked over, asking in a low voice, "Anything to report?" He stepped close and whispered, "An attempt was made to enter Reed's house on Saturday, but was unsuccessful. Another attempt will be made soon. Please keep me posted." "I will. I also wanted you to know I have a guard outside to help if needed." "How thoughtful. I'll let the unions know." He excused himself and left. Outside, Victor Jacks stood next to the double doors, dressed in the uniform of a Southern Republic guard. No one, including Bosun, knew his true identity. John walked by and threw his associate a knowing look, one that said to keep his eyes and ears open. 12 p.m. The lunch break came at noon sharp, and everyone recessed to the Comfort Inn's dining room, where a midday buffet of meatloaf, country fried steak, snap peas, okra, corn, mashed potatoes, biscuits, and apple cobbler had been laid out. Chris watched while everyone piled their plates full. He then ordered a small salad from the menu with an iced tea. Upper management and Brent Walker joined him at a wall table. "How's Reed?" he asked his industrial relations director. The company reps for the other two unions had already informed him that things were going smoothly with the paper workers and machinists. "Being his usual pain in the ass. Already raising hell about the 5 years. Once it dropped to 3 today. He'll get his wish in a couple of days," he said, adding a grin everyone understood. Hamilton Lee had called last night and gloated about his Saturday meeting with Reed. He knew the two would talk. It had happened that way at every negotiation since the 1990s. A deal would be hammered out in private, the agreement being that Reed would surreptitiously convince the other two unions and his own members to go along. Not a practice federal labor laws would necessarily sanction, but one that worked. The company benefited, employees benefited, and Reed benefited. He turned to Brent Walker, assuming he was the only other person at the table who knew about Reed's secret meeting with Lee. "Just remember, Brent, union negotiations are not always as they appear. Far more illusion than reality." Brent grinned. "I'll try and keep that in mind." Lunch ended at 1 p.m., and everyone slowly made their way back for the afternoon bargaining session. On the way out, Chris saw Brent push into the men's room. He followed. Brent was towel-drying his face and hands when he stepped in and went straight to the urinal. They were alone. "I meant what I said the other day. I truly want your insight on this whole process. I'm not sure what I can offer other than to help with what the company may need." It took effort to pee and hurt, but he kept the pain to himself. He then flushed and stepped over to wash his hands. "I think you're just being coy. We all know that you've been involved one way or the other with negotiations in the past. Hank relied heavily on your advice. You understand the process. I'm sure you know Hank met with Hamilton Lee on Saturday night, as they always do before the negotiations. You and I are the only two here that know that. So, I assume you know a deal has already been made, at least in principle, and we just need to convince everyone else of its wisdom. Right?" Brent stayed silent, which was a tacit admission. He yanked a paper towel from the dispenser. "I need your insight, your help to convince everybody. I'm not asking you to betray a friend. Only help your employer." He tossed the crumpled paper into the trash. "I imagine Hank would even appreciate the help. It seems to be getting tougher and tougher to make these deals." He adjusted his tie and faced his newest employee. "I'd also like to talk with you a little more, in private. Do you think you could have dinner with me?" "Of course," Brent said. What else would the younger man say? "Have you ever been to Hickory Row?" "I'm afraid I've never made its guest list." "You have now. Come, tomorrow night, at 7. Dress comfortably. I'll tell the front gate to expect you." 2:40 p.m. Ashley was clearing out her mail truck from the day's run. Concord's only post office sat on Highland Drive, north of the central business district. It was a gray government rectangle of rough granite shaded by tall oaks. A fenced asphalt parking lot spread out behind it, the gate open, and she saw a familiar vehicle motor in and stop. Catherine Walker emerged. Ashley was surprised. "Nice to see you. It's been a while. What brings you by?" She tried to mask the apprehension in her voice. "Something that needs to be done," the older woman said. as she drew close. "The other day, Brent and I had a chat. I told him then that life goes on. I've thought about that ever since, and decided to take my own advice." Catherine paused. "I have Alzheimer's." Had she heard right? That couldn't be. "It's in its early stages, but I have the disease." She did not know what to say. "I can see that Brent didn't tell you." She shook her head. "Not a word." That's the lawyer in him. God knows both he and his father could keep a secret. "Now don't look so glum. It's early. There are treatments, and I have a few good years left. That's one reason I'm here, to tell you that. The other is that your father came to see me." Another surprise, but she had to know. "What did he say?" "He's concerned about you and Brent, as I am. He promised to stay out of this. He loves his daughter and is worried. I love my son, and I'm worried too. This whole thing is a mess, and neither one of us really knows how to fix it." She paused. "Brent and I love each other, Catherine. I think we have for a long time. We should have worked that out before a lot of other people were hurt. Like your ex-husbands, Paula." Her face tightened. "That's not fair. None of this is fair. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here defending Paula. She had her faults and was obviously quite troubled. But Paula is gone. Not to Brent. He still feels guilty. I want you to tell me why." She hesitated. "I think you need to ask him that. It's not my place, but it is. You're the reason he feels guilty. Look, I wasn't blind to the problems in that marriage. Brent was never happy. There always seemed to be turmoil. But I never realized, until recently, the full extent of your involvement. Brent never cheated on his wife with me. I would have expected no less. But you were still there. A presence, an obstacle, a competitor to her. In some ways it was worse than an affair. You had his heart." Paula was determined to hang on to Brent. I think she knew from the start he didn't really love her, like a husband should love his wife. He tried to stop the marriage, but she wasn't going to let go. So if you loved him, why did you let him marry Paula? A fair question, one she'd posed to herself many times in the years since. I was so screwed up back then. I didn't know what I wanted. I never focused on anything. Brent was the only man I ever felt really close to. I trusted him, though at the time I didn't realize that. It's taken growing older to see the mistakes I made. You're right. I should have told him how I felt. He'd get so agitated with me. He tried to pin me down, but I wouldn't allow it. Paula, to her credit, never gave up. She stayed with him, got the ring and the wedding. But she needed a pregnancy to make it happen. It never would have happened otherwise. And all of this has been festering for how long? For me? 15 years. It ruined my 3 marriages. And Brent's. She watched the older woman closely, gauging the reaction. I want you to know, again, it wasn't like we were sneaking around all the time. Our relationship wasn't all that physical. When he moved to Atlanta, I thought I could finally get over him. But you couldn't. She shook her head. It only got worse. My 3rd marriage was a disaster from the start. But I didn't want her to die, Catherine. You have to know that. No one wanted her to die. Her killing herself was the last thing anybody considered. Brent especially. He had no clue she was that unstable. Paula kept a lot to herself, which became her undoing. What about you, Ashley? When do you plan to tell Brent everything? She stared at Catherine Walker and saw it in her eyes. Your father felt I should know the truth. Of course, he doesn't know about the Alzheimer's. He was doing what daddies do for their daughters. Help them out. I'm glad he did. I've thought of little else since he dropped by. I have a granddaughter I never knew existed. Silence hovered over them, both women absorbing the magnitude of the situation. Tears swirled in Ashley's eyes. Brent has to know, Catherine said. It may draw him closer. It may also drive him away, she said. Deceit can do that, but it's a risk you'll have to take. At some point, the lies have to end. Tears now filled Catherine Walker's eyes. I almost think you're on my side, she said. I'm on Brent's side. If you make him happy, and I think you do, then I'll support you 100%. I don't want to see him or you hurt anymore. Paula was so difficult. He wanted to end things. He really did. But she didn't play fair. That's right. Including killing herself. I get his guilt. I really do. But what would he have done if he'd known Lori Ann was his daughter? I've asked myself that 1,000,000 times. It happened right before I married Manley Simmons. I immediately knew the child was Brent's, but I told everyone it was Manley's. Why didn't you tell him before he married Paula? I don't know. It seemed easier to keep quiet, say nothing, go on. He would have married you. I know that now. Then, I wasn't so sure. Brent never asked about Lori Ann. Once, years ago. But I lied. Manley suspects, but God bless him. He's never said a word. Lori Ann adores him. Telling the truth could be devastating for her. But lies are always worse. Amen. In the divorce, Manley agreed to pay child support. I went along just to keep up the pretense, but I've put every dime into a special account. I figured one day I'd give it back to him. She had to say, I love Brent, Catherine. This time, I'm not going to let him go. I came here today to say that I'm sick and getting old. I have to know my son's going to be all right. I'm afraid Brent's hesitant, thinking I won't approve of any of this, but it's not my decision to make. It's yours and his, not to mention Lori Ann's. Make this happen, Ashley. Fix it, while you can. She never could have had this conversation with her own mother. Sadly, she was a selfish, narrow-minded woman who lived across the state. True, they were cordial, with calls on holidays, birthdays, and Mother's Day. But that was the extent of their relationship. No bond existed. Lori Ann barely knew her. They were both far closer with her father. But sometimes she wished for a mother. I really would like a granddaughter, Catherine said. While I can enjoy her. Tears flowed. I think she'd love that, too. 4:45 p.m. Hank left immediately after the first day of negotiations ended, waving off an offer by his negotiations committee to reconvene at the VFW for a beer. For the next week, none of the union delegations would report to work at the mill. Instead, the Comfort Inn would be where they'd toil from 8 to 4:30, until their respective locals concluded a deal. Overall, day one went well. After pitching IBEW's initial offer, Hank preached all afternoon about the dire needs of his members, which included assured overtime, new call-in procedures, health benefits, and wages. Each was debated in agonizing detail. The company countered with its initial offer and, as expected, asked for a contract 5 years in length. He'd feigned surprise and raised hell about the evils of long-term deals, all for the benefit of his negotiations committee and to further the perception of how tough and unrelenting he could be. He'd need a strong reputation later in the week when it finally came time to convince the other two locals and his own members to join in a 5-year deal. That and a little luck, he thought as he parked his truck under the carport. He drifted inside the house and stripped off his shirt and tie, donning his bathing suit. He wasn't hungry. Rarely did he eat dinner before 7, so he headed outside to the pool. The sun had already made its daily pass over the backyard, the late afternoon looming hot and humid. He plunged into the lukewarm water and began to relax. A few laps back and forth was the extent of his exercise program. He was in good shape, no appreciable health problems, and he was genuinely looking forward to a decade or two of peaceful retirement, living off his savings and the monthly check Southern Republic would send to supplement Social Security. He enjoyed the water for a few more minutes, then dried off and stepped into his office. He needed to make a few calls and remind some scatterbrains about their court appearances scheduled next week. The bail bonding business brought in a nice side income, one he'd also be counting on in retirement. The phone rang, which happened at all hours of the day and night. He answered and learned that somebody was looking for bond money. "What's the charge?" he asked the caller. "Got myself arrested for burglary. How much is the bond?" $10,000. Now for the real question. "Got collateral? Land, car, jewelry? Something I can hold to make sure you come back?" "Thought that's what the bond was for." They all said the same thing. "The bond's for the court. I don't plan to pay out 10,000 of my dollars when you decide not to show. I need collateral, so I know you're serious." The caller sighed. "I'll have to get back to you." "Give me your name." The caller did. "You own any land in the county?" The caller did and told him where. "You're also going to need $1,000 for my fee, 10%. Like the law allows." "Didn't know that either." "I guess you figured I was going to sign my life away just 'cause you're a great guy?" "I'll call you back later." "You do that." In anticipation of a possible return call, he reached for the county tax roll. He bought a copy every January from the Woods County Tax Commissioner. That data allowed instant verification on what land a potential bondee or their family owned, and to what degree it was encumbered. He thumbed through and confirmed what the caller said. He owned a half-acre tract near the mill assessed at $8,000, a $4,000 first lien in place to the Woods County State Bank. Now, if the man called back, there'd be no blind reliance on what was said. He'd know. And he liked knowing the answers before the questions were asked. He slid the printout back on the plywood shelf. Glancing down, he noticed the clipboard lying on the counter with the list of numbers. He hadn't thought about them in a few days. his brain filled with contract negotiations. What were they? He'd been snooping in company records for decades. In the old days, it was a peek here and there into paper files. Then copy machines made it possible for spies to bring the information to him. Computers made things both easier and more difficult, with their passwords and firewalls. But little within the company network was beyond his scrutiny. Except these numbers. The desktop computer dinged for a new email. He was moderately computer literate. Ashley had taught him a lot. He appreciated technology, seeing the wisdom in its many uses. He sat before the monitor and saw that the email came from the union member he'd assigned to deal with Paul Zimmerman's family. When a member died, the membership did everything they could to ease the family's pain and burden. This death was particularly heartbreaking, considering its suddenness and the children. The widow was terrified how she was going to pay the bills and feed her kids. He'd told his man to assure her there would be no problems with either. The email was an update on what was happening. He read it with keen interest. He cared for every one of his members, good and bad alike. He was their leader, and a leader led. His man noted in his report that the death benefit form had been completed, and he urged it to be quickly processed. He clicked on the attachment and opened it, making sure everything was in order, and it appeared to be so. He would process the form tomorrow through industrial relations and make sure the $50,000 death benefit was promptly paid. That should help alleviate some of the widow's fears. Then he noticed something. Paul Zimmerman's Social Security number. Handwritten into the space reserved for that information. Since it was the only Social Security number he possessed on his members, he decided to take a quick look. He grabbed the clipboard with the list, still attached. 034156901, 456913276, 343016692, 295617833, 178932515, 236987521, 492016755, 516332578. And found a match on the seventh line. 492016755. Paul Zimmerman's Social Security number. There. Part of the list. Coincidence? No friggin' way. He sat back in the chair, which squeaked from the strain, and stared at the clipboard. Now, more intrigued than ever. Day 15, Tuesday, June 20th, 9:34 a.m. Hamilton Lee fidgeted behind his desk in the blue tower and watched DeFlorio, who sat calmly on the other side. He sensed his subordinate was deriving a certain twinge of pleasure at seeing him squirm. "What happened after your man was almost caught in Reed's house Saturday?" he asked. "I had him re-enter this morning." "Why not wait till dark?" "Reed was at work. His cleaning lady doesn't come until tomorrow. Daylight presents an opportunity without unnecessary risks." "What happened Saturday?" "The daughter was at Reed's house, but there was no vehicle outside. Luckily, things worked out, and my man was in and out without detection." "What did he find today?" "The list was in Reed's office, but nothing indicated he was aware of its significance. The telephone and office were bugged for later monitoring." He couldn't believe this. In the 20-plus years since the start of the priority program, this was their first security breach. They were always so careful, so precise, hired only the best, and demanded absolute perfection. Anything less was dealt with severely. Now a damn lightning bolt might crash it all. "There's more," DeFlorio said. "Last Thursday, Mr. Boson conducted a private meeting with Brent Walker. It lasted about 15 minutes in the main conference room, after a staff meeting Boson specifically included Walker on. Yesterday, Boson ate lunch with Walker and other company people during a break in the negotiations. I place no special significance on that. However, afterward, the two of them were alone for a few minutes in the restroom. The man I have stationed at the negotiations was unable to find out if they actually spoke or not." "But they were alone in the restroom?" DeFlorio nodded. "My man went in right after, to be sure." He instantly recalled how Boson had made a point last week to ask that Brent Walker be included in the negotiations. At the time, he'd understood the wisdom of the move. After all, that was the main reason they'd hired Walker in the first place. But why would they now be having private conversations? Talks that Boson had made no mention of. "Why do you find it necessary to so closely monitor your partner?" DeFlorio asked. "Mr. Boson has exhibited what Mr. Hughes and I consider unusual behavior of late. You doubt his commitment to the company?" "I'm not sure. As you know, Chris is a man of few words, making it difficult ever to know exactly what he thinks. Mr. Boson has always shown a strong dedication. But he's getting old, and hasn't been looking well of late. I've noticed some deterioration myself. Is there some concern about Brent Walker and Mr. Boson?" "I'm not sure. I just find it significant that Chris wants to talk with Walker." "It could simply concern the negotiations, or perhaps Walker's association with Reed. Brent Walker is green to this industry. Outside of helping with Reed, there's little he could offer Chris. But it's Walker's association with Reed that worries me. Reed could discuss the list with him. They were quite close once. Probably still are. That would certainly broaden our already difficult containment problem." "Hell, John. We can't go around killing everybody. The idea was to save money, not help with overpopulation. Now it may simply be a matter of survival." He glared at DeFlorio. "And not just ours, huh?" "I have a definite stake in this." "Really now? I assume you're mobile as a bird. All the money we've paid you is probably in Europe or the Caribbean, safely hidden behind myriad protective laws. You're not married, no family. We provide everything you need. You could disappear in a blink of an eye." "Perhaps. But I do not desire to spend my life in jail or on the run from the law." "Neither do I. But unlike you, I have no place to run. My roots are all here." "I understand," was all DeFlorio seemed willing to concede. He returned to business. "What do you recommend?" "We need to continue monitoring Reed and learn what he does as soon as it happens. And we certainly don't want to overreact. He may not be interested in that list at all." "I agree. We still need to get it back." "That would draw attention." But I have erased all vestiges of it from our system. It doesn't exist here anymore. Good to hear. Brent Walker's house phones should be bugged, DeFlorio said. Do it. I recommend that the phone where Reed stays at the mill be tapped. I believe he calls the place the Boar's Nest. Do it. Depending on how extensive this gets, I may need some freelance help for a limited time. Hire it. I would also recommend keeping a constant eye on Mr. Boson and Brent Walker. That should be easy since they'll both be at the negotiations. I already have a man there. What about evenings? I have a person I can depend on inside Boson's house at the Row. He was intrigued. I wasn't aware you had people inside our private homes. I don't. I cultivated this source last week when you instructed me to monitor Mr. Boson. But he wasn't so sure. That concern, though, would have to wait until another time. Do we need electronic monitoring at Boson's house? He asked. I don't think so. My source should keep me adequately informed. To keep up appearances, I want you to report to Boson everything learned so far. He asked for that. Leave off the fact you and I have talked. DeFlorio nodded. I still want to be kept instantly informed, though. If necessary, we'll move to priority orders on a moment's notice. You need to be prepared. I already have some information gathered on Reed and Walker. Good. The way things are headed, you're probably going to need it. 3:20 p.m. Brent had been corralled at the Comfort Inn all day. Hank found him right as the lunch break ended and asked him again about the list of numbers. I really need you to do this. But nothing more had been offered. He'd probably kicked that can as far down the street as he could. So when the day's session ended early, he headed straight back to the office. The list and his notes were still tucked inside his desk drawer. He retrieved them, started his search again with the third set of numbers, and found a new name. The fourth match rang bells. Brandon Pabone. The workers' comp case that died of a drug overdose. He kept going until he found a name for each set of numbers. 034156901, William Mesnin, May 23rd, heart attack. 456913276, Patrick Brown, May 21st, kidney failure. 343016692, J.J. Jordan. 295617833, Brandon Pabone, June 6th, drug overdose. 178932515, Tim Featherston. 236987521, Melvin Bennett. 492016755, Paul Zimmerman, June 13th, hunting accident. 516332578, Michael Ottman. So what was this? A list of recently deceased employees? That couldn't be. Hank gave him the list last Saturday, June 10th. Maybe the fact that each person was dead didn't matter. Just a coincidence that Zimmerman was included. Or maybe not. He had to know more. So he selected one name from the list, Tim Featherston, and found the man's employment records, learning he was a former electrician who retired 6 years ago. His current address was in Reeling, Georgia. The 912 area code meant the town was somewhere in Middle or South Georgia. He grabbed the phone and dialed. 2 rings later, the familiar tone came through with the irritating announcement, "The number you have dialed is not in service." He dialed again, just to make sure he'd dialed right, but got the same response. He checked the records again and saw that Featherston's beneficiary, in case of death, was a daughter. She lived at the north end of Woods County. Her contact information was there. He dialed. A woman answered, and he introduced himself. "I work in the general counsel's office at the mill. I was trying to get in touch with your father, but the number we have on file no longer works." "I'm sorry, but my father died the week before last." He was surprised. "You have my deepest condolences." But he had to know. How did it happen? "A silly bee sting. He had a bad allergy to them, and some got into his trailer during the night." The question formed immediately. Could I ask what day he died? "Sometime early on the 7th. "I'm so sorry for troubling you. Again, my condolences." He told her goodbye and hung up. 5 out of 8 were dead. That was no coincidence. That was a pattern. But he needed to know one other critical piece of information. Unimportant. Until now. When exactly had Hank obtained the list? 5:40 p.m. Brent was impressed with Hickory Row. White-fenced emerald pastures held grazing sable thoroughbreds. Does and bucks wandered openly, unconcerned about harm. Wild turkeys, colorful ducks, and geese milled about under a thick canopy of enveloping trees. Originally, he and Ashley had planned to go out for a pizza, but she'd understood the importance of Bosun's invitation, and they decided to do something else over the weekend. He'd noticed Ashley's edginess over the past couple of days. Last night he thought she'd wanted to talk to him about something, but the subject got changed and she never steered it back. She was like that sometimes, secretive, quiet, withdrawn. Odd for a person with such an outgoing personality. He'd tried several times to find Hank, but his calls had gone unanswered, his messages unreturned. The security guard at the main gate provided a printed map with directions to Bosun's cottage, informing him that it sat at the end of a paved lane bearing the owner's name. Before heading that way, he took advantage of the opportunity and drove around the entire complex, admiring the rustic opulence. Finally, just before 7, he found the house. Long shadows from the surrounding trees stretched across a cut lawn littered with straw. 2 peacocks with full plumage meandered about. The exterior was a mixture of brick, limestone, and mortar. On one end, a stone chimney arched high, thick with ivy. Like a French manor house had been transported across the Atlantic and deposited in the Georgia woods. He parked in the drive beside a familiar crimson pickup. The same sticker that had been attached to the bumper for years was still there. "Ain't mad at nobody." Hank Reed's truck. Now he realized why he'd been ignored. His old friend was trolling for bigger fish. The front bell announced his presence in the soft chime of church bells. A moment later, the door opened. "Please, come in," Bosun said. "Did you find your way all right?" "Nothing to it." He entered the elegant foyer, the room ringed with lovely walnut furniture. "Hank's here?" "He's waiting in the living room." Bosun gestured toward a short hall that led to a spacious den with a high arched cathedral ceiling. His eyes were drawn to the rear wall, which rose nearly all in plate glass. Outside, a patio was rimmed with bright marigolds. Beyond rose tall pines, then a shimmer of a lake. It felt like they were outside. I didn't know you were on the guest list for tonight, Hank said, standing by a wall bar. Bosun moved toward the sofa. I have to confess, I arranged this dinner and didn't tell either of you about inviting the other. I hope you don't mind. Neither he nor Hank said anything. What could they say? Bosun was the boss, but he wondered what the old man was up to. Have a seat. Dinner will be served shortly. Can I get either of you anything to drink? He and Hank declined, saying they would wait until dinner. It's a lovely house, he said. My home in Atlanta is mostly Italian. My office, English. So I decided to make this place decidedly French. They chit-chatted for a few minutes about nonsense. Finally, Bosun asked Hank, "How do you think the negotiations are going?" "So far, so good." "What about after tomorrow? We're going to change our offer from 3 to 5 years in the morning. The union's ready? They don't like it, but they're expecting the shift. I already have my counteroffer ready. So do the other locals. It wasn't easy. Everyone is greedy as hell, but everything so far is within the arranged deal." Bosun smiled. "Efficient as always, Hank. I knew you could pull it off. But it's a good deal for the employees. 3% on wages is generous, considering all the extras we provide. Our people have the best health care and retirement program around. Name one mill with anything better." "You're preaching to the choir on that one," Hank said. "I have no complaints. We did the right thing years ago going self-insured. It's allowed great flexibility in dealing with a changing marketplace. I don't mind telling you it scared the hell out of me at first, but internalizing health care and retirement has proven a sound move, which really paid off when the Affordable Care Act was passed. It didn't take much to match our plan to its mandates. We are one of the few companies to do that successfully," Bosun continued, pointing a finger, "without breaking the bank. I hope we can keep that up. Times are getting rough." The comment was strange, so Brent asked, "How so?" "The domestic paper industry is not in one of its strongest cycles. Foreign competition is driving our prices below production costs. Most companies are expanding overseas, taking advantage of cheap labor, but we haven't. Southern Republic has committed itself to being 100% American. Perhaps a foolish decision, but our employees should certainly appreciate it." Brent couldn't help but wonder if the information was true or just another ploy used in bargaining, perhaps like the dinner invitation itself. "Thankfully, we're sufficiently diversified into lumber and building products. As the price of paper plummets, selling building products can buoy our bottom line, and has for years now." The older man seemed genuinely pleased. "Caution is the word," Bosun said. "Hank, the deal you and Hamilton hammered out is a good one. It'll allow us to keep moving forward. We're talking about building a massive new plant to handle recycled paper, a $100 million investment, which will probably be located here in Woods County or nearby. Think of the jobs." A steward appeared in the doorway and informed them dinner was ready. "Shall we, gentlemen?" Bosun said, gesturing. 6 p.m. Brent sat at the table. Dinner was served in a formal dining room, opulent with a polished black marble floor and oversized gate-legged table lined with 8 high-backed upholstered chairs. A carved chest acted as a server. A 17th century oil painting Bosun called Portrait of a Young Girl hung above it. The main course was a bass fillet that their host explained came from the lake behind the house. A baked potato, corn souffle, and citrus salad rounded out the meal. Everything was served on bone china that bore the gold-embossed Hickory Row emblem. Wine was offered, but he and Hank both declined, having iced tea instead. "Hank, exactly how long have you worked at the mill?" Bosun asked while they ate. 37 years this October. "Have you liked it? Southern Republic provides an excellent living. Brent, your father worked at the mill, didn't he?" "Over 40 years. Started with Republic Board. He helped build the plant, then was hired on as a machinist. I never knew him, but there have been a lot of men like your father through our years in business. They've been good to us." "They certainly have," Brent thought, looking around the room again. "Concord survived thanks to Southern Republic," Hank said. "For the better?" Bosun asked. "I'd say so. Paved roads, new schools, water and sewer system, the hospital, convalescent center. We couldn't have afforded any of those improvements if not for Southern Republic. Republic Board changed us some, but that company didn't invest in the area like you have." Brent thought back to when Southern Republic arrived. He was still in Cub Scouts, but Hank was right. The changes, even during his lifetime, were profound. Car dealerships opened, banks sprouted, businesses flourished, 2 shopping centers were constructed. Franchise food places arrived, cable television became available, natural gas lines came their way, and with one small but convenient substitution, rural routes were abolished and addresses assigned that allowed home delivery of mail. In the span of a few decades, things were altered forever, a lot like his own life, which during the past few weeks had irrevocably changed too. "I remember coming here just before we bought the company," Bosun said. "The mill was in bad shape, ready to close. Republic Board was on the verge of bankruptcy. Concord was just a small agricultural community, a world unto itself. I knew it was going to take a lot of work and a lot of money to make things go. And it did. But I think we now have a town and county that's a good place to live. In our favor, I'd say we've been a good corporate citizen, always paying our taxes, as assessed, on time." But Brent knew how things worked. Company employees perennially filled seats on the board of tax assessors, city council, and county commission, not to mention Hank's long tenure as mayor. Friends in high places never hurt when it came to decision time. Bosun looked at Hank. "Would you say Concord is a company town?" "I used to hear that all the time. Out-of-town reporters wanted to know if Southern Republic controlled everything. I told folks, to my knowledge, there's no company store where employees spend their whole paycheck trying to keep accounts current. The company doesn't dictate city or county policy. We have franchise operations and small businesses owned and operated by a bunch of folks that don't have anything to do with Southern Republic." Listening to Hank's description brought to mind what Brent always equated with a company town. Were they still around? Barely. Look at the decline of the American steel industry, the problems with U.S. automobile manufacturers, and, just like Bosun said earlier, don't forget about overseas competition, which was driving the price of everything to rock-bottom lows. It was hard enough to just survive, but survive and control everything? Nearly impossible. "It really insulted me when people thought the company ran everything here," Hank said. I always thought I did. Brent smiled. You didn't? The sarcasm in his voice was clear. Believe it or not, it was a democracy. Until the council, or anyone else, disagreed with you. Bosun chuckled. He's got you there, Hank. Dessert was served in the living room, a delicious key lime pie topped with real whipped cream. Brent could have actually eaten another piece, but wasn't offered seconds. How long do you think it'll take to finish the negotiations? Bosun asked Hank. Probably by Monday or Tuesday of next week. No chance of anything sooner. I doubt it. The members are going to have to digest the changes and get used to the idea of 5 years again. That takes a little time to get right. This is the tricky point, Bosun said. I always worry about the other unions, whether we can bring them in line. Have you ever had any reservations, Hank, about the way we do this? Not a one. It's the only way to bargain. The privacy allows a reasonable deal among reasonable men. The older man sighed. I remember in the beginning when we negotiated everything in the open. Long, hard bargaining sessions. Robbie Schumann made things tough, didn't he? You got that right. Brent, did you ever meet Schumann? Bosun asked. No, sir. But I went to high school with his son. He was shot to death, as I remember. What a terrible thing. Robbie was tough as nails, Hank said, but he was also pig-headed. I'm curious, Hank. When did Hamilton first suggest the more private bargaining sessions? A long time ago. He called me to the front office one day and we had a talk. That was the first time we ever sat down with the door closed. You may not know this, but Robbie was offered that chance too. He refused. He was indeed difficult to work with. It doesn't surprise me. Robbie was a good union president. He looked after his people. But there are many ways to get the job done. You gotta be tough, that's true. But you don't have to be an asshole. You must have been thrilled at the time, though. An offer to act as the ultimate deal-maker between the unions and management. Every negotiation since has run 1,000% smoother. Bosun nodded. How do you get the other two unions to go along? That has to be difficult. I've been lucky there. The presidents of IAM and UPIU have always been friends. They listen to me. The deals you helped forge have been good for everybody. You understand things, Hank, and you never lose sight of the ultimate goal. Keep the mill operating. Keep people working. That's what's important. I say a steady paycheck is far better than some one-time fat raise or overly generous benefit that will ultimately have to be paid for in lost jobs. They talked for another half hour. More about the negotiations, the company, and Concord. Bosun seemed to genuinely enjoy bantering with Hank, and Brent enjoyed watching the two older warriors. It was 8:30 when they were standing back in the foyer saying goodbye. The front doorbell rang. Bosun opened the carved-paneled door. A man stood outside. He was tall, with a sinewy, hard, athletic physique. Early 40s, brown hair faded to a dull sheen by gray streaks. A gravitas look dominated the chiseled face, which cast a nothing stare reminiscent of a funeral director. Brent vaguely recalled seeing the face once before, at the opening of the negotiations yesterday. The man had talked briefly with Bosun. John, I don't know if you know these gentlemen or not. No, sir. I don't believe I do. The voice was soft and low, no syllable given any overt inflection. He was introduced as John DeFlorio, Chief of Company Security. I've heard your name, but this is the first time I think I've ever actually met you, Hank said. I believe it is, DeFlorio said. I can come back later. Bosun waved him off. There's no need. Brent and Hank were on their way home. Bosun escorted them onto the front porch. It was good of you to come. I enjoyed our talk. I hope it was enlightening. Maybe we can get together again before I go back to Atlanta. Brent and Hank headed for their vehicles. We need to talk, Brent whispered to Hank, keeping his gaze straight ahead. I saw you called a few times. About what? Those numbers. I found something. Since you're telling me this, does that mean the list is not nothing? What day did you get it? The night you got back to town. June 6th. He connected the dots. It's definitely not nothing. Then he glanced back. Bosun waved goodbye, and he returned the gesture with a smile. He then climbed into his car and started the engine, but took a moment and looked beyond Bosun at John DeFlorio, who, through the open front door, watched everything. 8:45 p.m. Chris sat in the den and listened as DeFlorio reported what he'd learned so far about Reed and the list. He absorbed the necessary details for what he had in mind, his face betraying nothing, his words a lie. When I hadn't heard anything from you, he said, I decided to ask Reed here to see what I could personally find out. Hank and I have always been able to talk in the past. Did you learn anything? He shook his head. He never mentioned anything remotely connected with the list. Then he feigned disappointment, but was actually pleased. Questions had to be swirling in DeFlorio's inquisitive mind, especially one. Why was the new kid on the block also here? Intentionally, he'd offered nothing on that subject. Instead, he asked, What are you going to do now? Maintain surveillance, perhaps even step it up some. Until we know the extent of this, we have to keep a close eye on Reed. I agree. He hoped DeFlorio would expend all his resources there. He needed some freedom to finish what he'd started. Have Hamilton and Larry been informed? I'll leave that to you. He was not naive enough to think that DeFlorio had not already talked with Lee, but he played along. I'll take care of that in the morning. DeFlorio rose from the chair. Is there anything else you need from me tonight? He stood too, but immediately winced in pain, grabbing his abdomen, catching his breath. DeFlorio reached out to help. Are you all right? A couple of deep breaths, and he gathered himself. I'm fine. Really? He steadied himself, then stood straight. It's nothing. Just a small medical problem I've had to deal with lately. Nothing serious. That'll be all. Thank you. You want me to call a doctor? That won't be necessary. He sucked a few more deep breaths. Are you staying at the lodge or in one of the guest houses? I have one of the guest houses. I know where to reach you, then. DeFlorio excused himself and left through the front door. He'd actually been having a fairly good day with the pain. Only during the last hour or so had that changed. He still could have easily kept the discomfort to himself. God knows he'd suffered through enough practice, but he'd intentionally not. Hopefully, the message did not go unnoticed by the messenger. He crept up the stairs one step at a time. The chime from the grandfather clock in the foyer announced 9 p.m. He could hear the staff tidying the kitchen and the dining room and knew they would switch off the remaining lights and lock up when finished. Upstairs, he carefully undressed and slipped on his pajamas and robe. He brushed his teeth and, not yet ready for sleep, strolled out onto the balcony into the warm night, the cedar deck damp from an earlier shower. Crickets and frogs serenaded one another through the blackness. His house was in the extreme west corner of the property, away from the river and most of the other facilities. He liked the solitude. He also liked that his fellow shareholders were nowhere nearby. DeFlorio's appearance had been fortuitous. He assumed Lee was having him watched. He also assumed DeFlorio had recruited one of his house stewards as an accomplice, exactly why he'd arranged for the dinner here. But DeFlorio showing up and witnessing things firsthand seemed perfect. Lee and Hughes had obviously yet to find what he'd left. Before tonight, though, there really was no need to look. Once they did, he knew the situation would gestate rapidly. From that point on, time would be short. He needed to be ready to move on a moment's notice and finish what he started. He angled his head toward the sky. A first quarter moon hung to the north, thin clouds swirling in slender fingers, veiling and unveiling the stars. How much longer until relief? The weekend? Next week? Hopefully. Sooner than that. 9:40 p.m. Brent showed Hank what he'd deciphered so far. 034156901, William Mesnin, May 23rd, heart attack. 456913276, Patrick Brown, May 21st, kidney failure. 343016692, J.J. Jordan. 295617833, Brandon Pabone, June 6th, drug overdose. 178932515, Tim Featherston, June 7th, anaphylactic shock. 236987521, Melvin Bennett. 492016755, Paul Zimmerman, June 13th, hunting accident. 516332578, Michael Ottman. You got this on June 6th, he said to Hank. Pabone died that same day. Featherston dies on the 7th, Zimmerman a week later. Something's wrong here. If this is a list of deceased employees, how did Featherston and Zimmerman get on it? That's a really good question. Yes, it was. Jordan, Bennett, and Ottman have been retired a long time, Hank said. Let's see what I can find out about them. They were parked in the grassy lot for the county's main recreation center, where the 2 baseball diamonds and football field were located, not far outside Concord. Nobody else was around. That, and the darkness, offered a great measure of privacy. They'd driven straight here from Hickory Row. Hank worked the cell phone for 20 minutes, making calls until he learned that all 3 men were also dead, along with the dates that it happened. 034156901, William Mesnin, May 23rd, heart attack. 456913276, Patrick Brown, May 21st, kidney failure. 343016692, J.J. Jordan, June 6th, heart failure. 295617833, Brandon Pabon, June 6th, drug overdose. 178932515, Tim Featherston, June 7th, bee sting. 236987521, Melvin Bennett, June 8th, anaphylactic shock. 492016755, Paul Zimmerman, June 13th, hunting accident. 516332578, Michael Ottman, June 9th, heart attack. All total, Brent said, 2 died on the 6th, the same day you got this list. 4 died after. What about Mesnin and Brown? They were before that. We have no idea how long that list was in the company computers. It could have been created even before those 2 died, meaning this is a list of people who are going to be dead. He could see that Hank agreed. I don't know a lot about these other people, Brent said, but I do know Brandon Pabon had a workers' comp claim that was going to cost the company several $100,000 to resolve, and his drug overdose ended that. Okay. Pabon was an injured worker, but most of the rest were retirees. Some gone from the mill for years. Only Zimmerman was still on the payroll. Retirees draw a pension, he said. They also have lots of medical claims. I did see in our records that Melvin Bennett had terminal cancer. Ottman, heart problems. What about Zimmerman? Not a thing. But his kids had some expensive medical problems. That's right. I was over there last weekend before the funeral. His wife was hysterical, wondering how she was going to pay all the medical bills without the company health insurance. Everybody on this list was costing the company money. Seems like a pretty good reason for a self-insurer like Southern Republic to get rid of somebody, wouldn't you say? Hank shook his head. You've been a prosecutor too long. Southern Republic handles hundreds of comp claims every year. They've funded that system with millions of reserve dollars. It's rock solid and solvent. The health insurance is the same way. The employees pump millions into it every year. There's no need to kill people. You just litigate the hell out of things until they go away. Ever heard of greed? Hank was silent. I was reading something a few days ago in a workers' compensation journal that chronicles cases from around the country, Brent said. A logging company in Washington state got sued by the widow of an employee. She claimed the company intentionally withheld comp benefits and stonewalled her husband's medical treatment, all of which she said led to his premature death. The state's workers' compensation statute provided for a one-time $50,000 payment on the death of an employee. But if he'd lived, the settlement would have been in the $500,000 range. So the company had an incentive to hasten her husband's death. Did she win? The jury gave her the $500,000 and stacked another $2.5 million in punitive damages. Is that rule the same in Georgia? Oh, yeah. Far cheaper on an insurer or an employer like Southern Republic who's self-insured if the injured worker dies than just gets hurt. Corpses don't go to the doctor. He knew the drill. Workers' compensation had nothing to do with fault. Instead, that concept had been replaced with certainty. Every worker injured on the job was compensated, period. The only issues were how much and for how long. Things like pain and suffering, punitive damages, and general damages don't apply, he said. The idea is to get the worker paid, healed, retrained if needed, and back on the job. You think Southern Republic had something to do with Brandon Pabone's death? He shrugged. That's impossible to say. I read his file. He was a long-standing druggie. The coroner's report indicated he was loaded up on heroin. Pabone could have just overdosed. A lucky occurrence for the company, and the others on this list could have just happened to die too. But think of the money to be realized by the company from those deaths. I think you're reading far more into this than there is. Killing people isn't that easy. You always get caught, and retirees die every day. But not before drawing a pension that costs the company money. Our pensions are financed over long periods of time with funds invested and set aside especially for that. We fight over that amount every time we negotiate a new contract. Doesn't the company make parallel contributions for employees? That's what we fight over. It seems to get smaller and smaller with each new contract. So, if the company can eliminate costs on the backside from what it has to pay out, it'll have more on the front side to bargain with, right? Why use company money when you can use the employees? Also, while you're at it, eliminate some costly retirement and medical payments and some especially expensive workers' comp claims. All that generates cash savings that can be used for other things like raw materials, cost overruns, price increases, things like that. Brent had thought about this all afternoon, even asking his boss a few casual questions about the paper business. The costs of timber, water, electricity, coal, oil, chemicals, all the other things needed to make paper were pretty much the same for every mill. The real variable among companies was the big-ticket item, labor, which was the #1 cost of any manufacturing plant. Each mill had its own local unions that made their own local deals. No two were alike, but it stood to reason that any company that could control its labor costs, even predict them with some certainty, would definitely have an edge. He motioned at the list. Again, Hank, if this is something innocent, how did the last 4 names get on there? I have no idea. We need to find out. Day 16, Wednesday, June 21st, 9:03 a.m. Lee and Hughes met in the boardroom. Lee had decided on its assured privacy after DeFlorio telephoned last night and expressed an urgent need to talk. A speakerphone sat on the conference table. "John, you there?" Lee asked the beige box. "Where are you?" "Inside a guest house at Hickory Row." "Tell Larry what you told me last night." DeFlorio went over what he'd witnessed at Bosun's house and his conversation afterward. "And your assessment?" Lee asked. "Mr. Bosun definitely needs watching. Quite a change in attitude from the other day. I see no reason why Reed and Walker would be at Mr. Bosun's house." "Maybe it's just like Chris explained," Hughes said. "He was trying to find something out." Lee was not persuaded. And what could he find out? Chris knew the deal was done. There was no need to have any conversations with Reed or Walker. And I doubt seriously if Reed was going to ask Chris's opinion on what the list is. "I agree," DeFlorio said. "There is also one other observation. Mr. Bosun did not feel well. He was in obvious discomfort." "Anything particular?" Lee asked. "When he rose from the chair, he experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen and almost lost his balance. I've noticed that Chris seems to have thinned lately, Hughes said. I just attributed it to exercising or dieting. He's always been a nut about that. Mr. Boson indicated the situation was a minor medical problem, nothing serious. Maybe we should check a little further, Lee said. We'll get back to you, John. Keep us informed of any further developments. He clicked off the speakerphone. Can you access the medical insurance records from here? What are we looking for? Any claims by Christopher Boson. Hughes turned to the computer and punched the keyboard. A minute later, he announced, on Boson's policy, a claim was filed 2 days ago by a Dr. Darren Edwards for diagnostic tests and an office visit. How much? $1,842, which includes lab work done in-house. How do we find out more? I can request our claims handler verify the treatment. Even though the company was self-insured, it had proven too expensive to process claims in-house. Instead, the task was subcontracted to an outside firm. Still, all payments had to be approved by the accounting department before being forwarded. How long will it take to check this out further? He asked. Beats the hell out of me. I've never done it before. 12 p.m. Hank passed on lunch at the Comfort Inn and left out a side door, quickly driving 2 miles east into Concord. He arrived at S. Lou Green's office just as the lawyer was bounding out the back door toward his red Jaguar. I was on my way to eat. Why don't you come with me? Green said. He'd never been seen in public with Green and wasn't about to start now. I don't think so, Lou. Order in? We need to talk. I was looking forward to Chinese. Domino's delivers. They went back inside and upstairs to Green's office and took a seat. Take a look, he said, unfolding the piece of paper and handing it over. 034156901, William Mesnin, May 23rd, heart attack. 456913276, Patrick Brown, May 21st, kidney failure. 343016692, J.J. Jordan, June 6th, heart failure. 295617833, Brandon Pabone, June 6th, drug overdose. 178932515, Tim Featherston, June 7th, bee sting. 236987521, Melvin Bennett, June 8th, anaphylactic shock. 492016755, Paul Zimmerman, June 13th, hunting accident. 516332578, Michael Ottman, June 9th, heart attack. When I got my hands on Lee's contract memo, I found this list. It was stored in a secured file that the main office maintains in the system, blocked by a fancy firewall and password. How in the world did you get past those? Just a fluke. Lightning damaged the system. I don't really know how it happened. All I know is it did. Did it come like this? He shook his head. Brent figured out they were Social Security numbers. He matched names to numbers, then noticed something funny and brought it to me. The two of us worked last night and filled in the gaps. Green studied the list. This guy here, Brandon Pabone, was a client. He died a couple of weeks ago. Broke my heart. I had a damn good case. That's what Brent said, too. He worked at the bag plant and got hurt on the job. Southern Republic tried to settle quick, but this guy had been around. He came to me, went to all the right doctors, said all the right things. I had the case ready to milk for $200,000 plus when he popped one too many Valiums. heroin, too, I think. He wanted to know, was the company fighting the claim hard? The usual. But Pabon understood how to play the game. He did what I told him. Green shook his head. I lost some good fees on that one. He told Green what he and Brent thought about the list. Brent is right about comp claims, Green said. It's far cheaper on the company for a worker to die than be injured. Your man Walker had a good eye on this one. I told you he was smart. What's he going to do about it? Nothing. Until he hears from me. I told him I wanted to look into it further and run it by you. Can you offer any wisdom? Green studied the list. I have to say, it's damn suspicious. There are a whole lot of unanswered questions here, ones only Southern Republic can offer. They may need to be confronted, head on. Not until the contracts are done and final. I told Brent the same thing. I have to get those deals sealed first. The people on this list are dead. Waiting a few days to get to the bottom of this isn't going to make a difference to them. That's a bit cold, isn't it? Yep. But at the moment I have to deal with the living who need their paychecks and benefits. He checked his watch. Speaking of which, I have to get back to the negotiations. All hell's about to break loose. We're going to get the company's new offer changing the proposed contract length from 3 to 5 years. The other unions are not going to like that. It will be a long afternoon. Green seemed in thought. Before you go, let me make a copy of this. I want to think on it some more, too. 12:45 p.m. I don't love you, Brent said to Paula. It's that simple. It's her again, isn't it? No, it's you, and has been you for a long time, Brent. We've been through this before. Little concern filled her voice. It was like they were having a disagreement over whether to eat in or go out. Not that her husband wanted a divorce. Again, Paula, we haven't been through it. That's the whole point. You seriously plan to divorce me? What about our parents? Not that they have anything to do with this, but they'll understand. And if they don't? She always used others as her weapon of last resort. Millions of people divorce and get along fine. There's no reason why we can't be one of those couples. You plan to stay here in Concord? Of course. This is my home. I practice law here. You couldn't seriously be considering marrying that ragamuffin. He could almost hear the thoughts swirling through her convoluted mind. What would the bridge group think? How would she explain things to her Thursday women's club meeting and the book club? What others thought had always been important to her. Could you imagine Ashley Reed at a State Bar of Georgia function? In fact, Ashley would be far better there than the Academy Award performances he'd many times been forced to endure. Paula small-talking her way through the evening, only to tell him on the way home how she despised nearly everyone there, repeating gossip he really didn't want to know. Can we do this friendly? Or will there be war? He asked. What do you propose? You keep this house and your car. I'll help for a while with the mortgage and car payment. But you'll need to go to work. I'm sure the Board of Education would love to have you back. We don't have much debt, but what little we have I'll take care of. The cash we have in the bank will split. And what about your law practice? That's not on the table. What if I want to make it an issue? You don't, he said. and she seemed to understand that the battle lines would then be drawn, his eyes asking, "Do you really want that fight?" "It's over, Paula. It's been over for some time. Let this end quietly." "I'm no fool, Brent. I know she's a part of this." "Then you are a fool, because she's not a part of anything. Yes, Ashley is someone I care about. You knew that going in. But I've never been unfaithful to you. I'll admit, in my mind, in my heart, I wanted another woman. But I never did anything about that. I have tried for 3 years to make this work. I don't understand you, Brent. That's your whole problem. You never have understood me. I understand that she's the problem and has been since day one. If you recall, I came and told you I didn't want to get married. But there was the matter of our child. There was always something that seemed to make it easy for us to put off the inevitable. This time, there's nothing. I could hire the meanest divorce lawyer in town and fight you every step of the way. You could, but you won't. Containment was surely her major worry, and she needed time to generate an appropriate cover story to adequately explain the breakup. Pressures from the job. He was always working. No time for her. Maybe, if necessary to extract maximum sympathy, drop the rumor of another woman. But careful there. That might mean she'd been inadequate in some way. He watched her as the seriousness of the situation seemed to be settling in. For the first time in a long while, she actually appeared concerned, perhaps thinking this was real. "You love her, don't you?" Paula asked. It had been the question he most dreaded, but he decided to be honest. "I do." "You sorry bastard." 10 minutes later, she stormed out of the house. An hour later, she was dead. Brent told his mother. "You didn't kill her," his mother said. "I might as well have. You can't keep doing this to yourself." They were sitting at the kitchen table. He'd come home for lunch, finally deciding it was time his mother knew the truth. Outside, he could hear Grant and James from next door playing. It was only the second time he'd ever told anyone what happened that last day. "Son, I realized Paula wasn't the easiest person in the world. I learned to deal with it." "What do you mean?" "There were times when I genuinely cared for her, especially in the beginning. But other times I had to fight hard not to hate her. It seemed the older we got, the worse she became. Paula just wanted to be something she wasn't. I was never unfaithful to her." He felt the need to say it again. "I know that. It wouldn't be your nature to do otherwise. I couldn't deny to her that I cared for Ashley. Does Ashley love you?" He nodded. "She's a fine woman. A little flirty, but the last time I looked, that wasn't a crime." He smiled. "No, thank God for that. Everyone in this town would tell you she's an excellent mother. She works hard, pays her bills. I've never heard anyone speak ill of her. I made a mistake years ago. I should have never let things go as far as they did. Paula and I dated 2 years before we married, but I didn't think a life with Ashley was possible. She was hard to pin down. So I settled for the next best thing. That was wrong. But Paula made her own choice when she got into that car. You had no idea what she was going to do." No, he hadn't. She'd been depressed for a while, but that was nothing unusual for her. She had her moods. I guess she thought dying was better than divorcing. Who knows? You have to let the past go. You can't feel guilty all your life. I keep thinking about that day and how upset she must have been when she died. I've tried to convince myself that she wouldn't have been single long. A lot of men would want a woman like her. Similar, he thought, to the preference between solid wood furniture and wood veneer. You told Paula that day that you thought you loved Ashley. What about now? All these years later? He did not hesitate. I still love her. Then, son, it's about time the both of you do something about it. 6:05 p.m. Lee glanced up as Hughes burst into the office and closed the door. Darren Edwards is an oncologist. Chris has been a patient for some time. He's dying, Hamilton. Prostate cancer. It's spread all over. There's nothing they can do. I knew it, he said. I've had that feeling all day. It's starting to finally make sense. That old man is up to something. But why? He'd only implicate himself. He figures he'll be dead by the time that happens. Even so, his estate would be at risk. Lee rose and walked to the outer glass wall, downtown Atlanta framed before him. Chris has no immediate family, and he doesn't give a damn about money anymore. What he wants is our asses. He knows we've long shut him out of any real say in the company. He's always on my butt about not working. You heard him at the board meeting. He doesn't think I do a damn thing. He turned and marched for the office door. Where are you going? To find out what that bastard's up to. It was nearly an hour past quitting time, and the 29th floor loomed quiet. Just the soft rush of the air conditioning and the occasional pop of the outer walls as the tinted glass expanded and contracted from the late afternoon sun. They entered Bosun's space through tall glass doors. A stained mahogany door led from the secretarial station into the private office. The knob was unlocked. Seems Chris is expecting us, Lee said, as they walked inside. I've never known him to leave it unlocked, Hughes said. Maybe Nancy just forgot. You and I both know that woman doesn't do a thing without checking with him. And she doesn't forget anything either. It's unlocked because Chris told her to leave it that way. The building's angular shape provided a multitude of corner spaces, and each owner possessed a pentagon-shaped office large enough to include 2 exterior walls. Bosun's carpeted space reflected his noted dislike of a mess. The desk sat devoid of paper, its top shiny and dust-free. A few files were stacked in a blue leather basket on one side. Telephone messages and mail neatly piled atop a blotter awaiting review. A leather cup contained pens and sharpened pencils. A brass banker's lamp sat in the center. The draperies for the 2 outer walls were open, the evening sun pouring in. Doesn't look like anyone even works here, Lee said. Hughes gestured to the computer. Chris does almost all his work electronically. Check the desk. Hughes walked behind and tried the drawers, which opened. No surprise. He watched while Hughes searched. There was some stationery, a telephone book, pens, paper clips, stapler, and calculator. Everything neatly in place. 2 file racks rested on a credenza behind the desk. He scanned them. Nothing of interest. What exactly are we looking for? Hughes asked. He motioned to the monitor. Fire that thing up. Hughes rolled the chair closer and booted the terminal to the main menu. Any personal files? I doubt if we could access them without knowing Chris's password. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Hughes opened the directory, which was unprotected. How did you know we could get in? Because we're supposed to look. They scanned the index, mainly company financials. Most he recognized. Occasionally, a personal file appeared that might bear investigating. Toward the bottom, his eyes locked on for Hamilton and Larry. What is that? Hughes asked, staring at the screen. It's what we're supposed to find. Call it up. Hughes did, and they read the file in its entirety, twice. We have a big problem, Hughes said. What's gotten into Chris? Revenge, he muttered. Is that file in the main system? Hughes shook his head. It's only stored here on this computer. Erase it. Though I'm sure there's more than one copy. Hughes pounded the keyboard. What are we going to do, Hamilton? He studied his watch. 6:23 p.m. Nothing tonight. But first thing in the morning, we're going to get our tails to Concord. Day 17, Thursday, June 22nd, 11:16 a.m. Chris finally put in an appearance at the morning session of the contract negotiations. He'd been delayed at the mill, where he spent nearly an hour giving the flash drive a final revision. His arrival at the Comfort Inn came just as UPIU concluded its contract negotiations. Amazingly, a consensus on all points had been reached with the paper workers, the head of the company's delegation proudly informing him that a preliminary agreement had been initialed. The quickness surprised him, particularly after Reed's prediction from the other night. But a wink from Reed during a break signaled that he'd been more successful than anticipated. 1 down, 2 to go, Chris told the CEO from his cell phone in the hall. They were both glad a third of the work was done. He hung up and was starting back to the meeting room when the security guard stationed outside all week approached. He had his doubts about the man and wondered if he worked for DeFlorio. Certainly, at a minimum, he was reporting to him. Mr. DeFlorio dropped by earlier, the guard said. You weren't here, so he left this note for you. The man handed him a piece of paper. As the guard walked off, he unfolded and read, We're waiting. You know where. He smiled. That he did. Apparently, his partners finally got the message. He deliberately loitered another half hour before leaving the Comfort Inn. Then, in one of the white Hickory Row cars, he drove himself directly to Dracula's place. His staff had told him the cottage's nickname, and he thought it more than appropriate, not only as a reference to the unique architecture, but as a fitting description for its occupant. A steward opened the front door and escorted him to Lee's private study. He entered, and the door was closed behind him. Lee sat at a small writing desk, Hughes in front. Their faces conveyed that neither was in a good mood. And what brings you two down to the woods of Middle Georgia? You know damn well why we're here, Lee said. He eased himself into a chair and decided to be coy. Please, enlighten me. We know about your health problems, Hughes said. And we read that confession in your computer. What are you trying to prove, Chris? He glared at Hughes. I'm not trying to prove anything. On the contrary, I'm trying to disprove things." "What does that mean?" 30 years ago. What were you, Larry? A half-assed salesman hawking brown paper bags to grocery store chains, worrying about your next commission check. You lived in a 3-bedroom cracker box and probably agonized every summer if you had enough saved to take a lousy 2 weeks off. What did you drive? A clunker with 100,000 miles on it? Look at you today. That suit must have cost $1,000. Those cufflinks, that much and more. That diamond watch has to be worth at least 20 grand. What do you have? 2 mistresses? And how did you get down here today? The jet? You've come a long way." "You're damn right I have." He turned to Lee. "And what were you, Hamilton?" "An assistant production manager at a paper mill. Salaried man, paid for 40 hours and working 60, subject to being fired at the whim of management over nothing at all. Not unlike the hundreds who now work for you. All the country club memberships, dinners at the governor's mansion, and lunches with the mayor you now enjoy don't go with that kind of job, do they? What's your point, Chris? You know. You've both known for years. Ever since you decided to freeze me out. I guess you forgot who found the money that made this possible, and who managed it. If it had been up to you two, we'd have been bankrupt 20 years ago. Through careful management, we prospered, not from hobnobbing with bureaucrats and fattening the pockets of politicians." Lee said, "No one said your contribution wasn't appreciated, and no one said thank you either. That what this is about? Pissed we outvote you? You know what has to stop." Lee sat back and seemed to consider the words. "As I recall, the whole priority idea was yours in the first place." "I don't deny that. I was young and greedy. But we don't need priority anymore. A little late for repentance, isn't it? It doesn't bother you, Hamilton? Don't you ever think of the families left behind?" Lee shrugged. "Thanks to that program, we've been able to provide a solid living for a lot of people for a long time." "Let's face it, Chris," Hughes said. "Without priority, we'd have gone under, or certainly scaled back. It's proven a great way to keep costs under control." He said again, "We don't need it anymore." "Get real," Lee said. "How many paper companies have folded in the last 10 years? We've got competition from the Japanese, Canadians, Mexicans, and Brazilians, places we never dreamed about 30 years ago. I can name a dozen other companies in the Southeast alone that never made it. Think of all the jobs lost for those communities. Concord didn't suffer anything like that. In fact, while all that misery was going on, we expanded and hired more people. A prosperity built with blood." "So," Lee said, "who knows that? And no one would have any way of ever knowing it. All our employees know is that there's a paycheck every first and third Thursday. When they go to the doctor, the bill gets paid, and when they retire, there'll be a pension check every month to supplement Social Security. They have a great life, stable and secure. Until we send DeFlorio, or one of his associates, for a visit." Lee was nonchalant. "Why are you so philosophical? Is it because you're dying?" "It's the thought that you two will keep going. once I'm gone." "We erased what was on your machine," Hughes said. "I have plenty of copies." "What do you plan to do with them?" Lee asked. "I haven't decided." Lee sighed. "You realize you're leaving us no choice." "There are always choices, Hamilton." "Why have you been talking to Brent Walker and Hank Reed?" Lee asked. "Why did you have them to your house? Why involve others, Chris? You know what we'll have to do. Doesn't Walker have a mother? Reed a daughter and granddaughter? Whatever it takes, it will be done. I'm not going to jeopardize the future of this company or the future of the people who depend on us. Why not save them all the pain?" "It'll certainly be interesting, Hamilton. That much I can promise." Lee shrugged. "Have it your way." He rose. "I assume this will be our last meeting. I'd wish you luck, but it would just be a lie. Instead, I'll see you both in hell." Not giving either one of them time to reply, he left. Outside, he climbed into the car and drove straight toward the other side of Hickory Row. As he turned out of Lee's driveway, he reached inside his jacket and removed the micro-cassette recorder. A bit old school, but effective. He slid the play record button to off and smiled, staring at the last piece of evidence he'd need. 1:20 p.m. Lee sat silent. "That old fart is going to sink us," Hughes said. "Not if I can help it. We have no idea what he intends to do. Whatever Chris has planned has been done carefully, and right now, he has the jump on us. DeFlorio needs to handle this." He agreed, but it has to be done right. A knock came at the study door. A steward entered and said, "Lunch is ready. We'll be there in a few minutes." The steward left. "Keep your voice down," he said. "We're not in the boardroom." He thought for a second. Chris is already dying of cancer. It shouldn't be too hard to induce death consistent with that. What about an autopsy? He gave a knowing grin. As his close partners, Chris left specific instructions to be cremated. We, of course, honored that request and immediately disposed of the body. There's no family to question anything, and by the time anyone notices, he'll be ashes. Besides, once everybody knows he was dying of cancer, there'll be no questions. I guess we're going to make sure that information gets out. We'll issue a press release. Chris was widely known and liked. It'd be expected that the company would make a public statement. What about Walker and Reed? We know Reed has the list. Brent Walker's involvement could be just a wild goose chase Chris is leading us on. But for safety's sake, I'll have DeFlorio watch them both carefully. Chris's fate could send them a message. Let's hope, he said. 1:40 p.m. It took Chris only a few minutes to drive across the property to his house and make it upstairs. With the bedroom door closed and locked, he listened to the entire recorded conversation. The device had functioned perfectly, everything memorialized. At the end, he activated the record button and added, "Conversation among myself, Larry Hughes, and Hamilton Lee, dated June 22nd. Occurred in the study of Hamilton Lee's house at Hickory Row at approximately noon." He rewound the tape, then retrieved an oversized brown envelope from one of the desk drawers. He favored that particular brand because the manufacturer used brown paper produced by Southern Republic. From his jacket, he removed the flash drive and dropped it inside. On a couple of pieces of personal stationery, he penned 2 notes, taped both shut, and stuffed them in the envelope. He then slid the microcassette recorder with its tape loaded inside, licked the flap shut, and added a layer of tape to the outside for added security. He was now living on borrowed time. Little doubt remained as to what Lee and Hughes would do. He probably had until dark, but no longer. He crept into the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and tried to compose himself. The pain in his abdomen was steadily increasing. He needed to get back to the negotiations, and it was important he appear calm. Later, he'd complete the final step in his plan. 1:50 p.m. Lee climbed into a golf cart and drove toward the northeast corner of Hickory Row. The county line divided the property nearly in half, a series of guest houses lying within walking distance of the Savannah River and the largest of the 3 quail hunting fields. A paved road appropriately dubbed Shade Tree Lane wound north through the hickory trees. The sweltering afternoon air draped things like warm syrup. A mixture of grass and matted straw littered with oversized pine cones formed a front yard for one of the smaller guest houses. Squirrels scurried for cover as the cart's electric whine announced his presence. He parked behind the white pickup truck already there and knocked on the front door. DeFlorio answered. He stepped inside to the air-conditioned interior, and they sat. Mr. Hughes and I have decided Bosun must be processed immediately. He apparently intends to see all of us, including you, in jail. Are there any conditions? Chris has terminal prostate cancer. Make it consistent with that. DeFlorio nodded. Bosun will most likely be expecting you. Let's not disappoint him. Proceed immediately, but not until tonight. That'll give Mr. Hughes and myself time to get back to Atlanta. And after the discovery of his death, I want the body immediately cremated. It was his wish. Chris told me so many times. I'll take care of it. He loved how DeFlorio questioned little and merely performed. I knew you would. 4:40 p.m. I want to know, Brent asked again. Is Lori Ann my daughter? His voice had risen with each of Ashley's denials. No, and don't flatter yourself. I'm not, but I want to know the truth. When she was conceived, I had a husband. She was born 8 months after the 2 of you married. I know you're familiar with premarital sex, which you and I engaged in about the same time. Brent, Lori Ann is Manley's daughter. I believed you, Brent said, recalling the conversation of 10 years earlier. It's the only time I ever lied to you, Ashley said. Her face was wound tight, eyes watery. I planned to tell you, but when you told me you were going to marry Paula, I thought it better to let it go. There seemed no need for you to ever know. You should have told me. And what would you have done? Dumped her and married me? She told you she was pregnant. Remember? It's why you married her. I would have married you. So you would have chosen the daughter already born over the child on the way? Get real, Brent. You don't have a clue what you would have done. How did it even happen? I thought you were careful. The pill's not 100%. Was there ever any question who was the father? She shook her head. When Lorianne was conceived, you were the only man I was with. Sure, Manley and I slept together, but not during the time she was conceived. And I want you to know, I didn't then, and haven't since, jumped from bed to bed. There have only been 4 men in my life. 3 husbands, but God knows I wasn't much of a wife in that department. And you. Nobody else. Does Manley know? Not for a fact, but he suspects. To his credit, he's never said one word and has been good to Lorianne. He's the only father she's ever known. How will she react to this? That's a good question, and another reason why I kept it to myself. So, why the truth now? We can't build something on lies. And your mother came to see me. That shocked him. She told me about her illness. She deserves quality time with her granddaughter. We can't keep making the same mistakes over and over. People are being hurt by our foolishness. She was right. Together, they'd really screwed things up. I'm so sorry, Brent, for everything. I think I should be the one apologizing. We both wasted a lot of years. I wouldn't say that. He knew what she meant. We have Lorianne. He left half an hour later and drove home. He should be mad over the years he'd been deprived of a daughter, but he'd been angry long enough. And he was a father. Incredible. Maybe he and Ashley could finally start building something good. He'd been apprehensive about coming back to Concord, thinking the physical distance enough to keep the past at bay. Now he was glad he'd made the move. He'd never wanted Paula to die. She made that choice, and perhaps that had been her intent, to wreak guilt upon him so deep that he could never be happy. Hard to say, but there was no denying that had been his life these past years. No more. Time to start over. He turned on to Live Oak and slowed at his parents' drive. Nestled next to the curb was a white Hickory Row vehicle. He parked and quickly headed inside. His mother met him at the front door. "There's someone here to see you." He glanced to his right and saw Christopher Boson sitting comfortably in the front parlor. His boss stood. "I should have called first, but I really needed to see you before I went back to my house for the night." "I'm sorry you had to wait." Boson waved off his apology. "Your mother and I have had a wonderful chat." "I'll leave you two to talk," his mother said. "It was so nice to finally meet you." Boson acknowledged her with a nod and a smile. They sat. He noticed that Boson wore the same suit and tie from earlier at the negotiations. "This is a lovely home. My parents bought it when I was a little boy and fixed it up through the years." Boson gestured to one of the pictures angling from atop the table next to him. "Is that your father?" A tarnished Victorian frame surrounded a man and woman, both middle-aged. He nodded. "Were you and he close?" "I was an only child, so there was no way we wouldn't be. He seems to have provided for you and your mother." "He did, but some of that credit goes to Southern Republic. The mill made sure we had the benefits needed, not to mention a good wage." Bosun nodded. We talked about that the other night. You really think we did some good here in Concord? Without a doubt. Bosun paused for a moment, seemingly catching his breath, then said, I'm sure you're wondering why one of the owners of the company stopped by unannounced. That thought has crossed my mind. First, tell me what happened at the negotiations. I wasn't able to get back that way. IAM and IBEW argued all afternoon. One of the members on Reed's negotiations committee turned on him in open revolt on any 5-year deal. There were some harsh words said at the table. Bosun chuckled. I bet Hank was beside himself. That is the one thing he tries to avoid. Never let the other side see conflict. Too good an opportunity for us to divide and conquer. He's called an IBEW membership meeting for tonight. He assured me that by morning all opposition would be quashed. The older man smiled, and I have no doubt that it will be. He wanted to know, what is it I can do for you? I have something I want you to keep for me. Bosun reached beside him for a brown envelope. It's important that I know someone from the company has this information. I'd like for you to store it somewhere safe. If I become incapacitated or die, please do exactly as it asks. What was going on? At the DA's office, months went by before he even spoke with his boss. Here, already there'd been private talks, a dinner at Hickory Row, and now one of the owners was sitting in his living room asking a personal favor. He was green to the paper industry, little more than a stranger to Bosun. Yet the man wanted to connect. Why? And he was still disturbed by the list of Social Security numbers and the deaths associated with each one. He wanted to make some official inquiries with management, but Hank had asked him to keep it to himself until the negotiations ended. There'd be serious questions raised as to how it was obtained, ones Hank did not want to deal with until the contracts were signed and sealed. He suspected Hank was also looking out for the source who'd done the actual snooping in the system. There would surely be repercussions. He debated bringing up the subject here and now, but decided to respect Hank's wishes and simply asked, Don't you have a personal lawyer who should handle this? Several, in fact. But they're in Atlanta, and you're here in Concord. Besides, this is company-related. What about the general counsel? Shouldn't he be the one to hold on to this? I prefer you do it. Consider it a specific request, employer to employee, if you will. Now he was pulling rank. Mr. Bosun, I have reservations. I mean, my boss could take this the wrong way. Concord's a small town. News travels fast. Hell, there's a company car sitting in front of my house. I certainly don't want anyone thinking I'm less than a month on the job and already after my boss's position. I assure you, no one will have knowledge of what we're doing. This is solely between you and me. He was still hesitant, and Bosun appeared to sense his reservations. I realize I could have asked the general counsel to handle this. But the fact that you are less than a month on the job is why I'm asking you. I understand you're new to the company and the industry. I, on the other hand, am not. So I ask you to trust me, as employer to employee, and do this favor for me. You're not going to take no for an answer, are you? What do you think?" Bosun handed him the envelope and smiled. "I appreciate this, Brent. I'll rest easier tonight, knowing this matter has been taken care of." Outside, Chris stood for a few minutes and admired the flower beds full of white impatiens and bushy green shrubs, happily saying goodbye to Catherine and Brent Walker. Finally, he climbed into the white Ford and headed off. Several cars lined the street. One was a dark blue Buick, parked and apparently empty. But as soon as he passed and began to turn the corner, he caught a glimpse in his rearview mirror of it following. 6:30 p.m. The grandfather clock chimed once for the half hour when Chris opened the front door and entered his house inside Hickory Row. He declined dinner and marched straight upstairs. A hot shower relaxed him. With pajamas and robe on, he settled into an upholstered French chaise that angled from one corner of the bedroom. Once he was gone, little doubt remained that Lee and Hughes would drastically escalate the priority program. Proof of that had been building for some time. 3 months back, Lee had attempted to use the program to narrow the company's competition on a government bid submission. But he'd blocked that effort thanks to a nervous Larry Hughes who got cold feet and, for once, sided with him. There'd been repeated talk about eliminating some of the more aggressive and successful salesmen at their competitors. And there was the totally unauthorized use last summer when, to close a deal, Hughes had ordered DeFlorio to blackmail a grocery store chain's purchasing agent with the misfortune of having not one but 2 girlfriends and a wife. None of that had been contemplated when the program began, which was one reason why he'd done what he had. The other, perhaps the more important reason, was his hatred for the 2 men who'd soon inherit total control of what he'd built. Yet he wasn't naive. Lee and Hughes would stop at nothing to plug the gushing leak he'd left behind. He'd been followed from Concord, so they probably already knew of his visit to the Walker home. He'd also openly carried the brown envelope inside, then left without it. Lee earlier made a point of mentioning Brent's mother. Was it right to involve the younger lawyer? To put him and his family in obvious danger? And what about Hank Reed's daughter and granddaughter? They were now in the crosshairs, too. No doubt existed that DeFlorio would be dispatched, following his files, instructing his associates on precisely what to do. He'd be efficient and merciless, purely business, as he himself had voiced on more than one occasion. Maybe what he'd prepared would provide Reed and Walker with at least a chance at success. That was the hope. One thing was certain, though. Brent Walker and Hank Reed would have more of a tactical advantage than any previous priority, excluding, of course, himself. 11:59 p.m. John turned the brass handle to the patio door. Unlocked. He smiled, then pushed the door inward, stepping inside without a sound. The foyer clock chimed loud for midnight. He slowly climbed the stairs, one at a time, a carpet runner cushioning his feet, the upstairs hall likewise carpeted, masking all sound. At the bedroom, he swung the door inward. "Good evening," Chris said through the dark. He was still reclined in the chaise, drifting in and out of a light sleep over the past few hours, patiently waiting. DeFlorio closed the door. "Good evening, Mr. Bosun. Mr. Lee said you'd most likely be expecting me. I assume I've been prioritized." "Unfortunately." "Ironic, isn't it? A program I conceived now being used to eliminate its creator." DeFlorio said nothing. "Is this how it's done?" he asked. "You just appear." "Surprise is an element we use to our advantage. Of course, here, there was no surprise." "How many have there been, John? How many visits in the night?" "I don't keep a tally. I just do my job, as ordered by you and your fellow shareholders." He stood, walked to the bed, and sat on the edge. DeFlorio approached in front of him. "Is there a file on me, John?" "No, sir. Neither the time nor the need. You left a clear trail to your doctor, which answered all questions." "How am I to be processed?" "Actually, I thought I'd give you a choice. I brought chemicals for heart or lung failure." "How thoughtful. All consistent with my cancer, I assume?" "Of course." "What about an autopsy? Is it not a possibility? After all, my illness is not exactly life-threatening at this point. I have some time left." "Mr. Lee left instructions for you to be cremated in the morning." He nodded. "Once everyone is told I was dying anyway, nobody will question a thing. My doctor will confirm the cancer. All will be right. It also helps that the local coroner works at the paper mill. He'll be most cooperative, I'm sure." "That he will." "Will you mourn me, John?" "You were an excellent employer. I will miss you, as will a great deal of other people." "I'm not so sure. Once the world discovers what we did, I doubt I'll be missed at all. And how will they find out?" A light chuckle. Brevity in the face of death. "Clever, John. I'm sure Hamilton wants you to learn all you can." "Only doing my job, sir." "And you do it so well." His sarcasm was clear. "Will the choices you've been so kind to provide cause instant death?" "They will. That's all we deal with." "Any associated pain?" "None. I was careful to choose chemicals that were painless." That was, again, most thoughtful. "As I said, it was a pleasure to work for you." DeFlorio stepped closer. "Mr. Bosun, may I ask on a personal level why you're doing this?" He stared through the darkness at the shadow of death. It had come just as certainly as if he was taking his own life, which in a loose sort of way he was. Cancer is a slow, painful way to die. Believe me, what you're about to do is nothing but relief. But why destroy the company, your reputation, your partners? What good is it for a man to gain the whole world yet forfeit his soul? Mark 8:36. I lost mine a long time ago. He stood, and like every night, slipped off his silk robe and carefully draped it across the foot of the bed. He lay down on the sheets and jerked up the left pajama sleeve, exposing his arm. I assume, since there'll be no body to examine, there's no point in disguising the injection point. It does seem unnecessary. Heart failure. Let's go with that. DeFlorio reached into his right coat pocket and removed a syringe. How do you know which one? I wrap rubber bands around the outside. 1 or 2. Touch is an important sense a lot of people tend to ignore. He smiled. DeFlorio found a penlight in his trouser pocket, switched it on, and stuck it in his mouth. Would you like me to hold that? He asked. DeFlorio removed the light. If you like. He held the light above his left arm. DeFlorio carefully inserted the needle and emptied the barrel. He handed the light back, then settled into the pillow. Good luck, John. Same to you, Mr. Bosun. His heart stopped. That was fast. Strange, not to feel it beat. He stared ahead into blackness, and as his brain consumed the final few molecules of oxygen available, his last conscious thought was of Brent Walker and Hank Reed, wishing them good luck also. Day 18, Friday, June 23rd, 11:50 a.m. Brent shuffled all morning between the IAM and IBEW negotiating sessions, helping the company representatives with details of a final deal. At mid-morning, IAM suddenly came to a tentative agreement. Their negotiations committee, tired of the bickering and satisfied with the wage increases and extras the company finally offered. The 5 years seemed a bitter pill, but the machinists wisely recognized they possessed little to negotiate with other than the 2 additional years. How'd it go last night at the union meeting? He asked Hank during the break. I don't think there'll be any more lip from my committee. You handled things? Totally. Damn idiots. Haven't got the sense God gave a billy goat. They think all you have to do is snap your fingers and the company'll jump. Finally, I told them all to strike. That's what they need to do. Walk out until the company says 3 years is okay. Go for it. I'm sure that hit home. We found out they all have bananas for backbone. They'll do what I say from now on. IAM coming to agreement seemed sudden. I worked hard with their committee last night after the IBEW meeting. Looks like your guys are last to the table again. Hank smiled. That's one tradition I like. We're going to have to deal with that list of numbers on Monday, he said. We have to find out what they are. I know. I appreciate you working with me and holding off until the deals are done. I can't jeopardize this. I get it, he said. But Monday, we're on it. I wonder where Bosun is this morning. We can't formalize the deal with IAM until he's here, Hank said. I'd like to seal that thing before the machinists change their minds. He glanced at his watch. Looks like that'll be after lunch, so I'm going home. Hank grinned. Can't take that fatty barbecue and fried chicken on the buffet anymore. Mom's vegetable soup from last night will be a lot better on my stomach and waistline. You want to come? Hank shook his head. I need to hang around here. With these numbnuts, you never know what could happen. Brent felt good driving home. Only his concerns about that list of numbers marred his good humor. Last night, after Bosun left, he and his mother had talked for nearly 2 hours. For once, everybody seemed to be on the same page, and he was pleased the 2 women in his life apparently were going to get along. She apologized for going to Ashley behind his back, but he was actually grateful that she had. He was concerned, though, about Lori-Ann. But Ashley assured him that she'd talk to their daughter and explain everything. To make a start, they decided to do something together over the weekend, something fun all 3 of them would enjoy. He arrived home and found his mother in the kitchen preparing ham sandwiches for the boys next door. Grace Tanner had gone to the store and his mother was babysitting. "They're not having soup?" he asked. "They placed an order for sandwiches and Doritos." "Where are they?" "Last I saw, they were headed down the street with a pack of the kids from the next block. I told them to be back here by 12:30. He grabbed a piece of wheat bread. "We're down to 1. IAM settled this morning." "Hank waiting to be the grand finale?" "As always. He seems to come alive during these things." The house phone rang. He walked over and answered. It was Hank. "Chris Bosun is dead." "Dead?" "The man was in my living room last night, delivering an envelope. He's dead now. Prostate cancer." He told himself to keep his voice calm. You'd have never known. He did a good job concealing it. He apparently kept it a secret from everyone. That's a shame. He seemed like a fine man. "What about the negotiations?" "Suspended for the afternoon out of respect. Brent, what was Bosun doing at your house last night?" "That's a good question. When I find out, I'll let you know." He hung up and told his mother what happened. "That poor man," she said. "I'll pass on lunch. I need to get back to the mill." But before he did, he left the kitchen and walked straight upstairs, Bosun's words from last night ringing in his ears. "It's important for me to know someone from the company has the information contained in there. If I become incapacitated or die, please open it and do exactly as it asks." He'd respected that request and told no one about the envelope, not even his mother. The whole thing was strange, though a bit clearer now with Bosun's secret illness and sudden demise. He retrieved the envelope from the top of his closet, broke the seal, and spilled out the contents on the bed. 4 items. 2 sheets of paper tri-folded and taped closed, a flash drive, and a micro-cassette recorder with a tape inserted. Written on the outside of one of the tri-folded single sheets was, "Read this first." On the outside of the other, "Read this last." He did as Bosun instructed, breaking the tape holding the first sheet together. Inside was a handwritten note. "I appreciate you following my instructions. It's important you do. I've prepared a narrative on the enclosed drive. Please read it in private, then open the sheet that says to be read last. Everything will be made clear once you've viewed the drive and listened to the recording. I thank you for your service and patience. Christopher Bosun." His first thought was to ignore the instructions and read the other note now. But the lawyer inside him advised otherwise. Bosun had trusted him with something of importance, and obviously went to a lot of trouble to organize things. The least he could do was follow his wishes exactly. And not here. Go to the office. This was business. So he stuffed everything back into the envelope, hustled downstairs, and told his mother goodbye. Outside, he climbed into the Jeep and headed off. About a quarter-mile away, he passed James and Grant on their bicycles as they pedaled back to his parents' house. He honked. They waved back. Passing the kids, he glanced in his rearview mirror to check on them, seeing only a dark blue Buick that had just turned onto the street behind him. 1 p.m. Lee patiently waited all morning. The first call came into the Blue Tower around noon. 1/3 of Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company was dead. The 29th floor went into mourning. Nancy Fringe lapsed into shock and had to be taken to the emergency room. He and Hughes showed their dismay over the untimely death of their partner by retiring to their respective offices on the pretext of being alone. Neither did much grieving. Instead, they both waited for the next call. "He was ready for me," DeFlorio said. "He cooperated fully. The body was found about 10 this morning. The coroner and doctor came. Death was verified, consistent with the processing. The body was immediately taken to Savannah. Cremation is occurring now." "Did he say anything?" "He wished me luck." "For what?" "He wouldn't say." "Did he mention anything else?" "Nothing of value." "Okay. That problem's history. What about Reed and Walker?" Prior to returning home last evening, Boson visited the Walkers' residence. He carried a brown envelope inside and was there about 30 minutes. He carried nothing out. Not good. What about Walker? He stayed at the negotiations all morning, then went home for lunch. After a few minutes, he returned to the mill, carrying a brown envelope. Double not good. And Reed? He was present at the negotiations all morning. An announcement about Boson's death was made, and he immediately went outside and made a call. The last I was informed, Reed was still at the Comfort Inn. We have a press release ready to go on this end. I believe it's time to issue it. What do you want me to do? We don't know exactly what Boson has done, so we can't act till things are clearer. That brown envelope is a concern. There's no indication at this point that either Reed or Walker can or will hurt us. Boson could be bluffing, hoping we'll make a mistake and expose ourselves. That old man was clever, and jumping in blind could create even more problems. For now, just watch those two carefully. 1:25 p.m. Brent arrived back at Building B and learned that his boss had been called to Hickory Row. The information trickling in was that Boson had been discovered mid-morning when the house staff became worried. They found him snuggled under the covers, apparently sleeping, death coming sometime during the night. The coroner was called, but since he wasn't a physician, merely an assembly line supervisor at the mill elected to his position, a medical doctor was also summoned. Heart failure brought on by the stress from prostate cancer was the official cause of death. A prescription medicine bottle found in the house provided the name of Boson's Atlanta doctor, who verified the cancer and its extent. The whole thing was awful, and a solemn sense pervaded the building. Obviously, Boson would be missed. He lingered a little with the secretaries before going into his office. He hadn't been around much during the past week and noticed a few new files stacked to one side. They needed attention. Hopefully negotiations would be over by Monday or Tuesday, and he could get back to work. He removed the flash drive from the envelope and inserted it into his desktop, remembering Bosun's instruction that he view the material in private. He closed and locked the office door. He punched the keyboard and called up the drive's index. There was only one file, titled Revelation. He brought it to the screen. It was a narrative addressed specifically to him, dated yesterday. He resisted the temptation to scroll through its entire contents. Instead, he began to read. I have always been a history buff. Years ago, I read the story of Qin Shi, a 2nd century BC ruler who consolidated what would eventually be called China into a single political entity. Qin Shi had enemies, though, lots of them, scattered everywhere, protected by mountains, rivers, forests, walls, or sometimes mere anonymity. In order to maintain his empire, a way of controlling those enemies had to be found. But how? That was a problem which plagued his advisors for years. They thought of force, execution, imprisonment, and banishment. But each carried a price in terms of time, energy, and retaliation. They thought of doing nothing, but the message sent by indifference cautioned otherwise. Finally, the emperor himself came upon the method that proved most effective. He ordered the construction of a city littered with magnificent palaces and splendid manor houses, each richly suited for the aristocracy who would soon occupy them. He staffed the city with hundreds of servants charged with providing all of the labor the inhabitants would ever need. He made the city an opulent place, a place of envy, a place where people wanted to live. Then he commanded all of his enemies to live there. Many grumbled at first, but once there, accustomed to the luxuries freely provided, it became hard for any of them to leave, and none ever did. But that was the whole idea. For the residents, it was a good life. For Qin Shi, even better, since his enemies were all contained in one place. Rebellion became next to impossible. Sedition disappeared. Qin Shi rested easier each night knowing his enemies were monitored around the clock by servants absolutely loyal to him. And his descendants ruled China unchallenged for another 200 years. Southern Republic pulp and paper's methodology is a step back to Qin Shi's time. We too built a town, and within the limits of Concord we dominated. But just like with the enemies of Qin Shi, who over 2,000 years ago basked in ignorance amongst the luxury of their surroundings, no resident of Woods County ever realized the full extent of our presence. For the first few years of our existence, we obtained our operating capital through borrowing and remained heavily in debt. We based the company out of Atlanta, renting space in a variety of downtown office buildings. Not until 20 years into the venture did we build the Blue Tower. Keeping trained and stable employees is critical to any business's long-term success. So we immediately implemented a development program to upgrade Concord and Woods County. Our first venture was the Woods County State Bank, which offered a variety of services not then available locally. The institution immediately prospered and complemented the Southern Republic Credit Union, which was also company-controlled. Eventually, we diversified into more covert investments, ones that didn't leave an obvious link back to the company or any one person. the decision to conceal our ownership was designed more as a public relations move than anything else, negating any charge of a company town, and a lot of money was spent purchasing these varied businesses. Here are some examples. Hamilton Lee owns the Hardee's, Burger King, Ace Hardware, the Building Supply Center, Ford dealership, Napa store, and with some other partners, the Oak Trail Shopping Center. Larry Hughes invested in convenience stores, buying commercial tracts all over the county. Hughes also has exclusive gasoline supply contracts through several wholesale suppliers. Home construction was another area Hughes concentrated on. Over 50% of the houses built in Concord during the last 30 years were by his companies. Hughes also owns the GM dealership, produce market, funeral home, flea market in the north end of the county, a variety of commercial office space, and the Bull Creek Shopping Center. I stayed in banking, opening the competing South Central Georgia savings. We assumed enough business existed for at least one other financial institution. So before someone else moved in, we agreed I should open it. I also hold a controlling interest in the Toyota dealership, Econo Lodge, Eagle Lake Lodge, McDonald's, the truck stop on Highway 16A, the cable television company, and, like Hughes, various commercial buildings all over the county. All of these holdings are noted at the end of this narrative in Appendix A. Appendix B is a listing of undeveloped real estate we still own. Our land holdings are extensive. Early on, we recognized what could happen if we were successful with our investment, so a point was made to buy as many parcels as possible. You should know that these businesses and land tracts are controlled through management companies, themselves owned by holding companies, which are in turn run by corporations controlled by one, two, or all three of us. The names of all these various LLCs and partnerships are provided in Appendix C. None of these ventures were overly profitable, and some even lost money. And, unlike Chin Shu, we do not own or control everything in town. But we have enough to provide the means by which a substantial amount of company wages could be recycled back into our pockets. Someone, or some entity, was going to secondarily profit from our investment. It might as well have been us who derived the bulk of any money to be made. We even coined a name, recycled payroll, for the dollars realized from these secondary businesses. This diversification ultimately provided another benefit, one we initially did not realize, but one we now regard as priceless. Access to an enormous amount of personal information, banking records, tax records, credit information, sales histories, new and used car purchases, and the like. Our original plan called for 10 years of investment, then several decades of profit. However, unexpected dips in the economy, 2 recessions, one quite deep, and foreign competition plummeted the price of paper. At the same time, our 3 labor unions relentlessly demanded more in the way of wages and benefits. A dangerous spiral evolved, one that easily could have forced either reductions in our workforce or the shutting of our doors. But that didn't happen. And to fully understand why, a few other points about Southern Republic need explaining. Initially, like most companies, we maintained employee health insurance through a variety of outside insurers. The same was true for our workers' compensation coverage and retirement programs. Over the years, the costs associated with these third-party providers skyrocketed, and the continuous demands from the unions for more benefits compounded an already difficult situation. Then, with the enactment of the Affordable Care Act, new financial pressures were placed on our coverages. So imagine if a way could be found to control those costs. Perhaps even predict them with reasonable certainty. A company with that capability would certainly have an advantage. We found such a way. Murder. Robbie Schumann was first. We discussed him the other evening at my house. Suffice it to say, Schumann was not the victim of a random act of violence, as the police and everyone else so easily assumed. He was slain by a hired killer, then posthumously revealed to be a thief to destroy his credibility. The second time was a fortunate accident. Corey Horn was a retired paper worker who unfortunately needed a heart transplant. Our health insurer at the time shuddered at the projected costs involved. Luckily for the insurer and us, Horn died naturally before any expenses were incurred. Horn's death, combined with how easily the problem of Robbie Schumann was eliminated, stimulated my thinking. Eventually, I was the one who conceived the entire scheme. 7 years after we bought the company, we canceled our health insurance and workers' compensation coverage with the respective third-party providers. We then borrowed enough money to become self-insured, creating a fund to finance medical coverage along with a reserve to provide retirement and pension benefits, which were also simultaneously internalized. Employee contributions multiplied this fund and allowed for lucrative stock investments, which eventually paid off handsomely. Overall, our self-insured fund is now solvent to hundreds of millions. But to assure continued vitality, we knew that costs had to be controlled on the backside. So, the priority program was created. The first hired killer, who we then referred to as an employee, but now as an associate, was found through the same people who connected me with Robbie Schumann's killer. Initially, we concentrated exclusively on retirees, eliminating people with expensive vested benefits. Almost immediately, large sums of capital were realized that could be recycled back to finance front-end extensions of health insurance benefits demanded by the unions. As we became more proficient, we expanded the program to encompass not only vested retirement benefits, but the ridding of excessive health risks, what we considered to be unreasonable workers' compensation claims, and the elimination of some particularly disastrous third-party claims against the company. Through a series of collective bargaining sessions, and with the unwitting help of Hank Reed, who repeatedly sealed the deals, we were able to fine-tune our coverage. Eventually, the priority program not only financed itself, it paid back the original loan that led us to be self-insured and generated enormous surplus capital. Some of this surplus capital was invested back into the fund. The rest was used for expansion of our physical plants and general operating expenses. How is it done? At first, informally. We would scrounge through our personnel records and identify potential candidates. A list would be made and placed in a precise order, hence the term priority. One by one, Priorities would then be eliminated. Later, as our records became computerized, so was the list. And it was here the constant flow of information we already possessed from our secondary businesses began to become important. By being self-insured, we had direct access to all of our employees, both past and present medical histories. The Woods County Regional Medical Center was built and partly funded by us on the public pretense of providing quality and convenient medical care. More importantly, the facility allowed direct access to vital medical information and to the patients themselves, which aided tremendously in the subsequent implementation of the Priority Program. The same is true of the local convalescent center. Computerization eventually made it easier to prioritize, especially once we developed a program that could quickly scan our payees and identify candidates based on such factors as age, health, medical history, claims history, both medical and workers' comp, number of dependents, medical history, and the like. All processings of priorities are governed by a precise set of rules designed to lessen the possibility of exposure. Associates are required to follow rule exactly. Mistakes are never tolerated. How could we do this? That's certainly a question I've asked myself many times over the last few years. The first time was easy. Robbie Schumann was an obnoxious braggart who caused both us and our employees nothing but trouble. I had no reservations in having him killed, and the company ran 100% smoother after his death. Perhaps the lack of remorse associated with Schumann made the rest possible. It certainly didn't hurt. Recently, Larry Hughes calculated a rough approximation and estimated that the average priority saved the company around $260,000. Using a median of 1,700 deaths, which is conservative, that would mean in excess of $440 million has been generated. The actual figure is most likely even higher. The Priority Program provided an edge over the competition, enough to allow, if needed, a 5% drop in the price of our paper, which sometimes could be enough to make a sale, or the granting of a 0.5% wage increase at negotiation time, or the financing of additional benefits that helped keep our workforce satisfied and productive. It was a tool that, combined with careful management, eventually helped make the 3 shareholders multimillionaires. But we weren't the only ones who benefited. Jobs were generated, billions in payroll paid. Woods County prospered. Life changed for the better. You told me that yourself. Concord suffered none of the layoffs and shutdowns all too common in the paper industry over the last 20 years. In fact, while others closed or scaled down, we expanded. Is it still going on? Definitely. John DeFlorio oversees the program. There are 2 associates who work under him. However, no one other than DeFlorio knows anything about them. Also, absolutely no one within the company other than the 3 owners, DeFlorio and his 2 associates, has any knowledge of the program. To them, this is a paper company run just like any other. Brent, the killing must stop. So I am providing you with the information and resources needed to do that. Expose the program. Stop the madness. Cowardice kept me from doing that myself. I've spent years forging a reputation, trying to gain a measure of respectability. I prefer to go to my grave, perhaps foolishly, thinking my life a success. But if it's any consolation, know that the Creator fell victim to his own evil. My death was not the result of terminal cancer. I was prioritized and processed. I assumed DeFlorio himself handled the task. Perhaps with your help, I can be the last priority. You will need to corroborate what I am telling you. What you may or may not know is that Hank Reed has one of our priority lists. He obtained it by accident when he had one of our employees search our e-files. That searching was expected. In fact, Hamilton Lee intentionally planted a memo containing false information designed to misdirect Hank during the negotiations. But through a stroke of luck, Reed obtained the priority list the board approved for processing at its May and June meetings. Be aware, Lee and Hughes know of my contacts with you and Hank. They also know I am attempting to stop them. They have even read an early version of this narrative. DeFlorio will surely be sent after you both. Precisely when is hard to predict, but he will come. DeFlorio has the capability to maintain constant physical and electronic surveillance of your activities, phones, offices, and homes. He is good at what he does, but you have an edge he has never contended with before. You know he's coming. I recently executed a codicil to my will that leaves everything I have to a trust. I have placed you in the sole control of that trust. My estate is worth between $240 and $300 million, and includes cash, stocks, bonds, businesses, and real estate. What it does not include is my interest in Southern Republic. Per our shareholders' agreement, at death, my 1/3 interest immediately passed to Lee and Hughes. My instructions, as detailed in the will, are to liquidate everything I have and distribute the money to as many families of past priorities as can be located. In order to do that, you need to know their identities. Certainly, not every past employee who pressed a claim against the company, or reached retirement age, or incurred a medical bill was killed. In fact, only a small percentage of the tens of thousands who've worked for the company were ever prioritized. Who are all these people? It's impossible now to say. No records were kept. Only in the last few years did I start keeping an informal tally, but even that is incomplete. Appendix D is a partial list of names which can serve as a good starting point. One final thing. If you manage to get Lee and Hughes prosecuted, please do not let the government seize the company or shut it down. They will surely try. Fight for control. Fight for employee ownership and a share for the families of those prioritized. Keep the company going so Concord can survive. Maybe then some good can come from this monstrous evil. I have made a special provision in the will that gives you the express power to use my wealth to achieve that purpose. It's okay to hate me. Who could blame you? If it's any comfort, and if you believe, I'm surely burning in hell. The devil my eternal companion. I deserve nothing less. I've spent a lifetime using people for profit. Your own hiring was another selfish act, designed to provide us a direct link into Reed's innermost thoughts, one we could make use of if need be. I'm ashamed again to say that was my idea too. Yet, after I came to meet you, I realized you were a man who could be trusted with what I have left. You have a chance to right the wrong, to turn something evil into something good. Perhaps God truly does work in mysterious ways. Survive and tell the tale. Brent closed his eyes and sucked in a few deep breaths. Then he scanned the narrative again. His stomach started to churn, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. He now knew what the list Hank had found meant. Southern Republic had engaged in organized murder simply to keep the company competitive and the bottom line in the black. It was too incredible even to fathom. Yet here it was, in the deathbed confession of one of the company's founders, the man who supposedly conceived the whole idea. The sickening feeling that swept through him was rapidly tempered by anger. He'd obviously been used, hired for no other purpose than a means to keep an eye on Hank, a conduit for information. But there was something else, something even more horrible. He almost didn't want to look, yet he had to. He scrolled back up and read the words again. Only in the last few years did I start keeping an informal tally, but even that is incomplete. Appendix D is a partial list of names which can serve as a good starting point. Something about what happened 2 years ago had always bothered him. His father had been in and out of Brooks Creek hundreds of times. How could he have misjudged the clearance of low overhanging branches, as the police so easily concluded? Lingering doubts had never allowed him to fully believe the death as accidental. But he'd dismissed those doubts and finally accepted the sad reality. After all, tragic, inexplicable things sometimes rob the living of loved ones, like car wrecks, plane crashes, or being struck by lightning. Boating accidents do happen. Or do they? He scrolled to where the narrative stopped, bypassing appendixes A, B, and C, each long lists of land and businesses broken down in 3 subparts titled Lee, Hughes, and Boson. Appendix D was ominously titled Partial List of Priorities for Past 5 Years. He glided through the names, listed chronologically by the approximate date of death and manner. He knew many of them, fathers of childhood friends, neighbors, acquaintances, clients. He didn't want to look. But as the names moved up the screen, there appeared, with a date for August, 2 years ago, Walker, Brian, drowning. Dear God, no. 1:30 p.m. Brent stared down at his desk. He'd sat quietly for a few minutes, his stomach still flip-flopping, like he'd just taken 3 trips on a roller coaster. He thought back to that summer day, almost 2 years ago, when the call came from his mother to Atlanta, telling him that his father had drowned in Brooks Creek. He hit his head and went into the water early this morning. He'd just talked to his father the day before. He was planning a trip to Concord in a couple of weekends, and they'd agreed to a Saturday of fishing. But dead? He remembered wondering how that was possible. Now he knew. His father had been murdered, a victim of a systematic, methodical elimination of select people simply for the realization of profit. A priority. in a priority program. A name on a list. He glared back at the computer screen, his father's entry bleakly staring back. He grabbed hold of himself and reached for the envelope, finding the sheet that indicated it should be read last. He popped the tape, holding the folds shut. You're most likely filled with emotions that range from shock to hatred. Who could blame you? As you now most likely know, your father was murdered. I thought you had a right to that information. I also thought it might motivate you. To help in that fight, the microcassette is of a recent conversation among Lee, Hughes, and myself. The discussion is extremely incriminating and should be of value to the authorities. With regard to my will, the lawyer who drew the document is Mark Durham. His office is in Atlanta. Durham knows nothing of any of this. He simply knows that I changed certain provisions of my will, and he's expecting your call. He can help in setting the trust into motion, but remember, only you know its actual purpose. One final thing. What I have set in motion is unfair to you. I know that. But it is necessary. Lee, Hughes, and DeFlorio will act. They will have no choice. When they do, catch them. You have a distinct advantage, as I noted in the narrative. You know they are coming. Use that wisely. Christopher Bosen. Stay in control. Get hold of yourself. He kept repeating those words over and over. This couldn't be happening. Could he really now be the target of John DeFlorio and 2 hired killers? Should he go to the police? No. Obviously, what happened through the years had left no evidence to track. But he had the narrative. That offered some corroboration. Surely, though, any trace of it was now long gone from the company servers, which meant Lee and Hughes could simply brand the whole thing a figment of an old man's imagination, lay low for a while, then start again, with him, or worse, his family, their next priority. That wasn't the smart move. Could he go to the press? They might run the story, but then again they might not. He was seasoned enough to know the Concord Record and the other community newspapers in the area wouldn't touch it, aware Southern Republic kept a standing account for constant advertising, tacitly ensuring favorable treatment on any story related to the company. The Atlanta and Savannah papers, though, might be a different story. They were big enough not to be susceptible to financial pressure, but they'd want verification to protect from a charge of libel. And right now, he did not possess enough of that commodity. He needed a hard copy of the narrative, so he punched the appropriate buttons and instructed the laser printer in the outer office to work. He then closed the file and stuffed everything back in the envelope. He hustled out and retrieved the pages from the printer before anyone paid them any attention. Luckily, because of Bosen's death, only one woman sat at her desk and she was preoccupied. With the hard copies in hand, he retreated into his office, closed the door, and reached for the phone. He dialed 3 of the 7 digits when it hit him what Bosen had warned about. DeFlorio has the capability to maintain constant physical and electronic surveillance of your activities, phones, offices, and homes. He's probably already doing just that. Deliberately, he misdialed the remaining numbers, and the recording, which any other time would have been annoying, announced, "We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed." He hung up and calmly left his office, walking down the hall to the plant's safety office. If DeFlorio was monitoring phones, that was most likely confined to the general counsel's area. From his days as a DA, he knew that electronic surveillance was actually cumbersome and time-consuming. There were literally hundreds of phones in the mill, and according to what Boson had said, DeFlorio employed only himself and 2 helpers. Out of necessity, they'd have to limit the number of extensions they could reasonably watch, so he hoped the phones in the safety office were untapped. He borrowed one and called Hank's house, but no one answered. He walked back to his office, mind still reeling. He recalled the microcassette. So he closed the door and listened to the entire conversation 3 times. He then switched the recorder off and dropped everything back inside the envelope. Where was Hank? He decided to take a gamble and see if he was possibly at S. Lou Green's office. If their relationship was anything like his and Hank's used to be, Hank should hang out there a lot, particularly during negotiation time. He stuffed the folded envelope in his inside jacket pocket. Then he grabbed a couple of expanded folders and headed out of the building, informing the sole assistant he was going to meet with Green in an attempt to settle a couple of pending workers' comp files. He didn't know if or when he would be back. He walked slowly and deliberately, cautioning himself to stay in control, maintain the pretense of his position, do nothing that, if noticed, would arouse suspicions. But keeping up that appearance was hard. His guts a volatile combination of rage, anger, sorrow, and fear. He left Building B and nonchalantly strolled to the parking lot. Along the way, he waved at a couple of friends and even stopped a moment to chat with a few people about Boson's death. He finally climbed into the Jeep and drove from the mill toward town. He kept a leisurely pace, but checked his rearview mirrors more often than usual. Southern Republic Boulevard was filled with cars, several that stayed behind him. Difficult to tell if any were actually following. He crossed the railroad tracks of the Southern Republic line and entered downtown. He parked on the street east of Green's granite-faced office. Hank had told him the story of the flag, and, climbing out of the Jeep, he glanced up and saw the yellow banners swaying in the light afternoon breeze. He carried his files down the sidewalk, passing a couple of people he knew. Finally, he excused himself and leisurely entered the office through a glass door. A bronze plaque affixed to the granite announced Law Office of S. Lou Green. Inside, he resisted the temptation to look back and kept going into the lobby where a woman sat pounding a word processor. Brent Walker to see Mr. Green. He has someone with him right now. He took a chance. I know. It's Hank Reed. They're expecting me. The look on her face confirmed that he'd guessed right. Let me call up. She reached for the phone and announced his presence. Apparently permission was granted as she motioned toward the top of the stairs. He loped up 2 at a time and rushed across the second-floor foyer. At the closed door marked Private, he entered. "What brings you here?" Hank asked, standing and coming toward him. Hank still wore his dress shirt, cufflinks, and tie from the morning negotiation session. Green's ensemble of a wrinkled pale blue shirt, dark pants, and yellow tie looked like he'd slept in it the night before. "We need to talk, Hank. It's about the list of names you showed me." He knew Hank had brought Green into the loop. "What's happened?" Hank asked. "Have you found out more?" "You could say that." He tossed the files he was carrying to the floor. Now that he was away from the mill, inside a closed room, not susceptible to observation, the composure he'd used to successfully get him here dissolved. All he could see was the sight of his father's body laid out in a coffin. He'd sat with him for hours before the funeral. Hank stepped over and gripped his shoulder, seeing he was upset. "How bad is this?" his old friend asked. He grabbed hold of his emotions. Really bad. Tell me what you know, Hank said. Hank, you have no idea what you're into. These bastards are deadly serious. You need to get a hold of yourself. Relax. Sit down. Tell me what this is all about. They're killing people, Hank. One by one. Systematically. They're killing people for profit. His voice had risen. Hank looked at Green, who sat up in his chair. He reached into his jacket, found the envelope, and handed Bosun's narrative to Hank. Read it. Green stepped over and read over Hank's shoulder. My God, Hank said, when he finished the last appendix. I know just about every name here. Hank looked at him. And your father was one of them. We're next. Hank said nothing, but the look on his face said he agreed. Not necessarily, Green said, wedging himself back down in the chair behind his desk. They've got to be unsure what you know and what you have. They can't take a chance on the unknown. They'll be sure before they act. I don't think these guys really give a damn, Brent said. Sure they do. If they've really done this, which apparently they have, they certainly don't want to get caught. If we're dead, they won't have to worry about that. Not necessarily. Bosun went to a lot of trouble latching onto you. They've got to be wondering about that, just like you are. They're following us. If they are, then they know both of you are here right now, Green said. He pointed to the files lying on the floor. That's what those were for. You've got several cases against us. I told my office I was coming over to discuss settlement. I didn't hurry or do anything suspicious, so if somebody was following me, they didn't see anything unusual. And I come here all the time, Hank said. Let's hope they're sufficiently confused to still not know what to do. Brent reached into the envelope and removed the recorder. You want to listen to this? Green and Hank listened. Afterward, they read the 2 remaining sheets. These guys are amazing, Green said. They've taken the concept of a company town to its most logical extreme. They own or control most of the really profitable local businesses, along with banks and the credit union, and they've always had a hand in the hospital and convalescent center. It'd be easy for them to know everything there is to know about somebody. You almost sound like you admire what they've done, Brent said. Not at all. But you have to marvel at the ingenuity. They killed my father. Green held up his hands. I know. I get it. I'm sorry as hell about that. But to stop this, we have to understand it. They've become the ultimate self-insurer. A guy works 30 years, retires, and expects a pension and his medical bills paid. Instead, he gets knocked off by some goon in the night and everybody just thinks he worked too hard. Bad heart, weak kidneys, tragic accident. Was your father ill? Hank asked. Not that I knew of. But he liked to keep things to himself. I used to wonder about people, Hank said. Men I worked with for a long time, retiring, then dead within a year or two. But you're right, Lou. I just thought it went with the territory. The mill's a tough place to work. It's hard on the body. The vast majority died on their own, Hank, Brent said. According to Bosun, only about 2,000 were killed. There must have been tens of thousands of people who worked for Southern Republic. They can't kill 'em all. Hank shook his head. Bastards. When I was mayor, the company always insisted that some of their people serve on the council. Same was true at the county, especially on the board of tax assessors. Lee would push me hard to make sure there was some element of political control always there. But these guys didn't need looking after. I'd imagine that was all for show, Green said. A certain pretense would have to be maintained. But a few tax breaks and some undervaluation of property wouldn't hurt the bottom line either. Those were little favors you could easily deliver. If they hadn't asked, you'd become suspicious. These three SOBs are mass murderers, Brent said, talking like the prosecutor he used to be. We need to do something, now. Boson is right, Green said. Drawing attention to them is the key. But I'd stay away from the local press and local law enforcement. We don't know how far Southern Republic's reach is. It would be logical to assume they'd have friends there. Atlanta is the place to spring this. You got something in mind, Lou? Hank asked. This room could be bugged, Brent said. Green shook his head. There'd be no reason to bug this office, until now. And yes, Hank, I do have something in mind. I have a friend from law school who works in the U.S. Attorney's office in Atlanta. I also know a couple of reporters with the Constitution. I have to be in Atlanta Monday and Tuesday for workers' compensation hearings at the state board. The trip's been planned for some time, so it won't raise any eyebrows. While I'm there, I can get this stuff to the right people. Brent immediately didn't like the idea. That's putting you in the line of fire with the rest of us. I can go straight to the Fulton County DA. I'm already in the line of fire thanks to you two coming here today. They'll probably put a tail on you now, Brent said. Maybe, but I'll be careful. I always drive. That'll give me time to see if I have an escort, and I'll go straight to see my friend tomorrow. Brent shook his head. I don't want to involve you. I'm already involved. Besides, it's the only practical solution. There's no way you two would ever make it to the police or the press. This DeFlorio would be all over you, and don't forget about your families. You can't risk them. You need to keep the other side in a state of confusion. Go about your business. If they're watching, there won't be anything to arouse suspicion. Sure, they kill, but they kill carefully. It's planned, not spontaneous. By tomorrow, I'll have this stuff to the right people. After that, they wouldn't touch either of you. I think that's a good idea, Hank said. He didn't like it, not at all. But the reference to his mother struck home, not to mention Ashley and Lorianne. Okay, but let us know the minute you make contact. I'll call Hank, Green said. No, he quickly said. Remember the phones. Call your wife and leave a message for Hank. Make it cryptic enough so we'll understand, but she won't. We'll check with her somehow. Good idea. I should have something by tomorrow afternoon. Right now, I'd better copy all of this. They'll want to see everything. Can I take the recording? Brent shrugged. Sure. You'll need it. 3:14 p.m. Hamilton Lee strutted across the 29th floor toward Larry Hughes's suite of offices. He entered and noticed that Hughes's assistant was still crying. How's Nancy? He asked, feigning concern for Boson's employee. She's home, under a doctor's care. This is all so terrible, so tragic. Yes, it is, she said through the tears. Mr. Boson was a wonderful man. He agreed, then excused himself and slipped into Hughes's office. Closing the door, he instantly dropped the pretense. There's something we need to do. Chris's will. We need to get it. And how are we going to do that? He had no family. Wouldn't it be logical for his business partners to handle his affairs? He plopped down on the camelback sofa. An oval mahogany table with an exquisite Tiffany lamp sat next to it, a phone beneath. He grabbed the handset. Chris's lawyer was Mark Durham. He'd told me about him back in friendlier times. He'd already located the phone number, writing it down, so he dialed and was ultimately connected with Durham, after explaining who he was and the nature of the emergency. "I don't think we've ever met, but Chris Boson spoke highly of you all the time," he told Durham. "I wanted you to know. Chris died this morning." Durham sighed. "That's awful. Terrible. I knew time was short, but I never suspected the illness was so far along. Terminal cancer. We've all been upset about this for some time. The reason I'm calling is that Chris's estate is going to need handling, and he specifically asked us to look after things." "Not a problem, Mr. Lee. Mr. Boson left an envelope for you here last week. He told me about his medical condition then and said for me to expect your call in the event of his death. I just didn't realize it would be so soon. He instructed me to promptly deliver the envelope. I'll have it sent over by messenger right away." An hour later, the envelope arrived. Lee read the handwritten note alone in his office. "By now I have been prioritized, processed, and you've attempted to get a copy of my will. You're so predictable, Hamilton. Last week I rewrote my will. All of my estate, including the payment owed to it by the company and payable within the next 90 days per our shareholders' agreement, is now in a trust. My lawyer has been instructed on what to do, and the named trustee, Brent Walker, has been provided some specific written instructions. I think you'll find the whole thing exciting. I know I do." He smiled. The old man had style, he'd give him that. Whatever Boson conceived had obviously been carefully planned. Everything apparently thought through and anticipated. Or was it? Day 19, Saturday, June 24th, 12:20 p.m. S. Lou Green navigated his cherry-red Jaguar through the weekend traffic. He flashed a left blinker, then turned off the busy boulevard into the subdivision. His car was not out of place. Cadillacs, Lincolns, Mercedes, BMWs, and at least one Rolls-Royce adorned the drives in front of the mansions lining the curbed street. The development carried the prestigious name of Peachtree Estates. He assumed the applicable restrictive covenants mandated at least a 2-acre minimum lot size and 10,000 square feet under roof. No guard gate protected the entrance, probably because the residents deemed it more economical to dedicate the streets to the city and let the taxpayers pay for upkeep, reserving their money for decorative fences, private security services, and guard dogs, as much status symbols as practical. The houses varied from 1 to 4 stories in height. Most were brick and stucco with columned facades and steep gabled roofs, yards meticulously planted with an assortment of trees, shrubs, ferns, and summer flowers. Not a bare spot or weed in sight. He was accustomed to such luxury. His own house was every bit as nice, the only difference being that his 4,000 square feet with a pool did not sit on astronomically high-priced real estate in the hills of North Atlanta. Surprisingly, he'd learned the address from the internet, which contained a listing for Lee, Hamilton J. He found Peachtree Estates from Google Maps. The house he thought belonged to Lee dominated the far end of a cul-de-sac. A rough granite wall surrounded it, broken only by 2 iron gates accommodating a semicircular drive. The architecture leaned toward Greek Revival, A full 2 stories with matching symmetrical wings, white brick, its front graced with a pedimented gable portico supported by fluted columns. The gate was open, so he drove in and parked next to a late-model silver Mercedes coupe. He climbed out of the Jaguar and took a moment to admire the scene. The drive was lined with trimmed shrubs and colorful flowers, the front yard a carpet of close-cut Bermuda grass. He half expected to see flagsticks periodically, since it reminded him of a practice putting green. He shook his head and smiled. Hamilton Lee certainly knew how to live. He'd dressed casually, khaki shorts, a pullover polo shirt, and topsiders, no socks. Under the circumstances, he didn't deem formalities necessary. He climbed the portico and rang the bell. A solemn-faced butler answered. "Is this the residence of Hamilton Lee of Southern Republic Pulp and Paper?" "It is." "My name is S. Lew Green. I'm here to see Mr. Lee." "Is he expecting you?" "No." "Then it would be out of the question to disturb Mr. Lee on Saturday." He nonchalantly reached into his shorts pocket and removed the folded copy of the list. "Show him this. I believe he'll see me." He tried not to smile. The butler took the offering, but did not unfold the paper. "I'll be a moment." The door closed. 3 minutes later, it reopened. "Mr. Lee will see you." "Surprise, surprise," Green muttered. "Follow me, please." He was led through a marble foyer that carried the look and feel of a Roman temple. A wide carpeted hall stretched to the rear of the house, ending at a set of stained double doors. The butler opened them and invited him inside. "Wait here, please." He stood alone in a library. Bookshelves lined 2 walls, mostly novels and nonfiction, though 2 shelves displayed an impressive collection of National Geographics in leather binders. Oil paintings in gilded frames dotted another wall, each tastefully illuminated by a tiny brass fixture. In the center sat an ensemble of a leather sofa and 3 upholstered wingback chairs. Sunlight poured through towering leaded glass windows. Framed photographs angled off a side table. Lee obviously had 2 daughters. Most of the pictures were of them and his grandchildren. He was intently studying the faces when the doors suddenly opened. The man who entered was in his 50s with brownish-gray hair, a matching mustache, and a rich tan. He, too, was dressed casually, in a pair of dark blue trousers and a cream-colored Robert Graham shirt. He carried the copy of the list unfolded in his left hand. "I received your message," Lee said, closing the doors behind him. "Lew Green. I'm a lawyer from Savannah." He extended his hand to shake. Lee did not return the gesture. "As I understand it, Mr. Green, you derive the vast majority of your income from Concord, Springfield, Sylvania, and a number of other small towns, not Savannah." "It's just easier to say Savannah. And perhaps more prestigious than, say, Rincon." "Perhaps." Lee held up the list. "Where did you get this?" "Could we sit down?" "If you like." He took a seat on the sofa, Lee across from him in one of the chairs. "I'll ask again. Where did you get this list?" "A mutual friend gave it to me." "Who might that be?" "Hank Reed." "And its significance?" He chuckled. "You're good." "What do you mean?" "Look, I understand you're being cautious. Who could blame you? You don't know me at all. You're probably wondering if I'm wired or something." He stood and rolled up his shirt. "See? No wires." If you want, I'll be glad to drop my pants, or you can just pat me down, whichever'll make you happy." "That won't be necessary. I get the point." He replaced his shirt and sat. "Why are you here?" Lee asked. "You have a serious problem that I can help with." "And what might that be?" His tone hardened. Time to play the whole card. "The problem your dear departed ex-partner created with Brent Walker. So let's cut through the crap, Hamilton. You don't mind me calling you that, do you?" Lee said nothing. "Frankly, I don't care whether you mind or not. I read that confession Bosun left Walker. Pretty revealing. You're not a nice man, and by the way, it explains things clearly, including that list in your hand. And how can you help?" He got comfortable, spreading his arms across the back of the sofa. Now he was getting somewhere. "It's lucky for you they came to me. So far, nobody knows anything but me, Reed, and Walker." "And you have what Bosun gave Walker?" "Yep," he lied. "What is that?" "A couple of handwritten notes, a flash drive, and a tape recording." "Tape recording? You didn't know about that? Seems Bosun taped a conversation among the three of you. Happened Thursday, I believe, in your house at Hickory Row." He shook his head in mock disgust, then reached back and removed the recorder Brent Walker had surrendered to him from his pocket. He pushed play and allowed it to run a couple of minutes. He had already selected one of the more salacious points of the conversation. He stopped it. "Really incriminating stuff. You should watch what you say." "What are you proposing?" "A partnership." "Involving what?" "Bosun left a list of some of your more recent priorities. It really irritated the hell out of me that one of the guys you whacked was a client. That untimely death cost me $100,000 in hard-earned fees." "And what do you want? Payment?" "I'm a reasonable guy, Hamilton. The way I look at it, the past is the past. What I care about is the future. Seems to me the two of us could work well together." "Why would I want to do that?" "To keep me from doing what I told Reed and Walker I would do." "Which is?" "Go to the press and the appropriate prosecuting authorities with what I have." "And what's to stop me from simply—" Lee paused. "Eliminating the problem." He smiled. "You don't know what I've done or where I've put everything. And even if you did prioritize me, you'd still have the problem of Reed and Walker. Dealing with me comes with the benefit that I'll handle them for you." "And how will you do that?" "Don't worry, I'll deal with them. And without all the risky killing you like to use. They won't be a problem." "What if I don't need your help?" "I'm betting you can use all you can get." "Assuming for the sake of discussion that I may be interested in such an arrangement, what do you want in return?" He grinned, pleased with the progress. "All I want are some generous settlements on the workers' comp claims I'll have against the company. Your people have an irritating habit of fighting hard. That's fine as long as I'm assured you'll settle in the end, on my terms. And don't worry, I'll be fair with you. I won't take advantage. Just some reasonable dollars that not only fatten my pockets, but help establish a reputation for you at the same time." Exactly. While you continue with your prioritizing, which, by the way, will not include any of my claimants. Kill off the other comp lawyers' cases, but leave my guys alone. Also, you're right. I want the money Pabone's death cost me in cash. You've obviously given things a great deal of thought. I try to be thorough, Hamilton, especially when it comes to my law practice. I have to think about all this. I understand. Really, I do. He rose. I'll be in Atlanta till Tuesday. I'm staying at the Regency Arms downtown. Take your time. But if I don't hear from you by Tuesday noon, I'll assume you're ready to read all about yourself in the Atlanta Constitution on Wednesday. Lee stood. I assure you, Mr. Green, you'll be hearing from me long before then. 1:20 p.m. Lee waited 45 minutes for DeFlorio to return his call. He picked up the receiver in the library. John, I want you and your associates back in Atlanta immediately. Is there a problem? We have a matter that needs immediate attention. What about Reed and Walker? Forget them, for now. The problem's here, not there. How will I receive instructions? Meet me at the office at 4 o'clock. The company jet is already en route to bring you back. Get your associates here however you need to, but not on the plane. May I ask the nature of the matter? Retribution. 4:46 p.m. John listened intently as Lee explained what happened with the lawyer S. Lou Green. They were sitting in the boardroom on the 30th floor of the Blue Tower. He'd been driven straight here from the airport after landing in Atlanta. That pompous bastard actually thinks he can blackmail me, Lee said. What do you know about him? He shrugged. Greedy, arrogant, cocky, but successful. He's been doing workers' comp claims for years, has a reputation as one of the best in the state. He came to Concord 9 years ago. He's the most difficult of all the workers' compensation lawyers that industrial relations deals with. Steadfastly refuses to compromise for anything less than what he demands. He backs that up by a close relationship with the local administrative law judge. They play golf and tennis together. We learned that Green's paid for several stays at a Jamaican resort for the old man. That's certainly an ethical violation and would make for excellent extortion. I've kept a file updated in case the board's patience ran out. What about personal stuff? He's nicknamed Q-Stick by the lawyers in the area, for obvious reasons. Drinks a 6-pack a day of imported beer. Thinks of himself as a gourmet. Doesn't bat an eye at spending $500 on dinner. He's 41, married, but that doesn't stop him from keeping a girlfriend on the side. There are 3 little Greens, a boy and 2 girls. They live on 20 acres in northwest Chatham County. His wife's a registered nurse, but doesn't work much anymore. She mainly oversees the maid and gardener and keeps Green happy. How do you remember all that? I prepared the file myself. Lee shook his head. Boson has placed us in a totally untenable position. But I'd bet Mr. Boson didn't figure on Green's involvement. I agree. This is, what did you say? Q-Stick's doing. Unknown to Reed or Walker, too. Has there been any contact between Green and Walker? Yesterday, Walker went to Green's office. My man reported that Walker left the mill around 1:30 and casually made his way there. He carried files and left word that he was going to try and settle some claims. That's obviously where Green found out what he did. Otherwise, we'd have heard from him earlier. What about Reed? I had to pull my man off Reed to stay with Bosun's body. As you recall, I'm short-handed with only 2 associates. I tracked Reed myself till noon. My associate was not able to return and pick him back up till late afternoon. By then, he was home. There was a 3-hour stretch I couldn't monitor. So he could have been at Green's office too. Possible. He hangs out there quite a bit. Obviously, there's been communication among all 3. Green knew all about Bosun. He even played a damn recording, which was news to me. Green's most likely acting alone. He sees an opportunity and is trying to make the best of it apart from Walker and Reed. How fortunate for us, Lee said. We need to take advantage of this opportunity, John. I want Green dead. Tonight. Something out of the ordinary, more public. I want to send a message that our 2 friends in Concord will understand. Can you do that? Green said he was staying at the Regency Arms. Lee nodded. Afterward, what are my instructions? Return to Concord and get ready for Reed and Walker. I'm not sure exactly what our course of action will be as yet. Needless to say, we certainly need to retrieve Bosun's confession and that tape before we tie up the loose ends. A memorial service is planned for Bosun in Concord on Monday. Mr. Hughes and I have to attend. If we don't have all the originals by then, I'm going to talk with Walker myself and up the ante. He checked his watch. 4:57 p.m. My associates are due here by 6 o'clock. Green will be processed by 8, and we'll be back in Concord by midnight. Excellent, Lee said. 7:03 p.m. John stared out the windshield and thought about Bert Weiler. The man owned 3 auto transmission stores spaced triangularly around I-285, the 8-laned perimeter interstate encircling metropolitan Atlanta. In the beginning, when there was only 1 store, Weiler had managed it himself, spending most of each day working under cars. But now he employed a manager at each location and spent the majority of his time commuting among the 3 stores. It was a prosperous business, one that made him a solid 6-figure income, and he was already telling people store number 4 was in the works. Weiler was a burly, slightly overweight, likable man with bushy brown hair. He shaved only twice a week, which kept his fleshy neck and puffy cheeks dusted with a perpetual stubble. He owned a house on the north side of Atlanta, not a mansion or anything pretentious, just a respectable 2-story in an upper-middle-class neighborhood. He wasn't a big spender. His only real luxuries were the red Corvette convertible he bought a few years back and the 18-foot fiberglass speedboat kept at Lake Lanier for weekend water skiing. His only problem was his wife, who'd moved out 3 months ago but had yet to file for divorce. He'd tried everything to win her back. Gifts, expensive nights out on the town, promises of change, agreements to seek counseling, whatever it took. Yet nothing seemed to work. Bert Weiler was 48, Vicky Weiler 38. She was his first wife, he her second husband. She was a career woman, trained as a vocational rehabilitation specialist, initially working for a group of rehab providers whose services were heavily depended upon by workers' compensation lawyers, insurance companies, doctors, and employers. After their marriage, Weiler staked the money that allowed her to start her own practice, and soon she developed an extensive clientele, rapidly expanding her presence statewide and realizing a high five-figure income. They'd been married 12 years, trying the whole time to have children. Weiler wanted a son or a daughter, it really didn't matter which. But nothing had happened. They'd consulted specialists, and both were tested. The lack of success bothered Bert a lot more than it did Vicky, which in itself bothered Weiler since he'd come to believe that his wife had no real interest in having children. 3 months back, things came to a head and Vicky left, moving in with a girlfriend. Their contact since had been only sporadic. Weiler openly had told friends he thought Vicky was seeing someone else. All the signs pointed in that direction, but she repeatedly denied the allegation and skillfully turned the accusations around, arguing that Weiler's jealousy was the main problem in their marriage, and perhaps it was. Weiler had admitted to others that he was possessive, but Vicky did nothing to alleviate his fears. She liked clingy silk blouses and tight-fitting dresses. Her hemlines stayed short, exhibiting her thin thighs and long, shapely legs. She sported a thick head of brunette hair she liked to curl and tease, and she owned an assortment of cosmetic lenses that tinted her eyes a variety of colors. A bright azure, her favorite. She wasn't beautiful, just rawly attractive, and she liked to flaunt her appearance with a deliberate air of promiscuity. They were a strange couple, a study in contrast. Weiler's friends told him he was better off without her. Unfortunately, Bert Weiler adored Vicky and wanted nothing more than for them to be together. John smiled. Bert Weiler was about to get his wish. He glanced next to him. Frank Barnard sat behind the wheel. He checked his watch. 7:12 p.m. Just about time. Bert Weiler's third store sat on a corner lot in southeast Atlanta, a mile off the I-285 perimeter. It wasn't his busiest or his slowest, but it was the closest to the apartment complex where Vicky now lived. Weiler had spent the entire Saturday at the store, a call earlier revealing its manager was on vacation. John assumed that afterward Weiler intended to go see his wife to try again to convince her to come back home. The red Corvette was parked catty-cornered to the east end of the brightly painted block building. At 7:15, Weiler locked the front door and headed straight for the car. "Now," John said. Barnard cranked the Buick and sped across the busy boulevard into the parking lot. Weiler was only a few feet from the Corvette, about to unlock the driver's side door, when Barnard wheeled up. "Bert Weiler," John said, climbing out the passenger side door. "I'm Walter Mason, a private investigator." He flashed a brown leather case containing a fake investigator's ID, identical to the actual ones issued by the state of Georgia. "Am I supposed to be impressed? What do you want with me?" "I think I could be of some assistance to you." "Look, buddy, I'm in a hurry. It's about your wife. He knew that would get Weiler's attention. What the hell do you know about her? Could we go inside and talk? Weiler hesitated, sizing him up, then said, "Follow me." John signaled for Barnard to wait and keep his eyes open. Back inside, Weiler asked, "Okay, Mr. Mason, what's this all about?" "I've been hired by a woman in Savannah who believes her husband is having an affair with your wife." "Who's the bastard?" "A lawyer named S. Lou Green. Your wife handles rehab services for a lot of his clients. They met about a year ago. He regularly comes to Atlanta, and they spend quite a bit of time together. The Greens are in the middle of a divorce, and my agency has been hired to gather evidence for Mrs. Green's side of the case." "Why are you telling me this?" "Mrs. Green thought you could use the information. We've been doing some electronic monitoring. It seems your wife is getting ready to file for divorce. Green has been giving her advice, and they are intent on trying to get a piece of your business." "No good bitch," Weiler spat out. "A month ago I talked to a lawyer myself. She told me that 12 years of marriage was certainly enough to give her a claim. But I convinced myself she'd never do that. Hell, I bankrolled her career." "I'd caution you against trusting too much, or assuming the other side will be fair." "Exactly what my lawyer said." "Sound advice. Your wife not only has a lawyer for a boyfriend, but seems intent on taking you for whatever she can get. I've heard the tapes myself. Your wife right now is downtown in a hotel suite with Green. We'd like to take you there." "The crap for?" "You need to see it for yourself. We also have electronic monitoring set up. Their conversations may be helpful in defending her claim against you. I don't mean to be insensitive, but they like to pillow talk, and we've learned a lot from those conversations." "I didn't hire you. Why go to all the trouble?" "Mrs. Green wants to help. Thank her." "Yeah, right. This was the last thing I wanted to hear. What I want is my wife back. I'd do about anything to make that happen. I was just on my way to see her." He twisted the knife. "She's not home." Weiler paused, seeming to consider what he'd said. "No. She's downtown in a motel room with some shyster lawyer screwing his brains out." "Maybe you're right. I do need to see it for myself." "We need to coordinate how this is going to happen. I have a man stationed near the room where your wife and Green are now. I don't want to raise any suspicions on anybody's part, so please follow us downtown in your car. The hotel is the Regency Arms. Park in the underground garage and head up to the lobby. There's a sitting area near the elevators. Wait there. When my associate and I arrive, follow us into the elevator. Don't act like you know us. We're uncertain of who Green knows at the hotel. Since he's a regular, the staff is familiar with him. When we get up to the floor, stay quiet. Just follow us into our room. We'll talk there. Understand?" Weiler nodded. "I got it." "You know where the Regency Arms is?" "Yeah," Weiler said, voice breaking. "Vicky and I spent a weekend there once." 7:50 p.m. John smiled. Bert Weiler followed instructions to the letter and stayed behind their maroon LeSabre all the way downtown. This should be easy. Thankfully, Aslew Green was a creature of habit. When in Atlanta, the lawyer stayed in room 478 at the Regency Arms, a two-room suite with a whirlpool tub that faced the front of the hotel. Green's affair with Vicky Weiler had been easy to document, as was Bert Weiler's weakness for his wife. Green had been seeing Vicky nearly a year, and ever since she'd moved out, they'd regularly spent the weekend together whenever Green was in Atlanta. He thought it strange somebody like Green would even have a mistress. After all, the lawyer wasn't all that visually appealing. But the money liberally spent on meals, gifts, liquor, and hotel rooms apparently more than made up for any lack of physical presence. And Vicky was an easy mark. An ambitious woman who openly used Green to ingratiate herself into the workers' compensation bar. In fact, it was thanks to Green that a lot of claimants' lawyers from around the state now routinely used her professional services. Arriving at the Regency Arms, Bert Weiler continued to follow instructions, dutifully turning into the underground garage and stopping at the automatic gate. The dispensed receipt would later provide excellent corroboration on the precise time of arrival. John did not have Frank Barnard follow Weiler into the garage. He assumed each level was closed-circuit monitored by hotel security, and the last thing he wanted was a videotaped record of his arrival and departure. That privilege was reserved solely for the red Corvette, the videotape providing more than enough corroboration to the tragedy he was about to stage. Barnard parked on the street, a couple of blocks west of the hotel's main entrance. John filled the meter with quarters so there'd be no danger of receiving a citation. He and Barnard then strode back to the Regency Arms and entered the plush main lobby. The hotel was one of Atlanta's oldest, lovingly remodeled into a 4-star jewel, with elegantly decorated suites and first-class service to guests who could afford the luxury. It was a favorite of businessmen during the week and couples on the weekend looking for 2 days of peace and quiet. He and Barnard strolled through the lobby, appearing like two businessmen in town for the weekend, returning from an important Saturday meeting. Barnard toted a burgundy leather briefcase. They headed straight for the elevators, but kept their faces turned from the lobby cameras. To his left, he caught a glimpse of Bert Weiler sitting exactly where instructed. Weiler saw him too, and dutifully rose, following them onto the elevators. He pushed the button for the 4th floor and was pleased Weiler continued to say nothing. When the doors parted, he, Barnard, and Weiler stepped off. He pointed right. They headed down the hall. At room 479, he inserted the plastic card and tripped the lock. He pushed against the spring-loaded hinges and inched the door inward, inviting Weiler in first. At the end of a short entrance hall was a double bed, desk, chair, and luggage rack. Weiler calmly stepped forward into the room. Once past the short entranceway, Victor Jacks pounced, wrapping an arm around the man's neck and clamping a cloth soaked in anesthetic across the face. Weiler resisted, but the compound worked fast and the big man's body went limp. Jacks allowed it to ease down to the carpet and released his hold. No one spoke. No one had to. Each knew exactly what to do. Jax was already wearing a white shirt with dark pants and black bow tie to look like a room steward. Skin-tight latex gloves were quickly camouflaged beneath a white cloth pair that Jax yanked from his pocket. A bottle of champagne was chilling in a silver bucket, 2 crystal glasses and a red rose beside on a tray. Jax carefully balanced the tray on his fingertips. He held the gun in his right hand, finger on the trigger, concealed behind his back, and headed for the door, stepping over Weiler's body. Barnard opened it. He approached, looked both ways, then stepped out. Room 478 was across the hall, a few feet down to the right. Quickly, he exited and was able to tap on the door with the sound suppressor at the end of the gun barrel without being seen. The first knock went unanswered. The room was a suite, Green most likely in the outer bedroom. He knocked again. A door opened, then closed on the other side. A peephole provided only the appearance of a bow-tie-wearing steward balancing a tray of champagne. "What do you want?" Green asked from behind the door. "Champagne, Mr. Green. Compliments of the hotel. Our thanks for your patronage." He understood the plan. Green's vanity should allow a momentary drop in guard. After all, Green had been staying at the Regency Arms for years, feeling right at home. A complimentary bottle of champagne would be expected, not suspected. The door's lock released, then opened. Jax moved forward, turning slightly to the right and shielding the gun. "Where would you like this, sir?" "Over there on the table is fine." The lawyer was dressed in one of the hotel's terrycloth bathrobes, loosely tied at the waist, the distinctive gold crescent logo embroidered on the pocket. Thin, hairy legs and bare feet stuck out the bottom. Jax deftly set the tray down on the table. Green closed the door and momentarily turned his back on what he thought was a room steward. Jax used the moment to level his gun. "Mr. Green, keep your mouth shut and do exactly what I tell you." To the right was the closed door leading to the bedroom. He knew Vicky Weiler was waiting for Green to return, and he didn't want her to hear him, so he kept his voice low. "Move away from the door." He waved the sound-suppressed barrel of the gun. Fear filled Green's square face. The lawyer backed away. Jax approached the hallway door and cracked it open. John saw the door move. Immediately, he and Barnard popped out of room 479 and entered 478. "Good evening, Mr. Green." He closed the door and signaled Barnard, who whipped out a sound-suppressed pistol and leveled the barrel at Green, taking over the watch. Jax grabbed a pillow from the sofa, approached the bedroom, turned the knob, and swung the heavy door inward. The outside wall was lined with tall windows, their sheers and tapestry draperies drawn, casting the furniture in dim shadows. Vicky Weiler lay naked on the covers. She rolled over as the door opened. "Who was that, Lou?" She stopped in mid-sentence, realizing the man in the doorway was not Green, and he had a gun. She was just about to scream when Jax positioned the pillow over the gun and pumped 2 shots into her chest, then another in her head. All 3 came out as soft pops from both the pillow and the sound suppressor. The slug in her head never exited, but the 2 in the chest went right through, blood and sinew splattering the mahogany headboard and papered wall. She never uttered a sound. Jax lowered the gun. "Nice breasts." "Yes, they were," John said, standing behind him. Green was forced into the bedroom. One look at Vicky's bloody body contorted across the bed, and he started to panic. "Why are you doing this? All I wanted was a simple deal. I want to play ball with you guys." Jax and Barnard held the lawyer tight. "We don't need partners or assistants," DeFlorio calmly said. Green was thrust onto the bed, and Victor Jax fired 3 more suppressed shots through the pillow. The white robe splotched with a blood rose at each impact, Green's body contorting, then draping across Vicky Weiler's. John checked both pulses. Dead. Confirmation. He then signaled Barnard and Jax. Both headed back to room 479. He stood at the hall door and kept watch. A moment later they appeared with Burt Weiler, his outstretched arms across their shoulders, raising him high enough so the feet would not drag on the carpet. No one in sight. He signaled. They crossed into Green's suite, where Weiler was laid on the bedroom floor. Jax then placed the gun used to kill the 2 on the bed into Weiler's hand, which would assure that enough residual prints were left to suggest the obvious. Jax and Barnard brought Weiler's body up to its knees and helped the hand raise the gun to Weiler's temple. Jax adjusted the angle for the expected upward trajectory, then helped Weiler's finger pull the trigger. The round entered the head and quickly exited, splattering more blood onto the wall. Jax released his grip and allowed Weiler's lifeless body to slump into the carpet. He released the gun, which settled on the carpet too. Carefully, Jax bent down and unscrewed the sound suppressor, pocketing it. The pillow lay off to the side. They then stood back and surveyed the scene. So did John. A double murder, then a suicide, would be easily presumed, and everything would point to Burt Weiler. Or would it? "Mr. Jax, there's an error," John said from the bedroom doorway. Jax looked around. "You shot the man in the right temple. There's an entrance wound and powder burns. The gun, though, is at an odd angle to the body, suggesting something different." Jax looked down. "You're absolutely right. A stupid mistake. The kind that could raise questions. But it's okay this one time. That's why I'm here. This was a rush job and complicated. Mistakes will happen under such circumstances. Use it as a learning experience. Now please, adjust the gun's location. That way, the evidence will not be ambiguous." Jax did exactly as instructed. He resurveyed the scene. Perfect. "Start searching," he said. They knew what to look for, and Barnard quickly found the copies of the 2 handwritten notes to Brent Walker, the list Hank Reed had provided, and the tape recorder with tape. No originals were there beyond the tape recording. But DeFlorio had already concluded that Green didn't have the originals. All part of the bluff. He was confident Brent Walker had retained those. "The champagne bucket," he said to Barnard, who retrieved the tray from the table in the other room. Jax grabbed the pillow. They left. He closed the door for room 478 and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the outer knob. Checkout time on the weekends was not until 2 o'clock, so the bodies would not be found until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Jax had checked earlier and determined that this section of hallway was not subject to any video surveillance. Conveniently, older hotels routinely contained gaps in coverage. They returned to room 479. Barnard opened the champagne and poured 3/4 of the bottle down the bathroom drain, rinsing the sink clean. Jax unmade the bed and rumpled the sheets and pillows. Barnard then wedged the nearly empty champagne bottle back into the ice, but before he did, rinsed the stemmed glasses with a little of the alcohol, leaving a swig of residue. Barnard then placed the tray with bucket on the nightstand beside the bed, one glass there, the remaining on the nightstand on the other side. The room was paid for in advance using fake identification. Easy to assume it had been used for a weekend rendezvous the occupants wanted secret. Barnard and Jax removed their gloves and tossed them into the empty briefcase. He did the same. The cloth with antiseptic was already there. All, including the pillow, would be disposed of later. "Let's go," DeFlorio said. "Where to?" Jax asked. "Back to Concord, to finish this." The final day, Monday, June 26th, 7:10 a.m. Brent stood in the shower and doused his body with hot water. He was glad the weekend was over. The 2 days had been the longest of his life. He'd worked in the yard most of Saturday. To keep some semblance of a regular routine, he and Ashley went out Saturday night, then took Lorianne to an air show yesterday at the Screven County Airport. They hadn't, as yet, talked with Lorianne about him being her father, but they would soon, after they became a little better acquainted. On the way home, they'd stopped by Hank's house, where he learned nothing had been heard from Green. His mother sensed something was bothering him and tried last night to get him to talk, but he knew, at least for now, it was better to keep things to himself. Ashley had probed, too. But it was bad enough that he might be in danger. He wasn't about to involve her. He thought about staying away from Ashley and Lorianne altogether, but decided that if DeFlorio was watching, he would already know all about his contact with her, and he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions. He hoped Green was successful. Once public attention was focused on Lee and Hughes, neither would be foolish enough to harm anybody. Or at least that's what he'd tried to convince himself of all weekend. He finished showering, stepped from the tub, and towel-dried his hair. He walked out into the bedroom and switched on the radio set to WODS, the local FM station that had serviced Concord and Woods County for decades. He'd always liked listening to the country western format, but his enthusiasm for the station had forever dampened Friday, when he noticed on Bosun's itemization that Lawrence Hughes owned a controlling interest. "Good morning, Woods County. Here are the morning's top stories. Tragedy struck Saturday as police report that local attorney S. Lou Green was killed in a downtown Atlanta hotel." A chill shot down his spine. Green's body was found along with the bodies of Victoria Weiler, a 38-year-old vocational rehabilitation specialist, and her 48-year-old husband Burt Weiler, an Atlanta businessman. Police theorized that Burt Weiler shot both, then killed himself. Neighbors of the Weilers verified that the couple was having marital problems and had been separated for some time. Green and Vicky Weiler were shot with the gun found next to Burt Weiler's body. Weiler died from an apparently self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Police estimate the tragedy occurred sometime Saturday afternoon or evening, and the investigation is ongoing. No funeral arrangements have been announced. Green is survived by a wife and 3 children. He never heard what the announcer said next. His mind reeled. He barely heard his cell phone ring on the nightstand. Coming back to reality, he reached down and grabbed it. Brent. It was Hank, and he'd used his first name. Surely playing to anybody listening. "I couldn't talk with you about it yesterday, but you didn't tell me you and Ashley were seeing each other." "I Just didn't think about it, he said, trying to figure out where the conversation was going. Hank laughed. She's a tough one. Better watch yourself. He faked a laugh, too. Don't I know? Look, why don't we have breakfast in the mill cafeteria? I'd like to know more about you and Ashley. Hank knew all about him and Ashley and never ate breakfast at the mill cafeteria. In fact, he knew Hank religiously avoided the place. Obviously, he wanted to talk and thought a public spot the best location. Sure, that'd be fine. I'll be there in about 45 minutes. Hank was right. They needed to talk. 8:03 a.m. Brent wheeled into the mill parking lot and headed straight for the cafeteria. He wasn't sure, but he thought a car followed him from town. The mill's eatery filled an appendage of Building C, directly adjacent to the main gate leading back into the central production areas. It was used by almost all the employees, both hourly and salaried, and represented one of the few services the company contracted to an outside firm. The daily breakfast included a small buffet, nothing like the extravaganza at the Comfort Inn, but a bargain at under $5. Out of respect for Boson, contract negotiations had been suspended for Monday and Tuesday. So the IBEW committee, the only one yet to come to an agreement, had returned to the mill until Wednesday. A memorial service was scheduled at St. Nicholas Catholic Church later in the afternoon, and all company employees had been invited. Until hearing the news about Green, Brent had planned to attend. Hank was ensconced in one of the red and white laminated booths, a cup of steaming coffee and a newspaper before him. "Good to see you," Hank said in a raised voice, obviously playing to the audience. "Get yourself something to drink or some food." Hank's eyes said he should play along, so he filled a plate with eggs, grits, and toast. He wasn't the least bit hungry, but understood the importance of appearances. He grabbed a glass of orange juice and sat. Hank started to talk, animated, his expressions not matching the words. "Obviously, you heard about Green." Hank smiled for whomever may be watching. He got the idea and faked laughter. "Sure did." Hank gazed down, turning his attention back to the newspaper. Today's Savannah Morning News. "You better eat some of that food. A couple of security guards just moseyed in for coffee." Hank glanced up and continued to act like they were having an amicable morning conversation. He forced himself to take a few bites of egg. "We've got trouble, Hank." "No shit, Sherlock." Hank slid him the folded newspaper. "There's a front-page article on Green. If you believe what's there, seems Q-Stick got caught in the sack by a jealous husband. He and the woman were found naked." "That's crap, Hank, and you know it." "So what happened?" "Hell if I know. But if Green was whacked because he knew too much, guess who's next?" "Good point. We blew our one chance by trusting him. They're not going to get us if I can help it." "You have something in mind?" "We're going to get the hell out of this mill." "We shouldn't have come in the first place." Hank shook his head. "That would have sent red flags everywhere. No. They're still unsure about us. They have to be, or else they would have already moved. The better tactic is for us to show up, then slip out quietly and find the cavalry. That may not be so easy. Now, who's underestimating who? I have a huge measure of respect for the people we're dealing with," he said. "Sit tight and keep your cell phone close." "What are you up to? You'll see." 9:04 a.m. Brent glanced up as one of the administrative assistants appeared in his doorway. "They want you over at the front office." "You know why?" "They just said your help was needed on something right now." He thought about checking in with Hank, but decided against it. Like Hank had said earlier, appearances needed to be maintained, so he grabbed his jacket and cell phone and left his office, walking straight to Building A. The day seemed another summer scorcher. Both yesterday and Saturday had been marred by afternoon storms, a few turning violent with thunder and lightning. Today's stifling humidity signaled a repeat in the making. The envelope with the originals from Bosun was safely hidden away in his parents' garage, which seemed like the best place for it. The tape recording was gone, surely now in the hands of Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes. Inside Building A, he zigzagged the carpeted halls directly to the CEO's office and announced his presence to the assistant. The wooden door leading into the CEO's private office was closed, but a man informed him they were waiting in the main conference room, the same room where, 11 days ago, he'd first talked to Christopher Bosun. He crossed the hall and opened the door. 2 men sat at the long table. "Come in, Brent," one man said, rising and extending a hand to shake. "I'm Hamilton Lee." He kept his hands glued to his side. Lee seemed to understand. "That any way to treat your employer?" He said nothing. Lee withdrew his hand and motioned to the other man. "You remember Mr. DeFlorio, don't you?" He shot a stare at DeFlorio. Did he kill his father? Or was it one of his associates? No matter. Even if he didn't personally perform the act, according to Bosun, DeFlorio definitely oversaw it all. He resisted the temptation to leap across the table and strangle the son of a bitch. He had to be smart here. Real smart. "Why don't you sit down?" Lee said. "John, please close the door." With little choice, he took a seat along with Lee. DeFlorio sat after closing the door, which Brent noticed DeFlorio locked. Lee said, "I understand you have some writings of Chris Bosun." "I understand you have a tape recording." Lee grinned. "I see why Hank Reed relied on you. You're quick. Let's just say the company decided not to associate itself with Mr. Green." So the fool had tried blackmail. What an idiot! Did Green think Southern Republic was just playing around? How did he think he could successfully pull that off? He congratulated himself on not succumbing to Green's offer of holding on to all the originals. Green had been persistent, but something told him not to do it. Though now dead, he felt little sympathy for the bastard. Green's recklessness had placed them all in jeopardy. "Now you're dealing directly, without the middleman?" Brent asked. Lee smiled, a thin, irritating gesture he instantly disliked. "In a manner of speaking. So let's be realistic. All I want are the things you have. As I'm sure you've surmised, Bosun and I didn't get along. His fanciful fiction about what this company has supposedly been doing doesn't need to be aired publicly. It's all lies. He just wants to harm me and this company. To do that, he concocted some incredible malarkey." He noticed the 2 file folders lying on the table in front of Lee. "You have the copies of what Bosun gave me?" Lee pointed to the top file. "Mr. Green provided those. I've read the narrative and the 2 notes, and I listened to the tape. Like I've already told you, this is nothing but lies designed to hurt me, Mr. Hughes, and this company." Those lies include what happened to my father. That's an excellent example of what I mean. Your father was the victim of a tragic boating accident. A terrible thing. Bosun, quite insensitively I might add, tried to fabricate murder. Don't you think the police would have long ago come up with evidence to support that, if true? Not necessarily. He looked at DeFlorio. From what I've been told, your associates are good. DeFlorio's face stayed like granite. Brent, we need to be reasonable, Lee said. I'm trying to make this as painless as possible. I see no reason for you to be involved in a personal feud between Mr. Bosun and myself. It was wrong of Chris to include you in the first place. That's the first thing you've said I agree with. Unfortunately, it's far too late to turn back now. All I want are the original writings you have. After that, we can consider the matter dropped with your assurance there are no copies and you won't be talking to the press or some prosecutor. You have my word nothing more will come from any of this. You've got to be joking. I'm supposed to trust your word? It appears you have little option. Green said he had all of what Bosun left. I didn't believe him. Lee pointed. Because you have it. I have the originals. Green had copies, except for a tape recording. I want your originals, including the list Hank Reed obtained. He realized the only reason Lee was even talking to him was he first needed to retrieve all those items. So he bought more time. I can go get them. Mr. DeFlorio will accompany you. Not a chance. Lee looked at his watch. All right. It's 9:15. I want you back here by 10 o'clock, with everything. I'm not Green, he made clear. No, apparently you're not. But I'm no fool either. Lee passed the second folder to DeFlorio. John? DeFlorio opened the file. You live at 328 Live Oak Lane. Your mother is Catherine, age 66. She likes gardening, does it most mornings for a couple of hours, plays bridge on Thursdays. Sadly, she's been diagnosed with dementia. Enough! He shoved back the chair, stood, and moved toward the door. I get the picture. Lee stayed seated. I hope you do. I expect to hear from you within the next 45 minutes. He left. Lee stared at the closed door. John, I don't think Mr. Walker is going to be as cooperative as he'd like for us to think. There's no reason for him to trust us, or for him to think you will keep your word. Understandable, considering I won't. He paused. What did he do over the weekend? Yard work on Saturday. Went to an air show with Reed's daughter and granddaughter on Sunday. He's been seeing the daughter socially. On the way back, they stopped by Reed's for a few minutes. Were you able to listen in on the conversation? They didn't talk in the outer office. That's the only room we have bugged. But they made a call to Green's house, looking for him. I bet they were. Any more contact between Reed and Walker? A call this morning. Then they met together in the cafeteria before work. The conversation appeared pleasant and friendly. I can't help but feel we're being rocked to sleep. He thought for a moment. Mr. Walker is not going to bring us what we want, so there will almost certainly have to be retribution. You said his mother was how old? 66. And Reed has a daughter and granddaughter. DeFlorio nodded. He considered the options. Let's be in position to move on Walker's mother at 10:01, but not a moment before, and make it awful. Crime is running rampant these days. Burglaries and robberies occur all the time. The drug traffic causes such mayhem. That should send an appropriate message to all involved. 9:20 a.m. Brent headed back toward his office. He entered Building B, but instead of climbing the stairs to the General Counsel's office, he stayed on the ground floor and slipped into receiving. He desperately needed a phone. DeFlorio had unnerved him, the message clear: play ball, or we know all about your family. He needed to get in touch with his mother, and fast. He found a phone in an empty office and dialed his home number, but all he got was the answering machine. Where was she? Even when she was working out in the yard, she always toted the cordless with her. He thought hard. Then it hit him. She'd mentioned yesterday a dentist appointment to get her teeth cleaned. What he couldn't recall was the name of her dentist. Maybe if he saw it, he'd recognize it. He rambled through the desk drawers. In the second one, he found a Woods County telephone directory. He opened the yellow pages and scanned the section for dentists. 3 names: Spencer, Molis, and Young. Molis. The recall triggered what else his mother said. New to the area, came about 5 years ago. Young, reasonable about appointments. He quickly dialed the number. This is Brent Walker. My mother, Catherine, is there having her teeth cleaned. Is she still there? No, sir. We finished with her a few minutes ago. She's already gone. He hung up. Damn. Any other time she'd have to sit an hour in the waiting room. He dialed home again, but still got only the answering machine. Unfortunately, she did not own a cell phone. No need, she always said. His panic cemented. Hamilton Lee would do whatever was necessary to get what he wanted. Of that he was sure. If that meant harming his mother, or maybe Ashley and Glory Ann, that's exactly what he would do. Green pushed his luck. He was not going to make the same mistake. He had to get everyone close to him out of Concord, but he knew he couldn't leave the mill. That would only point DeFlorio directly toward them. What he needed was to keep them out in the open, around people, away from the privacy DeFlorio and his associates liked to use. What to do? Think. Yes, that's it. He reached for the phone and dialed again. 9:35 a.m. Frank Barnard's cell phone sprang to life. DeFlorio was calling. That older woman you've been monitoring along with your main interest. Please be ready to process her after 10:01. A criminal implication is preferred. I will text when to move. Understood. He hung up. Barnard had been stationed outside the mill at a convenience store, ready to pick up Reed or Walker if either left the plant. He knew Victor Jacks was inside the mill, still dressed as a security guard, there to directly deal with Reed if necessary. He cranked the car engine and drove west toward Concord. 10 minutes later, he cruised down Live Oak Lane, making a cursory pass in front of the Walker house. Noticing no Prius in the drive, he rounded the corner and parked the next block over. He then made his way back on foot and approached the house from the rear. The deadbolt on the rear French door took 28 seconds to trip. He stepped cautiously inside. The house seemed quiet, apparently empty, but he decided to be sure. Confirmation came on the refrigerator door, where a printed card from the office of Dr. Ryan Molis showed that Catherine Walker had an 8:30 dental appointment today. He searched the kitchen drawers and found a sharp boning knife. The meaning from DeFlorio's instruction of criminal implication was clear. After he slit Catherine Walker's throat, he would ransack things, stealing just enough to imply a drug-related burglary. He crept to the front of the house and studied his watch. 9:52 a.m. Catherine Walker should return shortly. He stationed himself in the front parlor with a clear view of the driveway out the windows, and awaited further orders. 9:54 a.m. Brent dialed the number for Grace Tanner, 73 years old, a widow. She'd lived next door all his life. She was a lot like his mother, fiercely independent, did all her own yard work, and possessed the kind of personality people instantly liked. 2 rings and the irritating recording announced, "We're sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed." He'd apparently pushed the buttons too fast, so he cleared the line, calmed down, and dialed again, this time slower, making sure he hit the right keys. 3 rings. 4. 5. He was just about to hang up when the phone was answered. "Grace, it's Brent Walker." Since moving back to Concord, he'd talked with her several times, along with getting to know her 2 grandsons. "Is my mother at home?" "I haven't seen her this morning. Let me look." The echo of steps across a hardwood floor came through the earpiece. "Brent, her car is not in the driveway. Mrs. Tanner, this is important. Mom went to the dentist. She should be on her way home. Please watch, and have her come into your house and call me the second she gets there. Tell her not to go into our house." He wasn't sure what DeFlorio would do, but his main concern was the house phone. If it was being monitored, he sure as hell didn't want the son of a bitch hearing what he told her. "Will you do that?" "Of course, Brent. I was outside doing some weeding when you called. I'll keep a lookout." "Please watch carefully. She should be there shortly. Remember, have her use your phone. Let me give you the extension here in the mill." Barnard kept watch through a break in the living room shears and saw when Catherine Walker turned the corner onto Live Oak Lane and headed for her driveway. Next door, an elderly woman was out in the sultry morning weeding her front flower beds. Mrs. Walker pulled into the driveway and parked. 2 young boys ran over from next door and started talking to her. The neighbor followed, walking through a narrow opening in the waist-high row of red tips and azaleas that formed a hedge between the properties. The 2 older women talked. The kids ran up on the porch and impatiently turned the locked front doorknob, apparently wanting to go inside the Walker house. "I'll be there in a minute," Catherine Walker called out. He kept watching. The 2 older women were engaged in a discussion, but he could not hear what they were saying thanks to the incessant chatter of the boys and their stomping on the front porch. "Come with me," the other older woman called out. The children fled the porch, and along with the 2 women, walked next door. The phone rang, ending the longest 10 minutes Brent could ever remember. He jerked up the receiver. "Brent?" It was his mother. "Where are you?" "At Grace's." "Mom, you must listen to exactly what I'm about to tell you and follow my instructions precisely." "What's wrong, son?" "Mom, please, not now. Go outside, get in your car, and leave. Go find Ashley. She's on her morning route, probably near Registry Boulevard by now. Get her. Then go get Lori Ann. All of you drive straight to Uncle Eric's. Don't stop anywhere along the way. Go straight there and stay until you hear from me. Understand? Eric Walker was his father's younger brother who lived 70 miles to the west in northeast Bullock County on a large farm with employees, family, and neighbors, plenty of people to discourage DeFlorio and associates, even if they knew where to look, which he was betting they didn't. If you think you're being followed, go to the sheriff's department. Son, you're frightening me. I don't mean to. Just please do as I ask. Tell Ashley to park that damn van and go. Don't worry about her job. She's got to trust me on this. Believe me. This is far more important than delivering the mail. And none of you tell anyone where you're going. No one, including Grace. I'll call you later in the day, but under no circumstances are you to leave Uncle Eric's until I call. Can I go in the house and get a few things? No. If you need anything, buy it there or borrow it. Don't worry about the money. Just go. Now. Calm down, son. I'll do it. Barnard watched from the parlor window as Catherine Walker climbed into the Prius and drove away. Strange. On a hunch, he yanked off his rubber gloves, left the house, and retraced his steps to the car. He fired up the engine, rounded the block, and parked in front of the Walker house. He approached the front door and rang the bell, using the end of a ballpoint pen to push the button. When no one answered, he descended the porch and walked next door, where the older woman was tending her garden. I was looking for Mrs. Walker, he said, in a pleasant voice, adding an equally pleasant smile. You just missed her. Darn, he feigned. You know when she'll be back? Well, she didn't say. She called her son, then left. Maybe she went to see him. You know where he is? He works at the paper mill. His name is Brent Walker. Thank you, ma'am. I'll try there. He walked back to his car, reached for his phone, and dialed. An open channel cautioned a choice of words. The processing is impossible. A call came from the mill, and the next thing I saw was a car leaving with one person inside. Destination unknown. Anything else? The next-door neighbor may have been on the lookout. She verified that the son talked to the mother by phone. Return to your original station. I'll be in touch. John ended the call and looked at Hamilton Lee. The mother left before going into the house. She received a call from Walker. Lee was surprised. He had no idea your man was in the house. But, like Walker said earlier, he's not green. He's a step ahead of us thanks to Mr. Boson. He probably assumed we were monitoring the house phones. Lee looked at his watch. It seems Brent Walker has left me no choice. Bring him and Reed in now. Take them to a secure location and let me know when you have them. 10:06 a.m. Brent hung up from talking to his mother and called Hank on his cell phone. He quickly summarized the meeting with Lee and what he'd done with his mother and Ashley. He figured with everything happening so fast, Hank's cell phone would still be safe. We have to get out of here. I'm already working on it. Meet me at the barge dock in 10 minutes. You know how to get there. The past couple of weeks, he'd made a point of learning his way around the mill. I know where it is. Head there now, Hank said. John reached for his link to Victor Jacks. He pushed send on the portable radio. Bluebird, Robin. The walkie-talkies were used all over the mill by a variety of personnel, though he utilized a different frequency. They were fast and efficient, but careful with their words. Your location. Outside paper machine number 3. The mill's electric shop was inside that building, the boar's nest part. Find and retrieve. Once in the cage, advise. Roger. He decided to corral Brent Walker himself. Much wiser to keep Frank Barnard outside on the highway just in case. He exited the main conference room and headed for Building B. Brent left receiving. Like every morning, 90 minutes ago he'd tossed his car keys into his top right desk drawer. But if they were leaving the mill, he assumed he'd need the Jeep, so he scampered up the stone stairs 2 at a time and headed for his office. He pocketed the keys and left, telling his assistants that he needed to go into the mill and would be back shortly. His boss stopped him at the door, curious about what the front office wanted. He begged off, saying he had to tend to something immediately and would give him a full report when he got back. He fled the general counsel's office and loped down the hall toward the stairs. At the first step leading down from the second floor, he glanced down. John DeFlorio opened the glass front door and entered the building. He froze. DeFlorio started up the stairs. The first available door was to his left. He ducked inside just as DeFlorio turned at the landing and started up the last flight. The woman inside gave him a quizzical look, but he headed straight for an open office, not caring who might be inside. Thankfully, the space was unoccupied, and he slipped in just as DeFlorio passed in the hall. He returned to the doorway and peered right. DeFlorio opened the pebbled glass door marked General Counsel and stepped in. Brent turned left and darted down to the first floor. He avoided the front door and dashed out the rear exit. A concrete walk led directly back to the production area, a guard gate in between. Procedure required signing in and out, noting the time and destination. He stopped long enough to write his name, adding General for his destination, and recording the time, 10:12 a.m. John asked the woman, "Is Mr. Walker in?" "You just missed him." This was becoming a habit with the Walkers. "Do you know where he went?" "He said he was going into the mill and would be back shortly." He retraced his steps downstairs and headed for the rear door. Outside, he fished the radio from his pocket and called Frank Barnard. "Redbird, Robin, has either left?" "No." "Advise immediately if so." "Roger." He walked directly to management's gate. If Walker went into the mill, he would have passed through there since the main gate was 100 yards on the other side of the building, and on his way over, he would have seen him. At the gate, per procedure, he stopped and signed the sheet. Instantly, he noticed the entry above his, made 3 minutes earlier. B. Walker. Hank had arranged everything by 9:30. All he'd been waiting for was word from Brent. Once that happened, the final arrangements were put into motion. He left the boar's nest and headed down the steep metal stairs into the turmoil of paper machine number 3. He took up a position across the building, concealed by the heavy equipment. The idea was to get out unnoticed, so he'd arranged for a distraction to occur in exactly 4 minutes. After receiving DeFlorio's instructions, Victor Jacks entered the building that housed paper machine number 3. It was nearly 100 degrees outside under a blazing summer sun, yet that seemed cool compared with the stifling humidity inside the gargantuan brick structure. Hundreds of workers hustled about, tending to the seemingly insatiable needs of the roaring equipment. The paper machine spanned the length of a football field, an alternating series of wires, felt, and dryers that collectively sped wet pulp from one end to the other, eventually converting brown, mushy goo into dry, solid paper. Water was a huge component of the process, steam the number one byproduct, and everyone wore either earplugs or a headset to shield from the deafening roar. Communication was through hand gestures and sign language. Not a whole lot different from his own line of work, Jax thought. He was dressed as a security guard, his presence virtually unnoticed. The guards constantly wandered through the mill. He knew exactly where break room number 5 or the boar's nest was located, so he threaded his way between the machinery toward the metal stairway. Before starting his climb, he casually glanced around to see if anyone was paying him the slightest attention. Hank watched the guard and silently congratulated himself on the hasty evacuation. His main objective was simply to get out of the building unnoticed, the appearance of the uniformed man suddenly adding a complication. He studied the guard's face. The same man who'd been stationed at the contract negotiations all last week, and one of the guards who'd come into the cafeteria earlier. That was way too many coincidences. Probably one of DeFlorio's associates. The guard climbed the metal stairs toward the boar's nest. Hank glanced at his watch. 10:19 a.m. He knew what was happening one floor below, in what was referred to as the basement. Tony Wright, one of his electrician helpers, had surely started his approach to the lowermost rollers of paper machine number 3. 22 and a troublemaker, Wright was eternally grateful to Hank, who both got him his job and made sure the company kept him on the payroll. 30 minutes ago, he'd told Wright to toss a screwdriver into the felt rollers at precisely 10:20. Paper breaks were common, with a set procedure that engulfed everyone associated with the machine until the broken sheet could be fed back across the rollers and production restored. Breaks happened mostly when small debris or parts of machinery fell into the run, but they could be induced. A screwdriver would not only tear the paper, but also destroy the felt on which the pressed pulp rode. The resulting damage would take time to repair. Hank checked his watch. 10:20. He hoped Wright was punctual. No one else would be in the basement. It was the hottest place in the building, notoriously avoided unless absolutely necessary. Scalding steam misted. Machinery screamed. Then he heard it. The unmistakable sound of a tear reverberating throughout the building. An alarm sounded. Amber lights twirled. Workers raced to their assigned stations, the idea being to get the machine back online as quickly as possible. Distraction accomplished. Hank glanced at the guard standing at the top of the stairs. He'd locked the boar's nest, so the man was gazing inside through a side window. He took advantage of that opportunity and darted for the door. It took only a few seconds for him to cross the open area at the north end of the building and step outside. Victor Jax turned to see what had spurred all the commotion. Workers scurried everywhere. Then, across the building, he caught a glimpse of Hank Reed, slipping out a door. Hank casually strolled across the hot sand and gravel of the open yard that surrounded the massive brick building. The mid-morning sun burned bright, made even more brilliant by a sharp reflection off the white chalky ground. He yanked sunglasses from his shirt pocket and shoved them on, which helped with the glare. 50 yards away, he passed the lime kiln, its metal grotesquely encrusted with thick layers of white paste. 100 yards from paper machine number 3, he glanced back and saw the security guard bolt out the door and head toward him. That wasn't good. Change of plan. He picked up his pace and nearly jogged toward the door that led into paper machine number 2. Though he'd gained a slight lead, extra time would be needed at the barge dock. He shot through the door, jerked off his sunglasses, and headed straight for the storeroom, one of the few secure places within the plant. Though several alarmed doors led out, only one provided access in. In years past, the entrance had been secured by a simple lock, a shift supervisor, the only person with a key and charged with the responsibility of admitting people and accounting exactly for what was taken out. Now the door was electronically controlled, activated from within a small glass cubicle where access could be video recorded. The extraordinary measures were necessary since the room contained millions of dollars in parts, equipment, and tools. Everything needed by the mill at a moment's notice, from the smallest screw to the largest electrical generator. A tempting target for employee theft. A concrete hall separated the building's outer wall from the freestanding metal walls, dividing the massive space into usable sections. He hustled down the corridor, trying not to attract attention. He glanced back just as the guard entered the building. He still had a 50-yard lead, but noticed the guard picking up his pace. He turned off the hall into the anteroom for the storeroom. He could now be seen through the glass cubicle, but since the man on duty knew him well, all he had to do was point to the door and the electronic bolt instantly released. He entered, never losing a step in his stride, and the spring-loaded door closed and locked behind him. The storeroom was partially soundproofed and air-conditioned, one of the few areas in the mill equipped with those two luxuries. It was a cool, eerie, irregularly shaped space full of bays and inlets formed from the leftover square footage between the generators, the building's loading dock, and a sprawling electrical control room. The ceiling stood barely 8 feet. It carried the look and feel of a library, with row after row of metal shelves overflowing with tools and parts. Tens of thousands of items were precisely catalogued, tagged, and numbered, computers maintaining an accurate inventory. No one actually worked inside. People just came and went after finding what they needed and logging out. He quickly moved to a far row of shelves and ducked behind, turning his attention back to the door. Jax entered the anteroom. "Did Hank Reed come through here?" he asked the attendant through a hole in the glass. The attendant nodded. "Where'd he go?" "In there," the man said, casually pointing to the door. "Open it." Hank heard the bolt release. He stood behind a row of shelves 100 feet from the entrance, near the door he intended to use as an exit. He hadn't already left because he wanted to see if he could lose his tail within the maze. He knew every inch of the storeroom, often using it as a quiet spot to gather information. He hoped that local knowledge would give him an edge. Perhaps his pursuer had never been inside before. The door shut. "Mr. Reed, we need to talk," a voice said. He did not respond. Instead, he glanced behind the exit door and hoped it hadn't been locked, as the shift supervisor sometimes had an annoying habit of doing. Steps approached. "Mr. DeFlorio wants to see you." "No point in running. Just come along quietly. He reached up and grabbed a 2-inch washer from an open box on the shelf. Aiming carefully, he tossed it over the shelves away from him. Metal banged against metal. The guard reacted, and he watched through the shelves as the man darted straight for the sound, the opposite direction from where he was hiding. He turned and gently grasped the doorknob. It opened, the deadbolt knot set. Praise the Lord. He slipped out and closed the door. He now stood in another concrete hall, this one leading to receiving. It was there that all the equipment and supplies for the storeroom were inventoried and categorized before being shelved away. The hall was constantly rinsed to keep it free of debris, and he sidestepped a stream of quick-flowing water, nearly running for outside. The barge dock was now less than 50 yards away. After signing in at management's gate, Brent sprinted down the crumbling concrete road that paralleled paper machine number 2. Along the way, he passed the auto and carpentry shops, both in outbuildings bordering the Savannah River. He knew the pavement would take him around the building and directly to the dock. He looked back. DeFlorio stepped through management's gate and turned toward him. The instant DeFlorio acquired Brent in sight, he reached for his radio and pushed the send button. Bluebird, Robin, your position. Victor Jacks answered, storeroom, in pursuit. Is he in sight? Negative. He knew the storeroom was a maze with a variety of exits, so he played a hunch. Leave there and proceed outside, toward the river. Roger. He kept walking. His quarry turned the corner 100 yards ahead. 10:26 a.m. Brent checked his watch. His 10 minutes were almost up. Hank should be at the barge dock any second. He had no idea what his friend had in mind, but he knew DeFlorio was closing in. So whatever Hank was planning had better damn well get them both out of here and fast. He rounded the corner, the river in sight. Suddenly, to his left, Hank bolted out of the building and jumped from the loading dock. The two joined together for the last 100 feet. We've got company, Hank. Don't I know? DeFlorio's behind me, and another's on my tail. Where we going? He asked. Away from here. He shot a look back. DeFlorio was rounding the corner and a security guard was exiting the building. The barge dock was a stubby concrete slab that projected 20 feet out into the muddy Savannah River. It was used mainly to offload crude oil into 3 storage tanks nearby, but the company kept a small outboard tied to it for environmental testing of the river. No barges hugged the dock today. They raced to the end of the short pier and up to one of the metal ladders leading down to the water. He looked below and saw a small boat manned by Clarence Silva. Get in the boat, Hank said. He looked back. DeFlorio and the guard were headed straight for the dock. A redneck who 3 weeks ago wanted to beat the shit out of him waited below. He chose the lesser of 2 evils and descended. Hank slid down the ladder behind him. Hit it, Clarence! The engine roared to life, and the boat shot out into the current. John reached the end of the dock. He pointed to the company outboard and said to Jax, "Use that and follow them." His associate slid down the ladder on the other side, jumped into the boat, and yanked several times on the outboard. Brent and Hank watched while the guard tried to start the company's outboard. Gonna be kinda hard without these. Silva held up the spark plug wires and smiled proudly through his trademark corn kernel teeth. I never thought I'd be glad to see you, Brent said. Only thing I hate worse than lawyers is them security guards." "Clarence is a good man," Hank said. "A little warped at times, but okay." "I take back every bad thing I ever said about you," Brent said. Silva seemed to like that. "Where are we going?" Brent asked. "I've arranged for some ground transportation," Hank said. "Clarence is going to take us downriver where it's waiting." Brent stripped off his coat, his dress shirt pasted to his body. He yanked off his tie and stuffed it in his jacket pocket. "Pretty damn clever, Hank. That should screw up DeFlorio for a while." "What about the home front?" "We'll have to hope they get to where I sent them. I didn't have time to check further, but I'm betting it's me they want." "It's both of us," Hank said. That was right, but the realization didn't make him feel any better. He couldn't decide if Hank was actually enjoying all the intrigue. He knew he wasn't. They motored downriver about 4 miles, the water deceivingly peaceful, the warm breeze like a hairdryer. Off to the east, anvil thunderheads were building, blinding white above, ominous blue-black underneath, starting to obliterate the morning sun. They finally turned west and navigated up one of the countless tributaries that veined the river, the meander of muddy water twining through oak and cypress. Waves of heat and humidity hovered. About half a mile inland, a wrinkled dock arched out. Beyond, a tattered single-wide trailer rested quietly under a canopy of mushrooming oaks laden with mossbeards. Silva eased to the dock and tied the boat. They climbed out. Thunder rumbled in the distance. "Clarence's brother lives here," Hank said. "We're going to use that truck over there." Hank turned to Silva. "Here are the keys to my milk car. You know the one. Use it till I get back. I don't think anybody got a good look at you, but you know the program. You don't know nothing." "Don't worry about me. I won't tell them a damn thing," Silva said. Brent studied the pickup, a dirty white Toyota with mud tires and no tailgate. The bumper sticker read, "My kid beat the hell out of your honor, kid." Why didn't that surprise him? A tan Mustang with bald tires sat next to it, a dirty American flag for a front license plate, and enough dents to have been rolled down a rocky slope. "What's that? A 67? He asked. "A 66, Silva said. "My brother's." "I need it." He reached into his coat pocket and found his keys. "There's a maroon Jeep with a cloth top parked in the front lot at the mill. Tell your brother to use it." Silva caught the keys, then looked at Hank, who shrugged. "My brother's sleeping right now," Silva said, "on graveyard tonight. But I guess it'll be all right. Let me get the key." Silva disappeared inside the trailer. Brent asked Hank, "Where you headed?" "To find us a place to hide for tonight. I've got a couple of possibilities. While you do that, I have to take care of something." "You want to tell me?" "It's better you don't know, just in case they find you. Have you got that copy of the list?" Hank reached into his pocket and handed him the folded sheet. As he pocketed it, Silva returned with another set of keys. "My brother said it's all right, what with Mr. Reed being involved and all." Brent took them. "Tell him thanks, and I'll take good care of it." "You and your brother going to be able to get to work?" Hank asked, heading for the pickup. "We'll hitch a ride." He opened the Mustang's door and tossed his coat inside. "Hank, call me when you get a place. I'll check on the family while I'm out." He climbed in, roared the engine to life, and raced from the trailer down the dirt lane. 11 a.m. Lee seethed. "What do you mean they're gone?" He and DeFlorio were back in the main conference room. Hughes had finally joined them. A boat was waiting. The company boat had been tampered with, DeFlorio said. "This is not good, John," Hughes said. "Not good at all." Lee ignored him. He'd tried to get him to be at the meeting with Brent Walker earlier, but the idiot overslept. "They must be found." "I realize that. But no error on our part let them get away." "No, just an underestimation." "Perhaps," DeFlorio admitted, tone begrudging. "I'm going to review the entire files on Reed and Walker. What I had this morning were only excerpts. That information could point us on the right path to find them." He was not concerned with particulars. "Find them, John, and quick." Brent wasted no time getting back to Highway 16A. But since he couldn't be sure of where DeFlorio's associates might be lurking, the open expanse made him nervous. He had to make a stop at home and hoped that all the players on the other side were busy at the mill. What had Bosun written? "John DeFlorio oversees the program. There are 2 associates who work under him. However, no one other than DeFlorio knows anything about them." He knew where DeFlorio and one associate were. The problem came from not knowing where the other was located. He had to bet that person was not watching the Walker house. He drove back into town, and instead of parking in the driveway or even on the street, he left the car a block over and walked through the neighbors' yards to his parents' house. He knew nearly all of them, and no one was around at this time of day. He made it to the garage and slipped inside, locating the envelope with the originals Bosun had entrusted him with, and hustling back to the car. He then drove out of town, turning west off the medianed 4-laned highway, retracing the same route taken 3 weeks ago when he first returned to Concord. He moved fast, but tried to keep to the posted speed limit. The southernmost shore of Eagle Lake paralleled for a long time, water peeking in and out from among thick stands of trees. Finally, he left the lake behind, crossing the Ogeechee and entering Bullitt County. The image from the road sign, "Welcome to Woods County, population 12,894, fading in the rearview mirror. At the familiar fork in the road, instead of veering south toward I-16, he sped for Statesboro. 20 minutes later, he entered downtown and headed straight to a squatty brick building marked United States Post Office. He parked the Mustang out front and retrieved the envelope from the passenger seat. Inside, a large wall clock read 11:58 a.m. His mother should have made it to his uncle's by now. He approached the counter and asked the clerk for an express mail pouch. He carried it to another counter and addressed the label to his former boss, the Fulton County District Attorney. On the outside of the brown envelope Bosun gave him, he wrote, "Please put this envelope in a safe place and keep it there until you hear from me. Tell no one about it and do not open it. If something happens to me, get it to the police immediately. I know this sounds cryptic, but you're the only one I can count on right now. I'll be in touch." He signed his name, and into the envelope, which already contained Bosun's handwritten notes and the flash drive, he stuffed the copy of the list Reed had provided. Using the roll of tape on the counter, he sealed the envelope shut. He slid it inside the express mail pouch and gave it to the clerk, paying the overnight fees in cash. He stepped outside. Morning sunlight was rapidly being extinguished by black clouds invading from the east. He breathed a little easier. At least now, no matter what happened, the information would be safe. He knew he could count on his old boss to deal with the situation, and hopefully, DeFlorio and his henchmen wouldn't think to look anywhere near Atlanta. He needed to check on his mother and Ashley. A heavy sense of paranoia had overtaken him. Understandable, given the circumstances. So he decided to add another layer of security to the effort. It couldn't hurt. Across the street was a State Farm insurance office. He walked over and asked the lady inside if he might make a call. He displayed his cell phone and said it had died. She was friendly and understanding, allowing him to use an extension in an empty office. There, he dialed the number for his Uncle Eric. To his relief, his mother had arrived. She'd also brought Ashley and Lorianne. "I did what you asked, son. Now you want to tell me what's going on?" "I wish I could," he said, keeping his voice low. "But for right now, You're just going to have to trust me. Ashley is in a panic. Let me talk to her. Brent, Ashley said, coming immediately on the line. What the hell's happening? Are you okay? I'll be all right, he said for her benefit. I'm scared to death. What's going on? This could cost me my job. I can't go into it right now. You're just going to have to sit tight and be patient. But don't worry about your job. They'll understand. Is Daddy involved in this? Is he okay? Yes, he's involved and he's fine. Brent, why can't you tell me what's going on? Just keep an eye on Lorianne. I'm counting on you. He tried to hide the edge in his voice. Put Mom back on. And Ashley, I love you. He hadn't said that to anyone in a long time, but he knew he had to. I love you too. Son, are you in trouble? His mother still sounded irritated. You could say that. With the police? It's far more complicated than that. Can I help? He knew she didn't understand. Unfortunately, no. Please, just stay there till you hear from me again. Keep people around you. Tell no one you're there if somebody calls, and don't let anybody out of your sight. Don't call my cell phone, and tell Ashley not to call Hanks. Brent? He heard the strain in her voice. I don't want to lose you, too. He knew what she meant, and he wanted to tell her everything, but knew he couldn't. He hoped later there'd be a time and place for that. So he offered her some consolation, mixed with a twinge of hope. You won't. He said goodbye and hung up. More thunder echoed in the distance. He climbed back into the Mustang and looked at his clothes. His shirt was soaking wet and filthy. The navy blue pants to his once clean suit were smeared with caustic lime. His shoes, a new pair of wingtips bought only a few weeks ago, were caked in mud and dust. He needed a change of clothes. So he drove down the street and turned into the first shopping center, parking in front of a Walmart superstore. Inside, he paid cash for a pair of jeans, a cotton pullover shirt, and a pair of tennis shoes. The jeans were okay in the waist, but a little long, so he simply rolled the legs and made do. Back outside, he stuffed his phone in his jeans pocket and tossed his suit into the back seat. On the Mustang's passenger side floorboard, he noticed a soiled navy blue Atlanta Braves cap. He stuffed it on. The cloth carried the faint smell of fish. A pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses stuck out from under the driver's side visor. He slipped them on, too, and checked his watch. 12:27 p.m. 12:45 p.m. Brent sat in the Crystal and tried to eat a few of the tiny square hamburgers he'd adored since childhood, but didn't have much of an appetite. Suddenly his phone vibrated and he checked the display. Not a number he recognized, but the prefix signified Concord. He answered. Where are you? The voice asked. Hank. Nearby. And you? A house on Eagle Lake. It's a place a friend of mine has. He always said I could use it whenever. I guess this is whenever. You think it's safe being that close? I need to stay around here. I've got a lot of people I can call on if we need 'em. Besides, there's nothing out here but trees and water. Give me directions. Hank told him how to get there. I know where that is. That's good. It looks like it's just you and me. He stared at the wall clock across the dining room. I'll be there in a little while. See you then. You want anything to eat? Hell no. My stomach's in knots. Mine too. Are you on a landline? Absolutely. This house has one. No more cell calls. These guys are not the cops. They don't have access to all the cell towers for any triangulation or tracing, but we still need to hedge our bets. Turn your cell phone off and throw it in the lake. I'll see you shortly. He hung up and sat back in the booth. Outside, thunder cracked closer. It would soon be raining hard. He remembered the memorial service scheduled to begin at 1. For appearance's sake, he'd originally planned to attend. Hamilton Lee would certainly be there, probably leaving for it about now. Time to see if he could place the brakes on whatever Lee was planning. Slow things down. It was worth a try. So he dialed the main number for the mill, asking the switchboard to transfer his call to the CEO's office. Is Hamilton Lee still there? He's on the way out to the memorial service. This is Brent Walker in the General Counsel's office. Tell him I need to talk to him. Mr. Lee is running late. It's urgent. I'm sure he'll make time. He'll know what it's about. Hold on. A minute later, Lee came on the line. Yes, Brent. What can I do for you? Back off. We can work this out. I am still at a loss as to what you are referring to. Okay, be cautious. After all, I could be calling from the nearest FBI office with a recorder going, but I'm not. Back off, or the next call will be from there. Should I take that as a threat? Take it any way you please. And he ended the call. 3:15 p.m. Lee and Hughes returned to the mill after the memorial service. The ceremony had been heavily attended, running longer than expected. Even DeFlorio dutifully went while Frank Barnard and Victor Jacks continued to search in and around Concord on the off chance their quarries had stayed in town. DeFlorio, Lee, and Hughes convened in the main conference room. Lee told them about Brent's call. Sounds like Walker's ready to turn us in, Hughes said. Then why are we still walking around? Lee asked. Get real, Larry. He was bluffing, buying time, trying to rattle us. DeFlorio agreed. What about it, John? Lee said. Any idea where they are? We've checked both their homes, but nobody is there. Reed's daughter and granddaughter are gone too. My guess is they got their families off to a safe place. Any chance of finding out where? DeFlorio shook his head. We've done only minimal background checks on the families. What about the taps on Walker's phone in his office and the one Reed uses all the time in his break room? Anything there? Hughes asked. No calls all day. Obviously, Lee said, they talked with each other. That escape was well coordinated. True, DeFlorio said, but there are a multitude of phones scattered through the mill. They could have used any one of them. Most likely, they are using cell phones. I didn't want to do this, as it could draw undue attention, Lee said. But I think we have no choice. DeFlorio nodded, understanding, then stepped from the room. What was that all about? Hughes asked. Lee beamed a broad smile. I own the Woods County Telephone Company. When did you buy that? Hughes asked. 6 months ago. One of my holding companies secured a controlling interest. You didn't bother telling anyone. I told John. Other than that, I didn't really think it was anyone's business what I bought or sold. It's actually been rather useful in his preparatory work on priorities. You can learn a lot from a person's telephone records. All in all, though, it's not a profitable venture. You know the rules, Hamilton. We should have been told. So what are you going to do about it? It isn't 2-1 anymore, Larry. It's just me and you. I'd suggest you let me run things my way. We'll all be a whole lot better off. Hughes said nothing more and sat silent the entire 5 minutes until DeFlorio returned. I was careful with my inquiries, feigning a theft situation with one of our employees. but they ran a check on Walker and Reed's cell phones. They both have service through your company. 3 hours ago, a call came to Walker's cell phone from a landline. It's a house on Eagle Lake, owned by a Leon Peacock. He works at the bag plant and lives in town, but built the place a few years ago for his retirement. Peacock's on vacation this week, visiting his daughter in South Carolina. "How did you find all that out in 5 minutes?" Hughes asked. "I checked Peacock's personnel file. That led me to our banking records. He obtained a mortgage from the Woods County State Bank for the construction. A call to his supervisor at the bag plant provided me with where he was and what he's doing." "You think they're out at Eagle Lake?" Lee asked. "We'll know in 30 minutes. Brent took his time leaving Statesboro. The deluge started as he re-entered Woods County. By the time he reached Eagle Lake, it was pouring rain, and from the look of the nasty clouds, an awful lot of moisture was going to find the ground during the next few hours. He was still wearing the stinking Braves cap and sunglasses found in the Mustang. He hoped, coupled with the rain, he was adequately disguised from the curious view of any passing motorists, one of whom might work for DeFlorio. He'd destroyed his cell phone and left it in a dumpster 40 miles behind him. He snaked around the lake's east shore, passing the county boat ramp and 2 of the larger fish camps. He turned north at the intersection of Thrasher Point Drive and County Road 36, the north shore being the most sparsely populated section of the lake. The terrain was steep and rocky. Whole quarries had been excavated during the lake's construction. Few houses existed. The wood-sided, hip-roofed cottage he sought was nestled away from the road among tall pines, encased in heavy underbrush, nearly invisible. A pine straw and gravel drive twisted to it, the dingy white Toyota pickup parked in front. Wet gravel crunched beneath the tires as the Mustang crept to a stop. Moisture pelted the windshield. He quickly scampered out and banged on the front door, which Hank opened. "It's about time. I was getting worried," Hank said. "You changed clothes." He stepped inside and shook the water off onto the hardwood floor. "The rain slowed me and I tried to eat something. I also got rid of all that stuff. To a safe place, I hope." "The safest. Even if we don't survive, it will." "I don't like that if stuff." "Neither do I, Hank. But we have to face reality. These guys are pros. Even if we go to the police right now, there's no guarantee they won't still get us. They've been killing people a long time, and have gotten pretty damn good at it." A long blue vinyl sofa faced the rear wall. He plopped down onto the soft cushions. Through sliding glass doors, past a wooden deck, was a panoramic view of Eagle Lake, its south shore barely visible, thick woods to the west and east since the house sat in the elbow of a cove. The rain pounded the lake at a billion entry points. Lightning flashed in the distance. Thunder clamored overhead. "Pretty place," he said, looking around the inside. "What about the owner?" "On vacation." "How'd you get in?" "I know where he keeps the key." "Okay. He liked it. The privacy should give us time to think." Frank Barnard was waiting in his motel room listening to the rain when the call came from DeFlorio. Immediately after receiving instructions, he drove straight to Eagle Lake. Southern Republic owned a large house perched on the east shore. It was actually an extension of Hickory Row, maintained and controlled by the same personnel who oversaw all the Row's operations. The house and grounds were outfitted especially for fishing, water skiing, and parties. Part of the accommodations included a concrete dock that harbored a pair of V-hulled outboards. His instructions were clear. Take one of the boats and approach as close as possible to the house owned by Leon Peacock. From a map, he'd already learned its location in the elbow of a cove, but by the time he arrived at the dock, rain was falling in sheets, the lake pitching like the agitating cycle of a washing machine. So he vetoed a water approach and decided to head for the shore about a quarter mile from the target, on the far side of the inlet. From there, he could safely hike through the woods and observe from across the water, using the trees and underbrush for cover. The twin engines on the 18-footer cranked instantly. Warm rain pounded him and, aided by his speed, pricked his face like needles. He wore camouflage coveralls, a dark green slicker, a cap, gloves, and boots. By the time he found the inlet and beached the boat, every stitch of him was soaked. The shore was unpopulated, a steep, rocky incline littered with wet palmettos, thorny vines, and ankle-deep mud. He trudged up, breasting the top of a craggy hill and cautiously peering through the trees. The house sat across on the side of the cove, on an incline, the front invisible. He assumed Victor Jacks was now nearby, too. Seeking shelter under one of the bushy pines, he dialed Jacks's number on his cell phone. "Bluebird?" "I'm here," Jacks said. "Anything?" "A pickup truck and car were there 10 minutes ago." "You in position?" "I am." "Stay there." He ended the call and replaced the phone in his pocket. He checked his watch. 4:25 p.m. The storm masked the sun and most of the daylight, making it appear much later. He crawled forward on his belly and took up a position among the scratchy brush, a clear view of the house ahead. Rain hammered down. He readied the binoculars. Brent sat on the couch. The rain fell harder, its soothing monotone relaxing, but his nerves remained frayed and on edge. Hank reclined in one of the chairs. "How long have you known about Lorianne?" he asked Hank. "Several years." He appreciated the honesty. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I wanted to, but Ashley wouldn't allow it. Believe me, we had arguments on the point. But I had to respect her wishes. It's her life. I finally broke down and told your mother." "When?" "Just after you got back." He shook his head. "She didn't say a word. The both of you played that one close. Ashley's had a tough time, Brent. Her marriages never really had a chance. She didn't love any of 'em like she did you. She was good to 'em. But if the truth be known, all three husbands knew somebody else stood in the way. You, of course, were barreling down the guilt road. Telling you about a daughter would have not helped a thing, and you know that. I still have regrets, Hank. You shouldn't. I did Paula wrong. I never should have married her. That's all in how you look at it. I'd say Paula didn't have to force the marriage, knowing you wanted out. She was pregnant. Was she? All we had was her word. For all you know, she could have got that way just after the wedding. Paula had her own agenda that she worked by her own set of rules. I can't get Paula's face from that day out of my mind. Backing out the driveway while I'm telling her I don't love you, and I don't know if I ever did. She cried, Hank. The first time I could ever remember her crying over anything. I didn't think stone could cry, but that day it did. It's the last image of her alive I have. The next was when I identified her body. Take it from a real loser, Brent. You shouldn't feel guilty. Me? I ruined a 30-year marriage catting around. I have a reason to feel guilty. I asked for what I got. But there's not a damn thing I can do about any of it now. I miss Loretta every day. I hope she's happy. But I can't dwell on mistakes. It'll kill you eventually. Nobody can take that kind of pressure. Let it go. Loretta was a good woman. I never could understand why you did that crap. Me either. For God's sake, don't make the same mistake I did, and do more stupid things. He smiled. Hank was trying to do what he could to make him feel better, and he appreciated the effort. Besides, looks like I'm going to get a new son-in-law. That all depends. We still have a little problem. That's an understatement. He had to say, "You realize the company used you all these years." I do, and the thought makes me sick. I want her to be the big man, the one everybody looked to when they got in a jam. Go see Hank. He'll get you out of trouble. Right. They built a whole town to suit their needs. You couldn't have taken a crap here without them knowing how many sheets of toilet paper you used. Concord is a company town gone insane. They made hundreds of millions of dollars from murder. Who said crime doesn't pay? The rain quickened. Brent stood and walked close to the sliding glass doors. Even under the battering from the intense summer storm, Eagle Lake was beautiful. He released the lock and slid open the glass panel. Warm, moist air flooded in and mixed with the air conditioning, fogging the double-insulated panes. He gazed beyond the railing down to the shore. A wooden dock accommodated a small skiff with a tiny outboard, a green canvas stretched over the top. Hank stepped up behind him. "Your friend Fish?" Brent asked, pointing to the boat, similar to the one he used last weekend. It was also similar to the one his father had been murdered in, and not all that far away from here. "You know your way around this lake, don't you?" Hank asked. "Damn thing's been here 30 years, and I've never set foot in or on it." He glanced back over his shoulder and grinned. "I wouldn't recommend today for your first time." Frank Barnard spied the glass door slide open. He aimed the binoculars and 2 faces came into focus, clear and undeniable. He dialed the phone. "I have them." John hung up and turned to Lee and Hughes. "We located them." Lee smiled. Hughes looked relieved. "Kill them," Lee said, quickly, but carefully, with no lingering issues, like the pro you are. John glanced at his watch. 4:53 p.m. Then he stood and left the conference room. 7:57 p.m. The phone jarred Brent's nerves. He and Hank had been sitting tight for a couple of hours, mulling over their next steps, deciding on who to involve from law enforcement and where. The move with Green had turned disastrous. They could not make another miscalculation. Whatever they did, it had to be the smart play. The house loomed dark and sullen, a lone lamp the only illumination. Hank sat on the edge of a chair. They both stared at the house phone, which kept ringing. Brent stood, walked to the kitchen counter, and answered. "Good evening, Mr. Walker." Adrenaline shot through his body. "Who is this?" No response. A chill curled down his spine. Now he knew. "DeFlorio?" Outside, rain was still falling, even harder than earlier. "How did you find us?" DeFlorio chuckled. "You made a mistake." His mind raced. Then it hit him. They own the phone company? A fact few know. True. That information had not been part of the materials Boson supplied, which was why earlier he'd risked the calls he made. but Hank's call from the landline had been nothing but a bright beacon. Thank God he hadn't used the cell to call his uncle's house. Hank drew closer. Brent tensed. What now? We have unfinished business. Don't be foolish. Remember what I have. We'll take our chances. That could be really stupid. You know, I remember another time when I was out on Eagle Lake. About 2 years ago, I believe. August. A little better weather than tonight, but hot as hell. It was right after dawn. Perhaps you recall the result of that visit. Red-hot anger flashed through him. You no good piece of crap. Come take me on, DeFlorio, man to man, you and me, face to face. You got the guts for that? Let's find out, DeFlorio said. The call ended. The phone in Frank Barnard's pocket vibrated. He fished it out and answered. Proceed precisely as planned, DeFlorio said in his ear. Understood. He beeped the phone off and turned to Victor Jacks. Mr. DeFlorio says go. Jacks yanked the telephone wire from the junction box. He then switched on the jammer to prevent any possible cell calls from the house, and they both advanced out into the rain. Brent stared at Hank, trying to calm down. Finally, Hank said, What do we do now? What we should have done hours ago. He lifted the handset and punched in 911. Nothing happened. He tried again, but it only confirmed the line was dead. It had just worked. Damn it. What once seemed like a safe haven now felt like a cage. A loud crack shattered the silence. The front window splintered as something flew into the room and struck the far wall. They dove to the floor, using the sofa for protection. On the way down, Brent raked the lamp off the table, bursting the bulb, plunging everything into darkness. 2 more somethings came through the windows and more glass shattered. A blast of rain and wind roared inside. What was that? Hank asked. I didn't hear any shots. All I know is DeFlorio's out there somewhere. He was trying to stay calm. He felt his pocket for the key to the Mustang. Stay here. I'm going to the car. Maybe I can get them to go after me. Don't be an idiot. Listen, Hank, we don't have a chance together. We're like fish in a barrel here. Separately, one of us might make it. Once I'm away, you head out back. Use the boat down on the dock, or swim if you have to. Now stay here till I'm gone. Before Hank could object, he belly-crawled forward, slithering out of the great room and down a short hall toward the bedrooms. At the front door, he stopped momentarily and checked the knob. Locked. At least they couldn't burst right in. He noticed a brass stand next to the door. 2 umbrellas protruded along with what looked like a baseball bat. He crawled closer. It was a bat. Metal. It might come in handy. So he gripped the stem and resumed his crawl. He found one of the bedrooms, stood, and approached a solitary window. Shoving the night table away, he unlocked the sash, popped out the screen, and without giving himself time to be scared, leaped out onto the soaked ground. The rain drenched him like a warm shower. He hoped his exit had gone unnoticed. Luckily, the window faced dense woods on the side of the house. He crouched low and used the thorny brush to cover his path back toward the front of the house and the Mustang. No more glass had broken, but with all the thunder and rain, it was hard to know for sure. He searched the darkness ahead. What had Joan Bates said? It's not always smart to be headstrong. Sometimes the smarter course is to avoid a bad situation altogether. Unfortunately, that was not an option tonight. He caught movement in the dark. Had somebody moved toward the front door? A bolt of lightning flashed. An instance of brilliance confirmed the observation. Definitely. He headed toward the figure. Hank was mad with himself for letting Brent go. He'd heard the window open and assumed Brent climbed out. It wasn't right for him to be taking all the risks. He didn't want his granddaughter never to know her natural father. And his daughter could lose a chance at happiness with the man she truly loved. He decided not to just sit huddled behind a sofa and started to crawl toward the front door. Maybe he could make it to the truck. Brent might be right. Separately, they did have a better chance. He unlocked and creaked open the front door, met immediately by a blast of warm wind and rain. He stayed low and emerged onto the porch. He used the 2x4 railing and thick wooden spindles for protection and peered into the blackness. Sporadic flashes of lightning the only source of illumination. No one was in sight, the truck just a few feet away. He found his keys and started to stand. A figure emerged from the woods and darted toward him. Lightning flashed. He saw the gun, pointed at him, and froze. Brent spotted the gun. Not thinking there may be others concealed in the thickets, he grasped the bat and shot around the far side of the truck. His eyes were adjusted to the dark, and he clearly saw the target. The man, though, was in front of the truck and couldn't see him, noise from the storm masking his approach across the graveled drive. He cocked the bat and lunged forward. One thrust and metal found its mark against the side of the head. The body crumpled to the mud. He stared down, bat recocked and ready. "Damn, Brent." "Thanks," Hank said. "You don't follow orders, do you?" "Is he dead?" He bent down. Blood poured from the head wound, quickly dissolved by the rain. "Hard to tell." "Is it DeFlorio?" He rolled the body over and shook his head. A bullet ricocheted off the hood of the truck. No retort accompanied the shot. He'd already noticed that the dead man's gun was equipped with some sort of sound suppressor. He ducked and grabbed the weapon. They bolted around the side of the house toward the lake. Just as they rounded the corner, another bullet careered off the wood siding behind him. He aimed the gun in his hand and sent a round back with a soft pop. "Where are we going?" Hank asked. "The boat." They sloshed through the mud, dodged trees, and ran for the dock. He held on to the gun with one hand and ripped the canvas off the skiff with the other. At the same time, Hank untied the boat. He jumped in and hoped to God the outboard cranked. If necessary, he'd paddle the thing. Anything just to get out of here. He pulled the starter twice and, miraculously, the motor shot to life. "Get in!" Hank jumped down. He twisted the outboard into gear, and the skiff shot away from the dock toward the open lake. The phone pulsed in John's hand. "Redbird is down, possibly dead. But they are away, in the boat, headed for the intended location." He did not react to the news concerning Frank Barnard, though he was disturbed by the possible loss of another well-trained associate. Obviously, something had gone wrong. The idea had been to rattle Reed and Walker, isolate them without phones, then push them onto the lake. The house was to appear to have been vandalized, which was why rocks were used on the windows. A surreptitious check of the boat earlier revealed the outboard gassed and operational. A perfect and apparent means of escape. Also an easily explained theft. There was no time to criticize right now. He'd deal with any mistakes later. "Go to your boat and follow. Stay close," he made absolutely clear in a tone Victor Jacks should fear. "Understood. They have a gun." Good to know. 500 yards from shore, standing at the helm of a V-hull, camouflaged by darkness and the storm, John switched off the cellular phone. Then he calmly waited in the rain for his prey to draw close. Brent brought the skiff out of the cove and around to the south and quickly grabbed his bearings. He knew the county boat ramp lay about 2 miles west, an infinite number of landing points in between. He decided to head for the ramp. That area was heavily populated, and the more people, the fewer chances DeFlorio and his goons would have to make a move. The 8-foot skiff was nearly inadequate against the stormy chop, its flat bottom taking a beating from the waves. Hank sat near the bow while he operated the outboard from the stern. He still held the gun. It was hard to see far in any direction, so he navigated by his wits and the occasional help lightning provided. "This is not the place to be in the middle of an electrical storm," Hank yelled. "Beats the hell out of where we were." He looked back and saw a boat approaching. John patiently waited until the skiff committed to a course. Once done, he revved the 250 horsepower of the twin inboards and shot forward, its deep V knifing the water, the hull quickly planing. He left the running lights off until finally underway, then switched on the bow's red sparkler. More than enough indication to let them know the chase was nearly over. Jax raced through the woods to a second deep V beached a short way from Leon Peacock's lake house. He jumped in, cranked the 2 powerful engines, and roared off in pursuit of his boss. "We've got company," Brent said, and he instantly realized the situation. "Hank, I'm afraid we've been pretty stupid." He stared back at the puny 35 horsepower outboard barely pushing them through the water. "I wondered why we weren't chased by anyone to the dock. And those guys were pretty lousy shots for professional killers. We have a gun. Not much good it will do. This is where DeFlorio wanted us. And that's him behind us? You got it." He whirled his head around and tried to find a house with lights. None was visible. "He'll be here in a few minutes," Hank said. "He's toying with us. He can take us whenever. We don't have the horsepower to outrun him, and he knows it." He kept searching the shoreline. DeFlorio was now less than 300 yards and closing. "We could hit the water and swim," Hank said. "Maybe he can't find both of us in this storm." Behind DeFlorio, another red light was now shooting through the rain toward them. "Looks like 2 of them," he yelled over the howling wind. He was still searching the shoreline, thinking hard, when it hit him. Frantically, he scanned the darkness, wishing for lightning, which seemed foolish given his unprotected location on open water. He was rewarded with a long bolt that gave him an instant to pinpoint the location. There. Damned if it wasn't. Just ahead to the left. He studied the skiff and the tiny outboard. Hard to know for sure, but they just might fit. "Get down!" he yelled. Hank gave him a strange look. "And don't rise up!" For once, Hank did as he was told, but said, "What are you going to do?" Even the odds. He focused ahead on the shoreline, now less than 100 yards away. At some point, he was going to have to slow down. He'd set the bow on the last lightning strike. Another bright crackle, and he refined his course. There it was, the opening for Brooks Creek. Less than 20 yards away and closing. He released his grip on the throttle and the outboard died. Seconds later, the skiff shot into the blackness and slowed. He knew the gate of oak limbs was just ahead and couldn't take the chance that the top of the outboard might strike the limbs. So he popped the retaining clamp and shoved the motor off the transom into the water. He then lunged forward next to Hank, stretching himself out as low as possible. Just as he hit the bottom of the boat, the limbs raked across its top close enough for him to feel their graze. Out the other side, he said, "Into the water!" They both dove out, and he kept the gun dry above. From the depth, he knew they were in the pool, about shoulder deep. He led the way toward the far bank and the tiny beach he remembered. They emerged. Those limbs should slow him long enough for us to disappear in the woods. Hank was catching his breath. You don't have to tell me twice. Brent pushed through the thickets. Rain pounded down. He heard the drone of an engine. Approaching. He stopped and looked back. John saw the skiff disappear into the dark shoreline. He slowed and cautiously approached the point where it was last seen, then followed, realizing he was in one of the creeks. He switched on the forward spotlight and saw limbs out over the water, approaching fast. He rammed the throttle to neutral, then reverse. He veered the helm hard to starboard and forced the boat's port side against the water, using the hull to stop his forward momentum. The wind helped too, sweeping out of the north directly into his bow. He stopped just as the port side hull gently kissed the oak branches spanning the creek. That was close. He reoriented the boat forward and searched the darkness ahead with the floodlight. He found the empty skiff, then rotated the light trying to locate its two occupants. No one was visible, but he knew they were there, and armed. Nice try, Walker, he yelled. Amazing. I think we're in the same place where your father met his maker, too. How fitting. He switched off the running lights and the spotlight. No sense being an easy target. He heard the roar of an approaching boat. Jax saw the skiff and DeFlorio disappear into the shoreline. He assumed both were in a creek. Barnard had earlier briefed him on the local geography. He remembered DeFlorio's stern instruction to stay close. He also remembered the hole in Milo Ritchie's head. So he pressed the boat's throttle forward, increased his speed, and followed. John turned and saw the deep V of the outboard shooting straight for him. He realized screaming would be useless and cursed himself for not having more lights on. He reached for the spotlight and tried to twirl it around and warn Jax of his presence. No time. Brent watched as the second boat slammed into the stern, apparently splintering the metal fuel tanks in DeFlorio's boat. The detonation was instant and horrific, gas from the other boat shortly following in another equally huge explosion that sent a blinding wave of intense heat across his face. The two boats burst into red-orange flames, scorching fireballs mushrooming up into the pouring rain. A second later, the flames caught hold on the adjacent foliage and added to the inferno. In the next second, both boats disintegrated, along with their occupants, searing fire turning night into day. He and Hank shielded their faces from the heat and the flaming shrapnel thrown out by the explosion. The repercussions continued for another minute. Then the rain slowly overtook the flames, licking skyward. "Holy crap," Hank said. Brent stared too, and smiled. Strange, considering he just witnessed the fiery death of two men. But one of them had been directly responsible for his father's murder. Perhaps where he was standing right now had been the place DeFlorio stood that August morning nearly 2 years before. The place where he'd waited for his priority to arrive. Like his father did every Friday morning, living his life as a file predicted. Then he was processed, cold and impersonal. Something to help the company's bottom line, with not a single thought given to any of the people left behind. Now the man who'd spearheaded that murderous effort was dead. And Brent felt nothing but delight. 5 words suddenly sprang to mind. They formed clearly in his brain, and he reveled in their justice. DeFlorio was right a few minutes ago when he'd uttered, "How fitting." That was for you, Dad. 1 year later. Brent followed Lorianne out the door. "Go get the ball and gloves," he told her. "I'll find my bat and meet you in the backyard." He headed down the brick path into the garage to retrieve the metal bat. It was the same one used last year to down Frank Barnard, a souvenir from a rainy summer night he'd never forget. He found the bat propped against one of the bare stud walls. Lifting it, he caught a glimpse of the same aged Florida grapefruit box that had stayed in his parents' garage since high school, brought here along with all his other belongings when he and Ashley bought their new house. He slid the box off the shelf and dropped it onto one of the waist-high benches. They were the same ones from his father's workshop, his mother insisting he take them. Inside were school annuals, trophies, and other familiar mementos, along with a few new ones, magazines and newspapers, collected over the past 12 months that recalled the aftermath. He glanced at several and thought back. By dawn on the day after that fateful Monday, he and Hank had found their way out of Brooks Creek and immediately made sure their families were safe. After dealing with local authorities, they drove to Atlanta and retrieved the original documents sent to the Fulton County District Attorney. An hour's explanation was needed before law enforcement understood the full implications. He recalled trying to stay calm, speak clearly, and contain his emotions. But thoughts of his father had made that tough. Warrants were finally obtained. He was there when Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes were taken into custody, a large contingent of state and federal agents participating in the arrest and subsequent search of the Blue Tower. Simultaneous with the arrest, the state of Georgia and the United States seized all assets belonging to Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company, Hamilton Lee, Lawrence Hughes, and Christopher Boson. Frank Barnard survived the cracked skull, but not enough was left of John DeFlorio and the man in the other boat for any positive identification. Victor Jax's identity was ultimately learned from Barnard. A sizable amount of cash DeFlorio had accumulated from his years of killing was also found and seized in offshore banks, eventually added to what the government already possessed. The final take had been staggering. The cash included the paper mill, bag plant, sawmills, warehouses, wood yards, thousands of acres of pine trees, the Blue Tower, Hickory Row, mansions, beach condominiums, mountain retreats, tracts of real property scattered all over the world, huge amounts of cash, stocks and bonds, a fleet of trucks, heavy equipment, cars, a Learjet, all the subsidiary and ancillary businesses Lee, Hughes, and Boson amassed in and around Woods County and in other locations, and a multitude of personal property, including some valuable collectibles. The total value topping $5 billion. He thumbed through a few of the newspapers and recalled the intense public debate that ensued on what to do with it all. Remembering what Boson had cautioned in his narrative, he'd argued that the assets should be returned to the employees of the company, both past and present. Others postured that they should go exclusively to victims' families. To press their claims, an immediate flood of lawsuits from family after family appeared in the Georgia courts, so many that within a few months, nearly 200 separate pieces of litigation jeopardized the continued vitality of the company, regardless of $5 billion in assets. But a twisted paradox solved the dilemma. The priority program had been carried out with an unparalleled success, so efficient that it became difficult to positively determine which employees were processed and which simply died from natural causes. Hiding behind the Fifth Amendment, Frank Barnard refused to testify about anything he may have personally done. Brent recalled one plaintiff's lawyer, who represented the heirs of a name Boson himself verified as having been processed, who thought himself clever when he exhumed the body of his decedent. But the subsequent autopsy revealed nothing proving that the official cause of death, heart failure, was chemically induced. Other lawsuits experienced similar problems, and without definitive proof of causation, many foundered. He studied a picture of himself from the Atlanta Constitution, a front-page article that appeared last fall when he held a press conference to postulate the plan that eventually was accepted by a federal bankruptcy court. All the assets, both the companies and the shareholders, were returned to the corporation. Stock was then issued to all employees, both past and present. If the employee was deceased, the stock went to the heirs. Assets that weren't needed, like the jet, mansions, Hickory Row, and most of the luxuries the owners surrounded themselves with, were sold. The cash funneled back into the company, some of which was paid out as dividends to the new shareholders. By agreement, when the stock was issued to each person, all lawsuits were dismissed, and the corporation was allowed to function. Only now Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company became one of the largest employee-owned businesses in the country. Though it was clear none of the upper management outside of the three owners and DeFlorio possessed any knowledge of what had been going on, the employees, who were now the shareholders, quickly demanded from the new 12-person board of directors that they clean house. A trust factor had been irrevocably lost, so all members of upper and middle management were summarily fired. Brent had been the only person retained, promoted to general counsel for the corporation. He felt bad. Those men and women in management were victims too, but little could be done to save them. The new board offered Hank the position of industrial relations manager. The employees' confidence in him was strong, but his old friend declined, preferring to remain among the ranks of the blue collars and make amends for his past mistakes. Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes went to prison. Frank Barnard's survival meant a witness was available who could verify at least some of what Boson had said. A plea deal was reached with Barnard for him to testify, but, ironically, once all their respective assets were seized, neither Lee nor Hughes could afford any high-priced legal talent. In the end, their court-appointed lawyers arranged plea bargains. A federal judge in Savannah dished out multiple life sentences, along with additional time on a variety of lesser charges. Neither would ever live to see their release. Nor would Barnard. He was beaten to death in the Chatham County Jail while awaiting final sentencing. Which seemed fitting. "What are you doing?" He turned. Ashley stood in the garage doorway. He studied his wife in her cut-off denim shorts and Jacksonville Jaguars jersey. Nearly a year of marriage definitely agreed with her. She stepped closer. "Remembering," he said. She lifted out one of the magazines, a U.S. News and World Report with a front-page article that proclaimed Brent and Hank Reed the last priorities. "I guess we were," he said. "Maybe. But Boson was actually the last." He thought back to the old man with silver hair. A monster, to be sure, but one apparently with a conscience in the end, however tiny. It's been quite a year, Ashley said. That it had, and not just for him. Ashley had quit her job with the Postal Service and now devoted herself full-time to relief efforts, organized to help surviving priority families. She was the director of one of the largest organizations, Heirs of the Southern Republic Foundation, and he was extremely proud of her efforts. He reached over and stroked her blonde hair. She drew close, and they kissed. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Different." She was 2 months pregnant. They'd decided that one more child would be a good thing. Lori-Ann had adapted well, taking the news about her biological father in stride. Manly Simmons remained a part of her life, now Uncle Manly, and everybody seemed fine. "Daddy," Lori-Ann said. They turned toward outside. "You were supposed to be getting the bat, not smooching." "But I like smooching." "Could you come on now?" He turned to his wife. "Gotta go." He grabbed the bat and strolled toward the backyard. His return to Concord had been bittersweet, yet maybe a genuine good had come from years of mistakes. All he wanted now was to build a life for his wife, daughter, and new child. They lived only a couple of blocks over from his mother, on a tree-lined drive dotted with handsome Victorian clapboards and more modern brick two-stories. His house was one of the oldest, bought from a family who'd quickly left the area after the truth became known. It desperately needed attention, a real fixer-upper. But that was okay. His father had done that for him, and he intended to build a home his children could depend on, too. His mother was doing okay, enjoying her granddaughter and looking forward to another child. His fondest hope was that she had more good years to come. They'd learned that his father had been diagnosed by a doctor in Savannah with a rare form of blood cancer. The company knew because it had access to his medical records. The treatments were going to be extraordinarily expensive, so before Brian Walker even mustered the courage to tell his wife, he'd been immediately prioritized and killed. Anger still occasionally seethed through Brent, but overall, he felt liberated, calm, at peace, fully in command, as though most of the taboos and delusions that had weighed him down for so many years had finally been shattered. Periodically, he ventured across Eagle Lake in the old aluminum skiff, sometimes alone, sometimes with Ashley and Lori-Ann. Over time, he hoped his children would explore all its nooks and crannies, eventually knowing the lake as well as he did. And though the explosions destroyed the overhanging limbs and made Brooks Creek forever accessible, he would never go back there. He couldn't really explain it. All he knew was that the ghosts of good and evil dwelling within those banks were best left undisturbed. Writer's Note: this novel of suspense had a fascinating evolution. It was first created in 1992, becoming the second complete manuscript I ever wrote. At the time, John Grisham's The Firm was riding high, easy to see its influence on this story. But The List was never submitted to publishers. Its quality was simply not ready for prime time, so into a drawer it went. Through the years, I'd occasionally glance at it, reading bits and pieces. The idea of a self-insured manufacturing company located in a small Georgia town, controlling its costs through murder, always intrigued me. Then in 2010, with the enactment of the Affordable Care Act, the idea seemed to take on a greater significance. During the COVID lockdown in 2020, I decided to give the manuscript a once-over, and the memories rushed back. I practiced law for 30 years in St. Mary's, Georgia, a small southern town where, for decades, the largest employer was a paper mill. From the 1940s to the 1980s, St. Mary's was definitely a company town. By the mid-1980s, I represented the local electrical workers union, IBEW, at the mill, handling employee grievances, assisting with contract negotiations, and dealing with members' problems. And there were many battles. Eventually, by the late 1980s, the company decided to retain me. So just like Brent Walker, I changed teams. Of course, that real-life paper company utilized no priority program. No one was murdered for profit. That idea came to me one day during a grievance hearing. I wondered, what if the company didn't bother with due process? What if, instead, it just permanently eliminated any problems? So was born the list. It's exciting to finally have this story published. My sincere thanks goes out to my publisher, Ben Sevier at Grand Central, and Simon Lipscar, my agent, for believing in the novel. Also, as always, to my wife, Elizabeth, for both her constant encouragement and expert editing eye. Southern mill towns were a peculiar institution, nearly all of them now gone. The paper mill in St. Mary's closed in 2001. Its buildings eventually razed to the ground. The original owner, most of upper management, and a sizable number of its 900-plus workers are no longer with us. While rewriting this story, I recalled many of them with fondness. One person, though, is still around. His name is Richard Larry Daly. Hank Reed is based on him, not in every detail, but in those that matter most. Larry always seemed larger than life. He served for decades as the electrical union's president and was the longtime mayor of St. Mary's. He fought with a vengeance on behalf of his union members and his political constituents, and was both feared and respected by the company. I learned a lot from him. There is one glaring difference, though, between Larry and Hank. In the story, Hank's spouse leaves him for another man. In real life, Marlene, Larry's wife of 50-plus years, was a saint, loved by everyone, myself included, and most of all by Larry. Sadly, she passed away in 2016. Forgive me, Marlene. But for this story, Hank had to be single. Hank's love interest, though, is named Marlene Roden, which was Marlene Daly's maiden name. For a locale, I chose a place 150 miles north of St. Mary's in central Georgia. But I patterned the paper mill there after the site that once existed in St. Mary's, which I walked through many times. Eagle Lake is wholly fictitious, though there are man-made reservoirs just like it scattered all across Georgia. The Blue Tower is my creation, but the Shrine of the Immaculate Conception still stands in downtown Atlanta. The story of how Qin Shi tamed his enemies with luxury palaces and watched them through servant spies is true. I came across it in 2008 while writing The Emperor's Tomb and incorporated it into this rewrite. For all those fans of Cotton Malone and my other standalone thrillers and novellas where history plays a huge part, I could not resist adding just a dash of the past here. St. Mary's is no longer a company town. In the 1980s, the massive Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base arrived and changed the local demographics forever. Over the ensuing 4 decades, the population of Camden County grew from 12,000 to over 50,000. The paper mill's closing in 2001 put nearly 1,000 people out of work. That was traumatic, to say the least. I was chairman of the county commission at the time, and the company was the county's single largest taxpayer. It took several years for everyone to adjust to life without it. Thankfully, though, we survived. Elizabeth was born and raised a few miles from St. Mary's. 2 of my children, 2 grandchildren, and most of Elizabeth's family still live there. And though we now reside elsewhere, just like Brent Walker, rarely is that place we long called home far from our thoughts. This has been a Hachette audio production of The List, written by Steve Berry, read by Scott Brake, produced by Melanie Schmidt, directed by Ethan Donaldson, post-production supervised by Lara Zaccardi, post-production by Jake Nomura Weingro, quality control by Kerry LaGrande. The List is also available in print and as an ebook from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2025 by Steve Berry. Audio production copyright 2025 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. And any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.